सहित जोड़ी ही जाइछंती 4.5 कोटी ओडिया। आज विशेष दिवस को आज उपस्थित थिबा समस्त बुद्धिजीवी माननकु, अतिथि माननकु, गणमाध्यम प्रतिनिधि माननकु एवं ओटीवी अगणित दर्शक माननकु पुणी थे स्वागत करुछि मुइशु लागना।
2011 सफर आरंभ होता ए वर्ष पर वर्ष गोटे नुआ संकल्प सहित आग को बढ़ी चली ए यात्रा आमर प्रतिश्रुति जे आग को एमती बढ़ी चली आपण मानक समस्त को हार्दिक स्वागत आउ अभिनंदन ओटीवी एनुअल कनक्लेव फोरसाइट 2023 को। फोरसाइट 2023 चेंजिंग टाइम्स चेंजिंग माइंड्स। आज आम जदि आम भारत कथा कहबा आम देशर कथा कहबा ताले देश आत्मनिर्भर पथरे एबे अग्रसर देश आग को बढ़ी चली। विश्वर पंचम बृहत अर्थनीति हिसाब रे भारत एबे अग्रसर होछि बड़ क्षिप्र बगरे अग्रसर होछि आम देश। केवल अर्थनीति कहीं विभिन्न क्षेत्र में आम देश एवं अग्रसर होछि। सरकारंकर जनमंगलकारी नीति हो, उन्नत इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो किंबा सेवा क्षेत्र में सामिल विभिन्न जो संगठन रही से निजर गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका भी विकास धारा को आग को बढ़ाइबारे संकल्पर सहित बेस आग को सेमाने बढ़ी चलछंती। तेबे बदलुथिबा ए परिस्थिति भितरे देशर अर्थनीति को आहुरी अधिक मजबूत आहुरी अधिक विकसित करने विश्व अर्थनीति भारत किभली आउ दुई पाद आग को बढ़ी पारिबो से नहीं प्रस्तुति एवं प्रचेष्टा जारी रही।
बिल्कुल ओटीवी वार्षिक चिंतन अधिवेशन यही गोटे नियारा परंपरा नियारा मंच फोरसाइट 2023 जोड़ी देश राज्यर किछि धारा जहाँ स्वास्थ्य हो पारे, शिक्षा हो पारे, मनोरंजन हो पारे, ता उपरे थॉट लीडर्स के सहित चेंज मेकर्स के सहित चिंता चर्चा एथर मध्य फोरसाइट 2023 रे से भली किछि खास विषय उपरे चिंतन हेबो, चर्चा हेबो।
ओटीवी फोरसाइट 2023 चेंजिंग टाइम्स चेंजिंग माइंड्स तो आरंभ करिबा आज रे बहु प्रतीक्षित कार्यक्रम। मंच उपर को मु आसबा पय अनुरोध करिबी ओडिशा टेलीविजन नेटवर्क रो मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर तथा को फाउंडर श्रीमती जगी मंगत पंडा को। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, प्लीज हैव ए ग्रेट राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर मैम।
नमस्कार। ओटीवी फोरसाइट 2023 एडिशन 13th एडिशन को मु आपण मानकु आम समस्त दर्शक मानकु स्वागत जनाऊँगी। विशेष करी आमर आजिर मुख्य अतिथि श्री गडकरी जी, यूनियन मिनिस्टर रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड हाईवेज, और आमर आजिर स्पीकर्स जो माने दिल्ली, मुंबई, बेंगलोर, अहमदाबाद रो आसीचंती आ आज आम गहन अच्छा। गत 25 वर्ष भितरे ओटीवी रे बहुत किछि परिवर्तन हेछि, किंतु गोटे कथा बदलिनी आउ से होछि ओटीवी प्रति आपण मानकर भल पाइबा। ओटीवी आगुरु को जेमती सठिक और निरपेक्ष खबर पहुँचाउथिला एबे भी सेमती ही काम करी चलीछि। आपण मानकर भल पाइबा जोगु ओटीवी तार नंबर 1 स्थान बजाय रखी पारिछि। यह आम पाई गर्वर कथा, किंतु एथिपाई आमको अनेक संघर्ष करिया पड़ी। आपण मानक पाखे निरपेक्ष खबर सठिक समय रे दबा पई आमर रिपोर्टर्स माने अति निष्ठा सह काम करी आछंती, जहा पाई मु से मानको समस्त को धन्यवाद जनाउची। ओटीवी रो 25 वर्ष यात्रा रे फोरसाइट चेंजिंग टाइम्स चेंजिंग माइंड्स होची एक विशेष उद्यम, जहाँ केवल ओडिशा रे नुहे बल्कि ओडिशा बाहर मध्य निजर ना सृष्टि करि पारिछि। आजिरो फोरसाइट रे आम सह अनेक विशेष अतिथि अछंती जो माने विभिन्न विषय उपरे निजर मत रखिबे। मु आशा करूची कि आजिरो एही प्रोग्राम आपण माने भलो पाइबे। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार। Good morning. I welcome you all to OTV's Foresight 2023, our 13th edition, Changing Times, Changing Mind. In the last 13 years, Foresight has become a popular platform not just in Odisha, but has made a name for itself outside as well. The credit for this, of course, goes to all the speakers who have come and been with us and shared this platform with us and spoken about various topics related to politics, governance, education, health, etc. This year's Foresight is no different. We have eminent speakers who are experts in their own domains and will address a wide range of topics from education, health, and others. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to our speakers who are mostly in the front, who have taken time out of their busy schedule and have come to Bhubaneswar to join us for the Foresight program today. After the opening session, the convention today will have many other sessions like business, regional, health, education, and entertainment, starting with women's education, which has been expanding massively, but that doesn't seem to be translating into more female work participation in the organized sector. The COVID pandemic saw a further drop in the participation on women in the organized sector, as the caregiving responsibility on women just increased far more, and many dropped out of mainstream work. Will the hangover continue for some time, or do we see an encouraging future for women in the organized sector in the times to come? To address this, we have with us Mrs. Chetana Gala Sinha, a social entrepreneur working to empower women in areas of rural India by teaching entrepreneurial skills, access to land, means to production, who will address the issue on when can the organized workforce witness more representation for women. We look forward to this, Chetna. Death of 18 children in Uzbekistan after they allegedly consumed a spurious drug has hurt India's image of being pharmacy to the world. But why go that far? Even right here in our state in Odisha, we see drug rackets being busted almost every alternate days or very, very often. These counterfeit drugs are not just a huge threat to the health and safety of people at large, but also a threat to the legitimate pharmaceutical firms that invest crores in infrastructure and take great pains to get license required to manufacture and export. To further throw light on this subject, we have with us Mr. Prakash Guha, Managing Director, Zuventus Healthcare Limited. He will talk about how pharma companies and state drug regulators are intensifying action against spurious drugs and some substandard drug in the country. Next month, we celebrate Utkal Divas to commemorate the birth anniversary of our beloved state, Odisha. And our panel discussion in Odia will be an interesting introspection on the changing contour of Odia identity by eminent Odia literary, cultural, and film personalities, and on the subject, Ajiro Odia, Gatanugati Dhara Tharu Kette Olaga. On this panel, we have Paramita Satpathy, Siddhant Mohapatra, Sudarshan Patnaik, and Asit Mahanti. Our pre-lunch session will end with a heart-to-heart talk with none other than the most versatile and charming Anu Malik. His melodious tunes have warmed our hearts and souls over the years. His wit and uncanny ability to rhyme almost anything never ceases to amaze us. National Award-winning music director Anu Malik will be joining us for a one-to-one talk and interaction. COVID saw the rapid growth of Ed.Tech companies and startups. As the scope for educational technology continues to rise, we are now getting to witness more and more startups and service providers that are making global and futuristic education easily accessible to all. Although Ed.Tech has been quite instrumental in bringing about this pivotal shift, traditional schools still are and will continue to remain an integral part of our educational ecosystem. The interesting question here, of course, is that this contrasting dynamic, will each of these independent educational formats exist together at the same time, or are we slowly moving towards achieving a hybrid format that essentially covers all the gap in our existing educational system? Our education segment has stalwarts like VC, Utkal University, Mrs. Sabita Acharya, Professor Hrusikesh Senapati, former director NCERT, and Mr. Sabyasachi Rout, founder of Mathmetics Cafe, discussing on the subject, impact of Ed.Tech companies on traditional education. Our last and the most awaited session will be on entertainment. Highly acclaimed film, The Kashmir Files, has been in the eye of the storm more than once. And there is none better than the producers of the film, Mr. Vivek Agnihotri and Pallavi Joshi, to address today's topic on how filmmakers choose their subjects without worrying about backlash in these times of polarization. We all know that a lot goes into making a film, especially films like Kashmir Files, even though this was based on a very sensitive subject. So this brings us to the question that despite it being a sensitive subject, did it deserve the backlash it got? And should producers then stay away from such subjects? Who better than the couple who face the backlash and more? Before I end, I would like to thank all our guests, speakers, sponsors, and most of all, our viewers who have showered OTV with all their love by being ardent viewers of OTV for the last 25 years. And for keeping OTV on the top at #1 position, way, way ahead of others. We do hope our viewers' good wishes and love for us will continue to grow and will motivate us to continue delivering free, fair, and unbiased news for many, many decades to come. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the context and for those wonderful words of welcome. Can we have a round of applause, please? Managing Director and co-founder Odisha Television Network, Srimati Jagimangat Panda. We have the honor to have a very special video message from Honorable Union Minister of Road, Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, wishing this conclave, this platform, all success, sending a lot of love. So can we please play the video message?
Namaskar. I am giving my best wishes to the OTV and viewers of OTV. I am really pride and pleasure for me that Indian infrastructure is developing very fast, and that is one of the reasons as growth rate in India is very high. If we want to start industry, everywhere we need road infrastructure, water, power, transport and communication. Without that, we cannot develop industry. And without industry, we cannot have capital investment. At capital investment and industry, if we have, we will create employment potential. And by employment potential, we will create eradication of poverty. And that is most important thing for the development. That basically important challenge with all of the society and all of the government is how we are going to increase the employment potential in the country. It is really a great pride for me. The road infrastructure, the way in which it is developed in India, it is at par, very excellent, and with the international standards. We are making 2-lane pave shoulder road. We are making 4-lane, 6-lane, 8-lane roads, and now green express highway and industrial corridors. I am really happy that lot of state government with their cooperation, we are making industrial clusters and logistic park, by which again there is an opportunity for the development and create more employment potential. In Odisha also, we are doing a lot of road project. I will promise you that at the end of 24, the road infrastructure, national highway road infrastructure in Odisha will be equivalent to USA. And that is going to accelerate the development and growth in Odisha. At the same time, the same way we are working in Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, Arunachal, Meghalaya, Tripura, Northeast, Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, everywhere. I am really happy that we are using the best technology. We are also working on, as a transport minister, on alternative fuel. Ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG, bio-LNG, electric, green hydrogen. And I am confident that presently the logistic cost in India is 16%. In China, it is 8 to 10%. In USA and European country, it is 12%. Our mission is to take it up to single digit, that is up to 9%. by making green highways, good highways. I am confident at the end of 24, we are going to reduce the logistic cost up to less than 10%. It is up to 9%. It's really a great thing which can be useful in our export and imports. I am really happy the power is available. The dream of the Prime Minister to make 60% of the power in the basket, that is to be solar power, green power. We are marching towards green power, solar power, wind power, hydropower, by which 100% we are going to create green India. The most important thing is the very important thing which already it is very important for all the society and the country, that is circulation economy. I always telling to people that conversion of waste into wealth. Innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices. We name it as knowledge, and conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. At the same time, in the circulation economy, we have started scrapping policy by which it will be easy for us to get aluminium, copper, rubber, steel on low cost, by which we can reduce the cost of our automobile and final product by 25 to 30%. So this is the time that we need to develop India. There is a huge potential. Whole world is interested to deal with India. We are the fastest growing economy, and the mission of our Prime Minister to make Indian economy of $5 trillion. For that reason, now water, power, transport and communication everywhere, we are developing good infrastructure in the country. We have already completed 100 airports, and we are now moving towards mass rapid transport on electricity. The e-vehicles are very popular. So 100% the three important stakeholders of the society where we need to be concentrated on ethics, economy and ecology and environment. I am confident that we have to make green India, we have to make Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we have to make super economic power in the world, Vishwaguru. And that is for the reason of good infrastructure. We are in the process of that. I will promise you, all the people in Odisha, that we will give you before end of 24, the international standard of road infrastructure, national highway, which is equivalent to the USA. Once again, my all best wishes to OTV. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us with those words of wisdom that only comes with decades of experience and expertise. Foresight 2023 gets better and brighter with those good words for the state and this family. Can we please have one more round of applause for Honorable Union Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari ji.
देश विकास पथरे आगे चली मापिया गोटे आधार होची जे से देश रे सड़क पथ केमिति ट्रांसपोर्टर व्यवस्था केमती इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर केमती से गोटे आधार जहाँ को देखिले जना पड़े जे प्रकृत रे देश रे विकास होइछि कि नाही एवं ताकू नहीं केमती सरकारंकर विजन रही से संपर्क रे केंद्रमंत्री जो कथा कहले जो वार्ता देले आमे आशा करछु जे समस्ते ताकू हृदयंगम भी करिथिबे एवं ता सहित किछि मात्रा रे एवं बहुमात्रा रे एकमत भी निश्चित भाव में होथिबे सेतिपई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद केंद्रमंत्री को। एबे समय होछि हमर प्रथम सेशन जहाँ कि गोटे बिजनेस सेशन ताकू आमे आरंभ करबा पई जाउछु। ओटीवी रो फोरसाइट एनुअल कनक्लेव 2023 रे प्रथम अधिवेशन बिजनेस सेशन। ये अधिवेशन एथिपई स्वतंत्र कारण ए सेशन रे व्यवसाय क्षेत्र रे निजर स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करिथिबा दुई अतिथि सेमानकर मूल्यवान मत आपण मानक सम्मुख रे सेमाने रखिबे। उदाहरण सृष्टि सेमाने करिसंती एवं सेही उदाहरण को देई आपण को बुझेवा पई चेष्टा करिवे जे केमिति ए चिंताधारा आसिला एवं आगामी समय रे ताकु विकसित सेमाने केमति करि पारिले। आमे तांकु इनवाइट करिवो एवं तांक सहित चर्चा आलोचना आगो को जारी रहिबो किंतु आम पाखरे गोटे स्पेशल एवी रहिछि। आमे प्रथमे चाहिबु जे स्पेशल एवीटी को प्ले करा जाऊ आपण माने देखंतु परवर्ती समय रे आमे अतिथिंक सहित पुणी मंच ऊपर को फेरिबु एवं ये आलोचना को आमे आगो को बढ़िबा हमर प्रथम सेशन बिजनेस सेशन रे। एवी प्लीज।
मंदेसे महिला बैंक रो प्रतिष्ठाता चेतना सिन्हा निज द्वारा प्रतिष्ठित ए बैंक जरिया महिला मानकु आर्थिक सहायता प्रदान करी स्वावलंबी कराइबाकू चेतनांक निरंतर प्रयास आज अनेक मुहरे हस फुटाई पारिछि। महिला मानंकु आर्थिक उन्नति और सशक्तिकरण क्षेत्र में तांकर एई उल्लेखनीय भूमिका को मिली विश्वव्यापी स्वीकृति। 2018 मसीह स्विट्जरलैंड डावोस स्थित वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम सह अध्यक्ष भाव से कार्य कर सारिछंती। अधुना श्रीमती सिन्हा नेशनल कमिटी फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक वेलफेयर निर्वाचित सदस्य रहिबा सह मंदेसी फाउंडेशन जरिया रे महिला मानक पई आर्थिक प्रयास जारी रखिछंती। महिला सशक्तिकरण क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय अवदान पई चेतना को मिली सम्मानजनक नारी शक्ति पुरस्कार।
Ladies and gentlemen, it will be an absolute honor to hear from one woman of substance who is giving million other women wings to fly. Ma'am, may I request you to please join us on stage and share your thoughts with the house. But is all that tali?
जोरदार ताली।
Chetna Sinha ko pai.
Namaskar. Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. Namaskar. Honorable Mrs. Panda and honorable guest, and I'm in the middle of the esteemed audience. I'm really, really thankful to OdishaTV for inviting me for this Foresight event. And it's so coincidence, Mrs. Panda, that OdishaTV is completing 25 years. Right? And our bank is also completing 25 years. So nice to meet you. You know what? Today I would have loved to speak in Odia language, but, and I was liking it because it was like a music to the ear. Really, it is so soft and nice, which also shows the hearts of people, right? That they are so soft. And I have traveled in parts of Kalahandi and those areas when I was a student. So nice to be here again, and thanks for inviting me to share my journey. Actually, today I'm going to share not just my own journey, but the journey of women whom I have met in my life while working in rural India. These women are exceptional women. They have no degree, no travel, no exposure. Incredible women. But with this whole, in spite of having no opportunities, no education, they have been my teacher. And not only that, but in my journey of life, I am so humbled to share with you that today I am going to share the lessons I have learned from these women, and they have always been a guide, teacher, or in my journey of my life. I would also request the technical team here to just play the slides. It is nothing to do with the PowerPoint, but it just wanted all of you to see who are these women, how are they, where are they living, and so that you'll get the idea. I was born, and then the title of my whole presentation I've said is that my courage is my capital. And that word has not come from me. It has come from our women. My courage is my capital. So I've purposefully kept this title here also, because this is a state where you get both sides. You get the courage also, and you get the passion also, empathy also. So you can just go on, you can leave this slide here, but I just wanted to tell you that actually I am born and raised in Bombay. It was Bombay at that time. And I never thought that I will go to the village and work or anything. But when I was a student studying at a Mumbai university, and I was actually, was very as a regular middle class student interested in Bollywood, cricket, everything. But during that time, Jayaprakash Narayan, who was fighting against emergency, he came to the campus and he was telling the young students that young students should work in the villages of India. Villages of India needs them. And I was fascinated by that. And I decided to join him. And when I was just in my undergraduation program. I had not completed my BCom. And then I was about to do MCom, but then I decided to join him in his movement and traveled across India. And I was so lucky that at the age of 24, at that time I had come to Kalahandi when BBC did the story of Kalahandi. So this was a time when I was a student and I came there. So many of the young people must not have born also. So while traveling in India, I met my husband, who is a farmer, not highly educated, fell in love, married him, left Mumbai. My family and friends were horrified. Just keep this slide. My family and friends were horrified because they thought I won't be able to stay in a small village in Maswat, small town. A Bombay girl going to that small place where there was no running water, no electricity, no transportation. So, but I felt like I want to work with the community there. Of course, life was not very easy though, but every day something new would happen. And so one day, this lady, Kantabai, whom you are watching on the screen, she came to me and she said, I want to open a saving account. And I was like, Kantabai, you are doing your business on street. You are staying with your family on street. Do you even have a money to save? And she was insistent. She said that I do my business on the street, I stay with my family on the street, and in our area, the temperature is very high in summer, and it goes beyond 48 degrees Celsius. And so I want to save so that I can buy a tarpaulin sheet to have a shelter for my family, so I want to save. So I said, okay, if you really want to save, why don't we go to the banks? So I took Kantabai and I said that, Kantabai wants to open a saving account and she wants to save. The banker said that her savings are too small. She wanted to save 5 rupees, 10 rupees a day. And banker said that she's not an affordable client for us. And I felt like she's not asking for loan. She's not asking for subsidy. She's not asking anybody money. What she's asking is to save her hard-earned money. And that she has right. So then it came to in my mind that if banks are not opening the account of Kantabai, why can't we start a bank for women like Kantabai? You can play the slide. And so then we decided to apply for the banking license. Just stop here with the slide. And actually, I was very excited. And anyway, I was known to Mumbai, so I directly went to Central Bank, Reserve Bank of India, and I said that, we want to start a women's bank, and these women want to do savings, and that is the only way you can do it. And so when I went with the application, the RBI said that the application had the whole proposal, business plan, action plan, everything. But the promoting members, who were these women, they had a thumb impression. On that ground, the central banks, our Reserve Bank, denied the license, saying that we cannot issue a license to the bank whose promoting members are non-literate. I was nervous. I was from Bombay to my village. It used to take at that time around more than 10 hours. I was continuously weeping. And I met our women and I said that, you know what, we didn't get the license. And why? Because our women are not literate. You know what our women said? We didn't get the license because we are not educated. We are not responsible also because when we were growing, schools were not there. But why are you crying? We will learn to read and write from today. And our literacy classes started. Can you imagine women who are working in the heat for so many hours, in evening they come and they go to the literacy class to study, but they had one thing in mind, we will set up the bank. But I had no confidence to go again to Reserve Bank of India. After 5 months, we went again. And then at that time, I didn't go alone. because I wasn't sure how would I face women again if the license is denied. So I took our 15 women to Reserve Bank of India. And I wasn't sure what is going to happen there. But when we entered the office of the director, you know what our women said? They said, you rejected our license because we cannot read and write. Our women said, we cannot read and write, but we can count. And they challenged the officer. Ask us to calculate the interest of any principal amount. If we fail, don't issue the license. But tell your officers to do it, calculate it without calculator, and see who can calculate faster. Needless to say that we got the banking license. And ma'am, thank you. But every time, and Kantabai, who was like the first person who was talking about the saving account, from her house, she was staying on the street, now she's staying in her own house, which she has bought with the support of the bank by taking loan. So these are the women who are changing they are not only just dreaming, but they are making their dreams true. And with this, I would also like to share that, when poor people get an opportunity, how they change their lives. You have this whole theme about it, right? Changing times. Can you just keep the previous slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So this is where, then when we set up the bank, we saw that many women were not coming to the bank. And we asked them, why are you not coming? They said, if we come to the bank, we lose a working day. So then we decided if women cannot come to the bank will go to them. And we started a doorstep banking. And now we have a digital banking. Now when we set up the digital banking also, it was actually an idea of women. And so one of our women who was doing making musical instrument, she was cheated by her vendor. She paid him money, but vendor said that you have not paid. And so she didn't have proof. So she came to the bank and she said, you know what, we should also have all the digital banking systems because we would have the proof of what we have done. And so we said, okay, but we are in such a remote location, there is no infrastructure, there are no fintech company, we are not in Bombay, but then we decided that we'll set up. We went to UPI and NCPI, which are the digital platform where you become a member and provide the digital banking. The UPI officer also said that you will not be able to do it. You are in such a remote location, how will you get the cloud to park your data and all that? But we said, no, we'll be able to do it. It was very interesting to see every time how you are said you are denied, but then when we set up this, when we said that we'll do it and we went ahead with this whole digital banking, and when we were setting up all that, so our women were we were having mobile banking, we were having ATMs, we were having QR codes, everything. Now, while doing this banking, you always require, if you have a mobile wallet, you require a PIN number, right? So our women also, we told that you'll have to have even if you have an ATM or even if you have, so you will have to have a PIN number. Our women said that PIN number, okay, but not a great idea. Why don't you suggest us something else? And we were like, PIN number will make you have a control on your wallet, control on your money. But our women said, find some other solution. And they said, what about biometric? They said, what about biometric? And we were like, that is a great idea. They didn't use the word biometric. They said, kuch anguthe se hota hai kya karne ke liye? So then we thought, why not we do that? And then we actually adapted with the digital banking a biometric. When we did that, and when they did the digital banking transaction using their biometric, you know what they said? They said, मेरा PIN number तो कोई भी चुरा के ले लेगा, मेरा अंगूठा तो कोई नहीं चुरा सकता है ना? That is the talent. And at that time, one thing I learned from these women is never give poor solutions to poor people. They are smart. If we can do digital banking, they can also do, and they have proved it. And I'm so proud to share with you that today, in these villages in Maharashtra where we are operating, our bank is operating, and in Karnataka and Gujarat and Chhattisgarh also we are operating, but bank is operating in Maharashtra. In these villages, every day, these women who are street vendors, who are milk vendors, who are working in the fields, who are doing the work of breaking the stones on one side, but with the same hand, they are using QR code. And every day, more than 3.5 million transactions take place in these villages, and these women are doing it. So you can go ahead. And so this is the story of, but you know, women don't stop here. This is Rupali Shinde. She is making a musical instrument. She came to the bank and she said that, you know, I want to set up a business. Ma'am, you said, right, that how will we get a woman in a workforce? And so then, and she comes from a Dalit community. So she said that I'm doing my leather tanning business, but I want to do something very innovative. And so she said, I know I can make a musical instrument because they have a law leather. And so she said that make some arrangement to study that. Mandeshi has started a business school for rural women, and where women can come, they learn, and they learn the businesses, not just only vocational skill, and then they start the business. So Rupali decided to make a musical instrument because we have a very big temple, and temples, around temples you will find the business of damru, business of khanjari, all that. So she started that. And then when she became very successful in her business, and she was invited to BRICS Bank, and now she is going to China to seek an award from the BRICS Bank, which is a bank of Brazil, India, China, South Africa. And she will be getting the award for this. And Rupali is also our head of the digital system of Mandeshi Bank. Why I'm telling you this is that we don't want Bombay people to come and run the bank here. We don't want Bombay, Delhi people, Noida people to come and run our technical system of the bank. Rupali is the head of the digital business at the bank. And Reserve Bank of India invites her. Rishad Premji, Azim Premji invited her at Wipro University. You can see in the Azim Premji University her video where she's talking, and she went there to speak. So when Rupali flew from her village to Bangalore, she was the first Dalit woman to fly. And so everybody was so proud that when she came back, the leaders invited her, celebrated her, and kept her speech. So I would say that Rupali is breaking so many century-old caste barriers of India. And she's not just breaking and saying, but she has become a role model for thousands of other women. So these women, and now I will share with you a very different story. Can we have a picture of that? You can see there are so many animals here, right, in this slide. Ours is a drought area. We don't have enough water. We don't have now of course you can see it, but we used to have a very bad drought. So once what happened is that a lady came to our bank and she said that she was mortgaging gold. And I said, Kerabai. And I said, why are you mortgaging gold? You know, she said that I'm mortgaging gold to buy fodder. So it was a precious jewelry. And then she said that, don't you realize that there is such a bad drought, there is no rain, everybody's animals people are selling their animals to butchers just because of that. Don't you realize that we need to do something? So I said, yeah, but we are bankers. So she said, so what? In search of water, if we actually go to Mumbai and end up in the slums, with whom are you going to do banking? I couldn't sleep that day. And then we decided that we should have a cattle camp where 7,000 farmers came with 14,000 animals. and we were providing fodder and water. There was no rains. Can you play another slide? And Kerabai used to sing in the cattle camp to give the hopes to the farmers. It rained. We also started our water program. But every day, Kerabai used to sing in the cattle camp. And she became very popular. So Mandeshi runs the radio, community radio. I would really like to say that here, OdishaTV is in the media business. In village, our women also run the radio. This is a community radio. She came to the community radio and she said that I want to feature my own program. Our radio manager said that, Kerabai, you do not know to read and write. How will you do your program? You know what Kerabai said? I do not know to read and write, but I know to sing. And I make my poem in my brain. So why would I need that? And so she started performing in radio, and she became so famous that I'm so proud to share with you that Rakesh Anand Bakshi, everybody must have heard about Anand Bakshi, right? Songwriter. His son, he wrote a book on Kerabai. And when he was interviewing her, he asked, how did you learn to sing, Kerabai? And you know what Kerabai said? That actually I got married at the age of 13. And I got pregnant at the age of 14. And I continuously used to feel hungry. And so to forget hunger, I started singing. This is the wisdom in our country these women have. And we always say salute to you, to Kerabai. But today Kerabai has become a famous radio jockey. And I would also like to tell you that you will not imagine, but you go and Google Kerabai and you will see that when we went to Kaun Banega Karodpati with Amitabh Bachchan, Kerabai was there and she sang a song with Ayushman Khurrana. So these are the women who are so aspired, and she told Amitabh Bachchan that, come to our village and see how we have done the work. Can you go ahead, please? So, but the younger generation also is not behind. They come forward to the bank. They want to change their lives. And I know this state also has done a lot, because when I came and landed at the airport, I saw that the girls, about the girls' future. So this girl, she came to bank and she said that, I want to work in the bank. And we were like, you are not even 13 years old. How would you work? So she said, I will work for 2 months. I've completed my 7th standard. Primary schools are 7th standard. And I will work for 2 months and you don't give me salary. बस एक साइकिल दे देना. मुझे पगार नहीं चाहिए. एक साइकिल दे देना. क्यों? She said that because I stay so far, high school is far, there is no transportation facility. If I will not have a cycle, my parents will get me out of the school. And so we thought that she knows what she wants. And then we decided, why don't we start this program of providing bicycles to girls to go to school? And we are doing it from 2005. Today we have given more than 15,000 bicycles for girls to go to school. And they didn't stop there. They became a good athlete. Can we have a next slide, please? Okay, previous one only. They became a good athlete. And actually, when these girls, you will see her picture further also, that they just didn't go to school only, but they started playing. And we started Mandeshi Sports Academy. And these girls who were wearing sheep and goat, they actually started representing at national and international level. One of the girls, Sarita Bise, she is a sheep and goat rearer. And she went to play field hockey last year at Ireland. Sheep and goat rearer. She has actually reared sheep and goat. Her parents are still rearing sheep and goat. She went to play hockey in the field hockey team. She was under 16. She was the goalkeeper. And she played not only hockey, but they got a silver medal. They make India proud. They make India shine in these different international forums. Now I'm showing that in villages, people talk that, what are the businesses? Namaste. What are the businesses these people do? So this is, we have a paravets, where women become a paravet doctor and go to door and provide the vaccination and insemination. So that is how Mandeshi Business School runs. Can you go ahead? And during COVID, we started an oxygen bank diagnostic center. Can you go ahead, please? And so these are the girls which I was talking about in the sports, and they do kusti, wrestling, everything. I just want to say that we have now more than 4,000 women, girls who are representing at national and international level. And in Boston Marathon, one of our girl is going to run. She won the marathon of state of Virginia, and when she went to US for US visa, the visa officer said that, why are you, I mean, she couldn't speak English. So she said, why are you going? She said, running. And then she said, she said, marathon. I'll be running marathon. Village girl, her father is rearing buffalo. She has 10 years visa for US. She went to state of Virginia. She got a silver medal there. And now she's going to Boston to run the marathon. So these are the women who always inspire me. They always teach me. They always guide me. And can we have further, please? And I would just like to say that, you know, we talk about millet farmers. It's an international year of millet. And when we celebrate millet, right? But I would just like to say that millet farmer, and Odisha is the state where you have variety of millets. Millets farmers are most poor farmer in this country. India is the highest producer of millet, but US is the highest exporter of millet. India does not export highest millet, but yeah, producing, India is the highest. And the most poor farmers are the millet producers. So we have actually started a soil testing center working with these women. And this is an area where we work with men also. It's not only women. एक बात मुझे हमेशा लगता है कि ये, yes, thank you, I'll do that. एक बात मुझे हमेशा ऐसी लगती है कि मिट्टी में जो मिट्टी से जुड़े रहते हैं ना, वो सोना पैदा कर सकते हैं. और मैं जानती हूँ कि ये लोग सोना पैदा करेंगे. So while talking about it and bringing the technology to farmers, I would just say and try to conclude my speech by saying that when I was in 2018, I was invited by World Economic Forum to co-chair World Economic Forum. You saw when in the introduction pictures were there that there were 6 women co-chair. Christine Lagarde, who was IMF head, was one of the co-chair. I was one of the co-chair. And Ellen Solberg, president of Norway, was one of the co-chair. And actually, I mean, when I was co-chairing World Economic Forum, at that time I asked our women that I'm going to World Economic Forum. What should I speak there? And our women had met President Obama also in 2009 when he came to India. You can Google it and see it. We have pictures with them. But then when I asked our women that, you know, I'm going to World Economic Forum, what should I talk there? This is a place where aeroplanes are parked. This is a place where all presidents come. This is a place where corporate world president comes. You know what our women said? They said, we started a bank with no outside support. No investors, it was community capital, community saving, community credit. Go and tell them, 5-6 years we didn't take dividend. We converted our dividend into reserves. We became one of the strongest bank. We have, our gross NPAs are nearly 0. And go and tell them that this is how you run the institution. And that's where they said that you must be talking about billions and trillions, and you must be talking about capital of billions and trillions. Go and tell them, for us, our courage is the capital. And I would say, as I mentioned, that these women are my teachers. I've learned lessons from them. Never provide poor solutions to poor people. Our courage is the capital. And I would tell all of you, there must be so many people around you in the village. there also they must be so courageous, and their courage can become your capital also. Thank you so much.
I think the louder applause will be needed after this bright story. One of the best I heard in a very, very long time. Thank you so much, Chetna ji. And your story reminds me of a short poem by Gulzar Sahab जो कहते हैं वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, उसका तो स्त्री होना ही काफ़ी है. I think the women of the nation always had the talent. All they needed was a little support to show their courage and conquer the world, and you have given them that. Couldn't think of a more noble thing to do. Thank you so much.
So now this is the time to move on to our next speaker. The Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha. But before we invite him on stage, we have a special AV. So we'll request our technical team to play that AV, and after that, we'll like the Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the AV. AV, please.
Prakash Guha, Juventus Healthcare Limited ro Managing Director. भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री सहित दीर्घ 36 वर्ष धरी जड़ित से नेतृत्व में जुवेंटस भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल दुनिया रे निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछि. पूर्वरु से आल्केम लैबोरेटरीज रो प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग एंड वंडर लिमिटेड रे डेप्यूटी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हिसाब रे काम करिसेंति. समाजर निम्न वर्ग एवं अनाथंक पई तांको सेवार तुलना नाही. से जड़े परोपकारी एवं बदान्य व्यक्ति. अनेक स्वेच्छासेवी संगठन सहित से जड़ित. राष्ट्रीय उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, राजीव गांधी शिरोमणि पुरस्कार रे से सम्मानित होइछन्ति. उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय से विज्ञान रे डिग्री हासिल करिछन्ति.
May I request you, sir, to please address the House.
Namaskar. I'm really thankful to OTV for inviting me to this platform. I really don't know in which language should I speak, because I can speak very well in Odia also, as well as in Hindi also. But I would like to stick to English for simple reason that this is a very technical subject, and a technical subject only can be explained in English, because most of the words are in English. So it would be better if anyone would like to, hear in Odia, that also I can do. Mu bhallo ki Odia kahi pare, au tanu mu Odia re bhi kahi pare, au Hindi re bhi kahi pare. तथा मु इंग्लिश रे कहू चाहिए कहीं ना आमर पर्टिकुलरली फार्मास्यूटिकल एवं साइंस ए दीटा आपणकर इंग्लिश रे ही कहवाटा प्रयोज्य कहीं इंग्लिश न कहले टे कहया को असुविधा हम कहीं से गुड़ा ट्रांसलेट करवा टे असुविधा. टॉपिक जोटा आज टॉपिक हाउ टू कर्टेल द ग्रोथ ऑफ फेक ड्रग्स in our country. Honestly speaking, this is a very concerning subject and issue for leading pharmaceutical companies. All leading pharmaceutical companies today are trying to find out a solution to that. We do have certain solutions, and more we are working on that, because we are trying to innovate more and more ways by which we can really stop it. But to a large extent, we have succeeded in that. I would just like to take you through that, what we have done till date. Actually, just for the understanding of the audience, I would like to say that in India, almost say 20 top companies have got 70% market share. And rest, we have got more than 5,000 pharma companies, but only 20 companies holds 70% market share, and rest all companies put together is around, say 30% or little lesser than that. We actually, I'm fortunate that we belong to that 20 top companies. So we are hands-on with most of the things. And actually, if you see, this 20 companies are the worst sufferer with this fake drugs, because the leading brands only are being faked or counterfeited, and these are facing the challenges. These leading brands are facing the challenges. Now, what measures we are intending to take? There are various measures which we have already taken, and some we are intending to take. As I said, that these 20 companies are facing the challenges, and they are the leading companies of the country. And actually, these companies have got large field force, including ours. We have large field force. And first thing, we have trained our field force, because our field force, they are covering entire country, goes to nook and corner of this country, and they are the first source of information to us that what is happening at the ground level. So we have trained them to find out whether these counterfeit activities are going on or not, or fake drugs are being sold by distributors or not. So this is the first source of ours to get information. And the moment we get information from this source, we work on that. Number one, what we do is we consult our legal cell. We consult with them, and legal cell sends a desist, that is cease and desist notice to this vendors, whoever is selling, and tries to strike off their license as well as their activities through legal process. And post that, what we do is that we inform this drug department. Then we also inform this vigilance cell, which is there. Government has created a vigilance cell where we inform them that this type of activities are happening. And then also what we do is we mail our doctors, and also try to circulate through various mediums to different consumers and users about the fake drugs which is available in the market. That is one way of doing that. There are various ways how do we tackle that. The second way is we, as a company, now we have a robust system of pharmacovigilance. Pharmacovigilance is actually the quality of the drug as well as the desired result, what a doctor is supposed to get when he prescribes to his patient. If that desired result doesn't come, then a doctor is supposed to inform to our pharmacovigilance department that your drug is not working to the extent what is expected to be done. So accordingly, we immediately work on that, and then we try to find out the drug is of ours or it is a fake drug. And in many cases, we have found that the drug which doctor has used in the name of ours is turned out to be a fake drug. So we immediately jump on to action, and then many situation we have seen that the people, those who have been involved with that, they are being punished. So that is, pharmacovigilance is another way by which we tackle this situation. Then we use our lot of logistic partners to really find out that if such things are happening in the market, then they should inform us quickly so that we can take appropriate action. Now, there are various other activities which we do or measures we take. One is at the manufacturing side, we keep our control, and there is a strict vigilance, and every batch is being stored, and they are called as controlled sample. They are being kept at factory level, and we have got vigilance officer at factory level also to see that whether there is some proliferage or somebody is working against the organization or doing something wrong or not. So these things are, it's a continuous process. Also at the level of packaging material, where the packaging materials are being manufactured or prepared, there also we keep a tab and we see that there is no proliferage of our packaging material, because packaging material is the most important thing which can lead to this fake drugs, because inside what is given, nobody looks at that, but outside is the real thing, because a consumer buys a product seeing the outside cover. Inside whatever is there in the product, hardly anybody can understand that, because unless that is tested, nobody can really understand that. So this is majorly packaging is responsible for these fake drugs or counterfeit drugs. So that we keep a track of that, we keep a tab on that, and periodically we do audit on that so that we can understand whether anybody is playing around with that, somebody is there is any proliferage or somebody manufacturing in excess and then giving it to somebody without our knowledge. So we keep a track of that. There also we have got vigilance officer, and all these things are managed directly by our QA and QC, that is quality assurance and quality control. Those who are responsible for controlling quality, they are being given this responsibility. Now, in packaging, because as I said, that packaging is the most responsible factor for which we see that most of the time this counterfeit, fake drugs are being sold in the market. They are sold because nobody knows what is there inside the drug, because everybody looks at the packaging. If the packaging is the same or similar, they have got a tendency to buy that. So at that level only we try to protect ourselves. So there are things like, you can have holograms in your packaging. You can have exclusive, that is nano, micro, nano, prints in your packaging. It is just like your currency note, because the way currency notes are being printed, it is just like that. And if you do that, then you can make out whether you only can know that whether your packaging is this is your product or not, because your people only can understand about that packaging, because the micro, nano, you have to understand what is there inside. Now, outside people cannot understand that, so we can make out from that. And then, there are some global suppliers, which is tamper-proof, mechanism is being applied. They supply this packaging materials, which we procure from them. There are very far and few such manufacturers in the world. So we procure from them. These packaging materials cannot be tampered so easily. They are tamper-proof materials. Then, of course, you have codification is also being done in packaging, so that you have your special code. Only your company knows that code. If anybody tries to tamper with that or play with that, you can easily understand what code you have. If somebody has produced a fake drug, then his code and your code would be different, so you can immediately make out that. The other things which are coming in force now is QR code. And Government of India, that is Department of Pharmaceutical and Chemicals, has already made it mandatory. For 300 top brands of the country, you have to have QR code. This is basically technology driven, and technology has given us this liberty to have this type of things, because QR code is really working well. And if you have QR code, it is easily, it can be monitored, because a mobile phone, simple mobile phone also can scan a QR code, and you can understand that where the brand is being manufactured, which location, what is the manufacturing date, entire history of the brand is given in the QR code. So these cannot be tampered so easily because your manufacturing site, your every details of the manufacturing site, everything. So normally these things cannot be copied, nor this can be tampered by anybody. What we have observed till date, because basically, all these years we have been trying to really put a halt to this kind of situation and to see that the growth is not hampered by this kind of activities. But unfortunately, every time we see that lawmaker is little lesser than the lawbreaker. Lawbreakers are always ahead of lawmakers. So I hope that this QR code can bring a solution to our problem and we can have a smooth transaction in the marketplace. And all the more, see, basically it is not that, what companies are suffering through, but it is, I would concede to the fact that it is not more of company, it is more of the patients, those who are consuming those drugs. Because patients, those who are consuming those drugs, are not consuming the right type of drugs, because most of these drugs are inferior in quality. They are lesser efficacious, as well as it can lead to any kind of situation. So it is patients those who suffer. So we are trying to educate patients across the country also that how they should look at the products. Even we are trying to, through our different channels, we are trying to educate patients, doctors, that this after this QR code has been introduced, so we are telling them that you should look at the QR code and try to verify the products which you are buying and try to see that this is coming from the company which you are expecting to buy. Okay, so this is working, this has started working, and Government of India is also supporting us a lot towards this, because this has become mandatory for the companies, those who have got top 300 brands, and that's how it is today. And we are getting a lot of supports from all external agencies also, including government and the drug departments also nowadays. And everybody is now very vigilant, and people are trying to fix this situation so that this doesn't continue forever, and we can come to a situation wherein we will be, we'll see that the entire industry is free from this kind of activities. I hope that that happens. We are looking for that brighter day going forward, and I'm sure that if that happens, more than me becoming happy, I would be very happy for people, those who will be consuming our drugs, because they will be getting the right product which they deserve to have. So I invite questions on this. If anybody has got any question, you are welcome to ask any question. ओडिया बुझी पारे ना, ओडिया कही भी पारे, ओडिया रे पढ़ा पढ़ी भी करछि। You are right, madam. आपण जोड़ा कहले सेटा ठीक, सेइतपय मु कहली जे एबे जो QR कोड आछि, this is easy to understand, because upon a mobile day ki madhya you can scan that and you can understand whether it is being manufactured where. Eta kouti manufacturing heichi, kou jagare manufacturing heichi, kou samare manufacturing heichi, ebong tar control sample achi ki nahi, e pratyek jinso apanakar QR code re achi. Tenu even a layman also can today understand by scanning that, and everybody can make out. So this QR code is going to bring a revolution in this entire activity. And I'm sure once this is introduced across, you will not see much of these activities. That's what my take is. टिके जोर रे कहबे आज्ञा एते बाटू आपण आवाज आसु नै
सर क्यूआर कोड को स्कैन करने भी लिटरेसी दरकार बहुत कष्ट भी आम साधारणतः ये जो क्यूआर कोड को स्कैन करने वी फेस्ड ए लॉट ऑफ डिफिकल्टी डोंट यू थिंक दैट द गवर्नमेंट हैज अ रोल टू प्ले टू मेक इट मोर सिंपलर जे साधारण जमती मैम पचारे साधारण गोटे कस्टमर कंज्यूमर जापर दिस इज फेक एंड दिस इज जेन्युइन
आज्ञा मुझे सत्यता कहूँ आपन को लगी पारे क्यूआर कोड बनया बहुत डिफिकल्ट बट एते डिफिकल्ट नुह कहीं हाँ it is a technically driven thing and this is basically done by people those who are digitally specialized but government एबे ताकू मैंडेटरी करिछि देखो गवर्नमेंट पाखरे सॉल्यूशन आमको दे ही गवर्नमेंट करेबो गवर्नमेंट डायरेक्टली तो किछ करि परिबो ने काना आमे प्रोडक्ट बनौछु आमे प्रोडक्ट बिकुछु तेणु आमको सेटा करिया पड़िबो एवं नाउ we are taking all possible care to put QR code in all our important brands because this is a mandatory thing from the government side also for 300 brands but as a I would say that leading company and company which has got a good practices we are trying to put our QR code in every product whatever we are going to manufacture so and QR code आमे ताकू करिउ सेटा कोनोसी कंज्यूमर को करिया दरकार नहीं बट यस यू हैव टू स्कैन दैट और स्कैनिंग करिया अगेन इट इज वेरी वेरी इजी एनीबडी कैन स्कैन इफ ही इज कैरिंग अ स्मार्टफोन एनीबडी कैन स्कैन दैट स्कैनिंग करियाटा किसी असुविधा कथा नुह किंतु आपण कोन एक्चुअली पचारतले जे गवर्नमेंट कोन हम करिवो गवर्नमेंट एथिरे मते लागेनी जे गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी मैंडेटरी तक कर देइछि गवर्नमेंट ताकू समस्त को कहिछि ताकू करिया पई एवं प्रत्येक कंपनी ताकू करूचंती आउ ताकू कॉमन लोक देखिबाटा निश्चित भाव कॉमन लोकंकर सेटा आज्ञा सेटा तो करिया पड़िबो इफ दे वांट अ जेन्युइन ड्रग देन दे हैव टू डू दैट बिकॉज देयर इज नो अदर चॉइस
गवर्नमेंट जो मेकानिजम अच्छा ड्रग इन्स्पेक्टर अच्छा नियमित भाव में जाकर चेक जदि करते सो दैट माने ए भली आसंतानी एवं आ गोटे कथा होची जो एनफोर्समेंट मेकानिजम दोज आर इंडल्जिंग इन दिस काइंड ऑफ एक्टिविटी दे मस्ट बी बुक्ड अंडर एप्रोप्रिएट लॉज that is what
you are right you are right
from government side
you are right sir I would like to say one thing that government ebe आपण ओडिसा रे देखिथिबे गवर्नमेंट बहुत तत्पर है कि आपणकर प्रत्येक जगार छापा मारी एवं अरेस्ट करिसेंती बहुत लोकों को तांको एबे आईन भाव आईनगत भाव सी कौन शास्ति पाइबे सेटा कोर्ट डिसाइड करिवो सेटा तो गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड करिवो नहीं किंतु से माने निश्चित भाव शास्ति पाइबे आउ एक्चुअली आपण जदि देखिबे ड्रग लॉ इज अ वेरी स्ट्रिंजेंट लॉ जो माने स्पूरियस फेक ड्रग को डील करूचंती they are supposed to be penalized with a very serious, there is a serious implication of that. But only thing is that there are very far and few are being caught. Now since everybody is knowing this and there is, even from every company side, it's not that only, since I work for Juventus, I'm not saying from the platform of Juventus, but I can tell you that every good company today is working towards this and everybody is trying hard to put a full stop to this because see it is not the question of how much you lose or how much you gain it is the question of trust and faith because we as manufacturer we as seller of a product in fact if we don't give a quality product to a doctor or a consumer then the trust goes down and if we are giving but somebody else is playing in between and creating that problem for us, then it's a huge problem for us. So we, from our side, we are trying our level best to see that it is being taken care. Government, so far I understand, government is taking care across the country. Let me tell you honestly, because I have seen across the country, across the country, Odisha, you all know what is happening. Across the country, everywhere, government is after this, people, those who are doing this fake activities, those who are manufacturing these fake drugs, they are after them. I don't know how long they can escape law, but I'm sure that they will be, someday caught. Nobody can escape from this anymore because now everybody is very vigilant. In the pharma companies are creating their own sales. Then your doctors are now knowing, they are very careful. Consumers are knowing, they are careful. Government is very aware of the fact that there are such people in the society, those who are creating this type of problems for consumers. So everybody together we can, really resolve this issue.
Yeah, I'm Shubhrakan Shadangi, Chairman and CEO iBooks. Thank you. Apan jo information dele, bahut badhiya information dele. Thank you, Mr. Guha. Two questions. What is your estimate of the amount of size of the counterfeit market in terms of percentage? Like if you have any. Second is, apan mention karle ki jo packaging is a very crucial thing. But I feel that it's very crucial only in cases where the product is a well-known product. Otherwise, as a like user, as a consumer of the medicines, I may not know ki kota original packaging kemiti hoji kota nuwa medicine jodi mate consume kariya achi kale. So I feel seta kote something maybe you can think. And apan jo QR code kahile, se QR code re maybe you can consider doing some gamification, something like some rewards so that not from the patient point of view, but from the company point of view, at least you get the information ki kotu mo medicine te kinili ko dokan so that apano pakhare se data asijibo kale apano maybe you can look at the fake side.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Thanks, Mr. Sadangi, for giving me this idea. I accept your idea. I will certainly work on that, and I will see that something can be done. If can be done, we will do that. Now, coming to your first point is. What is the percentage? See, honestly speaking, very difficult to ascertain the percentage because we haven't done any such exercise. But I can say you that, see, counterfeit, that, duplicate drugs is one problem. There are other issues also related to this. One is sometimes we see spurious drugs in the market, which are also fake drugs. Sometimes also we see, I would say that misbranded drugs. And misbranded, for the benefit of the audience, I would like to say that misbranding is something, like from, a very known brand, it is known by the consumers, but one letter is missing, two letters is missing. You would see everything is same, but one letter is missing from that, and that is a counterfeit product, basically, So what I mean to say is that, percentage to ascertain is very difficult, but according to me, because our industry today is huge, it is, it's a huge one. So it is now, like 1,70,000 crore. So it could be around 2 to 3% of this, max to max, okay? And packaging, as I said you, it's very, very important, sir, for a simple reason that, everybody goes to buy first a product, and every product has a packaging, okay? Because whether it is tablet, capsule, liquid, injection, everything is inside that packaging, So packaging holds the image of the brand, okay? So whether it is a known brand, unknown brand, it is immaterial, but the packaging carries the weightage of the product, right? So packaging, all these activities, when it comes to fake, the fake manufacturers, basically, they want to create a duplicate of that packaging. So that is where we have to work, So, because as I said, you as a consumer won't know what is there inside the tablet. But you can always look at a QR code, always can look at a hologram, you can always look at something, and you can always protect your interest looking at that, okay? So that is where the packaging is most important, right? So I would like to conclude here, and
just one question, last questions from this side. Hello.
Yes.
Last question, sir. We listen to you very carefully, but one thing this about the spurious drugs that is coming to the market. You never mentioned about how the regulation from technical manufacturer to the supplier, the formulations.
It's a long because
let me complete the questions. Because what is happening is most of the formulator, very small formulator, maybe some of these formulator in MSME sectors, they are getting the technicals without checking their backgrounds. The technical coming to the market, that they are able to manufacture the fake drugs with not maintaining the potency, number one. So this is the regulation, what the regulation says all about that. This is number one. Number two question is, in overseas countries, when there are any diseases, we are going to any doctors, they are giving us 3 tablets of the same, suppose 500 mg ciprofloxacin. They are giving 3 tablets for 3 days. But in India, you have to take 10 tablets. It's a very technical question, I want to understand. 10 tablets in 5 days, that 500 mg. But in foreign countries, they are in foreign countries, they give only 3 tablets of 3 days. It clear everything. But here we have to take 10 tablets of 500 mg. Is there any difference between the 500 mg manufactured in India or 500 manufactured in US?
Yeah. See, I would like to answer your second question first. Let me tell you one thing, that I haven't seen such thing happening because very honestly, I'm telling you, I spent almost 36 years in this industry. What you are saying is very difficult to really accept because doses are basically recommended either by doctor or by anybody as per the textbook. Okay? Ciprofloxacin has its own doses regimen, which is, and as per the disease, or as per the severity of the disease, the doses are being given, right? I can't imagine, that US will give you something and India will be giving you something in this similar disease. It's not possible. If somebody does that, it is absolutely wrong. It can't happen. And ciprofloxacin cannot have 3 tablets doses. No, that's what I'm saying. In any case, that should not happen, and that cannot happen. You have to check with your doctor, or today, you have got Google in everybody's hand. Check the doses. Doses are universal. Doses are not local. It's not that doses are only fixed for India. Okay? These doses are universal, global, and every doses what we give here are recommended by textbooks. It is not individual decision. Okay, that much I can tell you. Now coming to regulatory things and manufacturing, it's a long thing, let me tell you. It's not a very small topic. I can't detail, but it will take 1 hour from now. Okay, so madam will say me, okay, it's enough. So I really can't take your question now, but I can give you a very good answer to that. In leisure time, if I'm here, I can discuss that with you. Right? So with this, I thank you, everybody. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Sri Guha. Au kichi prashna hue ta rahi jaichi. You can have a conversation with Sri Guha later on in one-on-one session over tea or lunch. Definitely, fake drug is a menace for the diseased as well as for the healthy. And it's really good to see pharma companies united in their efforts to put a full stop to it. And good to see your company, Juventus Healthcare, taking the lead. Can we have a big round of applause for Sri Prakash Guha? Thank you so much, sir. That was truly enlightening. We'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, without whose support and cooperation, Foresight 2023 could not have been this special and successful. OTV Foresight 2023, co-powered by S&M Group, supported by Jindal Steel and Power Limited, co-supported by IMFA, Bharat Masala and MGM Minerals. Associate sponsors, Rufon Cement, Ashwini Hospital, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, EVOS and Vedic Group of Institutions. Participants, MCL, NALCO, JSL, Siksha, Anusandhan. Can we please have a round of applause for the sponsors and the associates? Thank you. Thank you very much.
OTV Foresight 2023 रे एबे आगो को बढ़िबार समय आमाने समस्ते गर्व करंती एठी उपस्थित थिबा सबु ओडिया गर्व करंती ओडिसा को नै ओडिसार माटी को नै सिलग्ना एवं आमर ये उपस्थित समस्ते एक अनुभव आपण मैंने समस्ते करेंगे जे समय सहित चिंताधारा केमती परिवर्तन आसी मानसिकतार केमती परिवर्तन आसी युवगोष्ठी क्षेत्र में खास करी आम जो देखा ताले बड़ परिवर्तन आसूची से परिवर्तन को पाथेय करी से आग को बढ़ुंट स्वप्न भी बड़ देखुंट हासिल करने दिगरे से अग्रसर होती किंतु जहाँ चिंतन आसी भितर जो अलग चिंतन कथा आम कहूचे से चिंतन गतानुगतिक धारा ठारू केते अलगा प्रकृत में कौन अलग आदि अलग सी केते अलग ताको विचार करिवार आवश्यकता रही। आज आम यही प्रसंग ही आम सेकेंड सेशन रे जहाँकि आंचलिक प्रसंग को आधार करी भित्ति करी आम आलोचना करवा से आम आग को बढ़िया आम सहित मंच उपर उपस्थित रे ओडिशार खूब जनाशुना ना देश में खूब ख्याति अंतर्जातीय स्तर में खूब ख्याति से भली 4 जन विशिष्ट व्यक्तित्व आम राज्यर से मंच उपर उपस्थित रे एवं ये पर्याय को परिचालना करने श्रीयुक्त विजय मल्ल को मंच को आसवाई अनुरोध करी एवं आमर अतिथि मानक आम अनुरोध करूँ साहित्यिका तथा प्रशासिका पारमिता शतपथी ओडिशा सिने जगतर सुपरस्टार सिद्धांत महापात्र अंतर्जातीय बालुका शिल्पी सुदर्शन पट्टनायक एवं साहित्यिक असित महांती ए पर्यायर आम सहित मंच उपर योगदान करने आम समस्त को स्वागत जनाऊँ एवं आम ए पर्याय को परिचालना करने श्रीयुक्त विजय मल्ल को अनुरोध करूँ से मंच रे उपस्थित रहिबे। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज।
कथा देथिलु किछि विशेष विषय उपर चिंतन हब चर्चा हब गतानुगतिक ठारू केते दूर रे केते भिन्न आजिर ओडिया याठू विशेष चर्चा कौन हो पारे विजय बाबू को अनुरोध करी मंच परिचालना करेंगे एवं यही सेशन टी को आरंभ करेंगे।
आपण मानक समस्त को नमस्कार। मु खारबलर दयाल मो पूर्वपुरुष गंगा ठारू गोदावरी पर्यंत जय करथिले। चुप गोटे साइकल गड़े गड़े नौ 10 पैसा पकेट्रे नहीं प्याच मारिया कहला मु खारबलर दायित्व पहाड़ चढ़ आकाश को छू समुद्र को पहरी जा तापर कहबो मु ओडिया। ये मंच रे बसिला बेले आज की प्राय 30 कि 35 वर्ष तले कथा प्रसंग रे प्रख्यात दार्शनिक बाग्मी हृदयानंद राय ये कथाटा मोर आज मन पड़गला। 30-35 वर्ष तले मो चैतन्य रे जो चापड़ मु खाई तार आघात दरज आज जाए भी पूरा जाइनी। भावुची आजिर ए चर्चा आलोचना पर किछिटा उपशम हब। धन्यवाद जनाऊँ प्रथमे ओटीवी को फोरसाइट रे एभली एक विषय रखिथिबारु विशेष भावे आपण मानक समस्त को जो मैंने आग्रह सहित यही सेशन को अपेक्षा करिसंती। आजिर प्रसंग होउची आजिर ओडिया गतानुगतिक धारा ठारू केते अलगा। गतानुगतिक धारा रे ओडिया माने कौन भावुथिले निजको परिचय दबाकू जाई कौन कहूथिले एवं आज ओडियाए सही परिचय रे बांधी रहिचंती ना नुआ परिचय तैयारी करिसंती। आपण माने समस्ते जानिचंती आमर जो बरेण्य आलोचक माने अछंती से माने निज निज क्षेत्र रे बेस प्रतिष्ठित। डाणे रे अछंती डॉक्टर असित महांती विशिष्ट गवेषक सत्य प्रकाश करुथिबा गवेषक सुसाहित्यिक केंद्र साहित्य एकाडेमी द्वारा पुरस्कार प्राप्त। मो पाखरे अछंती डॉक्टर पारमिता शतपथी ओडिशार एकमात्र प्रशासिका साहित्यिका जे केंद्र साहित्य एकाडेमी पुरस्कार पाइछंती। उभय प्रशासन एवं साहित्य क्षेत्र में तांकर परिचिति। सिद्धांत महापात्र जहाँ परिचय दरकार नहीं विशिष्ट अभिनेता एवं पूर्वतन सांसद एवं समुद्र रे डोर बांधी बाली रे स्वप्नर आकाश देखुवा सुदर्शन पट्टनायक पद्मश्री समस्त को पुणी थे स्वागत जनाऊँ। आम हाथ में आउ प्राय 55 मिनिट तार भितर आम आलोचना को सारू। मु आरंभ करी असित महांती पाखु ओडिया मु जड़े ओडिया ये कथा कहले आम प्रथम कौन बुझा मु ओडिया ये कथाटा जो मुझे कहूँ से मुझे कौन भावुँ
ओडिया आमर भाषा ओडिया आमर संस्कृति ओडिया आमर परिचिति कुहागला अतीत कथा कहवा नहीं कारण से गतानुगतिक धारा किंतु भित्ति नथिले इमारत संभव नुहे तेणु भित्तिटा हूँ गतानुगतिक धारा आमर ऐतिह्य तारी उपरे आमे ठिया हवा एवं आगामी कथा कहवा यही हूँ आजिर ओडिया पई वांछनीय किंतु जहाँ मूलरू सूचना दि जाउथला नुआ पीढ़ी केमती देखुंट नुआ पीढ़ी तो भविष्यत किंतु लक्ष्य करा जाउची अतीत ऐतिह्य जहाँ उपरे जातिर परिचिति ठिया है नुआ पीढ़ी केमिति के जानी ताठू टिके विच्युत होउचंती सेती मात्रे अतीत सहित जोड़ी हो नाहांती आ पछरे गुरुत्वपूर्ण कथा होची आमर जहाँ पाठ्यक्रम रखा जाइछि सेथिरे ओडिशा को नुआ पीढ़ी पाखे परिचित करने पिलादिन ठूँ कौन व्यवस्था नहीं जेपर्यंत मूलरू से कथाटी नही जो नुआ पीढ़ी आगुक आगुक आसवे से अतीत ऐतिह्य ठारू विच्छिन्न हेबे जहाँफल से ओडिशार भित्ति जहाँ उपर आमर परिचिति ठिया होती ताकू छाड़िकी आउ गोटे कौन नुआ परिचिति खोजे जार आमर मूल सहित कौन संपर्क नथिबो यही प्रकार गोटे विपज्जनक धारा आसूची से बाबद आमको से आह्वान को सम्मुखीन होगा पड़ो कारण से मैंने ओडिया ही रही ना ओडिशा सहित जोड़ी होकर रही ना ये गोटे नेगेटिव नकारात्मक कथारू ये आलोचना मु आरंभ करने गोटे सूत्र देली अच्छे नकारात्मकतार आलोचना न कले सकारात्मकता कथा आदौ आसपर ना
तो असिदेवंकर कहवा कथा है जे बदलुची ओडिया माने बदलुचंती किंतु से माने ओडिया ओडिशा को चिन्हुनी बा ओडिया को भी चिन्हुनी से गोटे नुआ परिचय भितर बांधि होगा जाऊँगी या सहित आपण एकमत हेबे सुदर्शन बाबू
निश्चिंत भाव में केते मात्रा रे आमे भूली जाऊँ जे आमर निजर अस्मिता एवं बहु क्षेत्र में देखा मिलूँ बर्तमान जोटा आशीष सार कहले मुझे सहमत
बहु मात्रा भूली जाऊे
नमस्कार भूली जावा कथा को जतबले कुहाजिब सेतबले प्रथमे सर जमती कहले जे अतीत को आमे एठी चर्चा रे आनिबानी किंतु अतीत को छाड़िकी वर्तमान कौठू आसला और वर्तमान को छाड़िकी भविष्य को केमती जीवा तेणुक कौटि ना कौटि अतीतटा जदि स्मृति होकि रहिबो ताहले मु वर्तमान रे ठिया हिची एंड वर्तमान रे जदि मु ठीक भाव रे ठिया हिची ताहले मु भविष्यतर पंथा निर्धारण करि परिबी तेणुक जदि आमर ऐतिह्य को आमे छाड़ीदेबा आम भाषा को जदि छाड़ीदेबा जो प्रश्न आपण सार को पचारुले ताले मु तो कहिबी जे मो देशर प्रथम राज्य भाषा भित्तिक राज्य होची मो राज्य ताकू मु केमती छाड़ीदेवी मते कहतु से समय को मु केमती छाड़ीदेवी जदि मो भाषा को कह ये गोटे शास्त्रीय भाषार मान्यता पाई ताले मु ताकू केमती छाड़ीदेवी मते कहतु तेणुक जो संस्कृतिर कथा कह जाए जोठी प्रणाम बा नमस्कार आरंभ होतला आजिकल सकाळू देखला बेलू से जगार गोटे एमती इमोजी आपणकर कहते सहीटा आसीगला आम नमस्कारटा को बा प्रणाम को बा दंडवत को आम सीमित कर सारे हाथ जोड़ार गोटे चिन्ह भितर जदि भल होती मो पाखे से प्रकार इमोशन नाही मो पाखे कहवाई जे एटा भल होती मु गोटे थम्सअप करके देखो मत भल लगे तो धीरे धीरे आम सांकेतिक भाषा आड़ को पलि जाऊे सतरे कौन आम पाखे मो पाखे प्रश्न जे युवपीढ़ी पाखे सतरे 24 घंटा को वर्णना करने मो पाखे मात्र 24 घंटा समय या मु कहिबी ना मो पाखे
24 घंटार समय अच्छी मु जहाँ चाहिए करें ये प्रश्न युव समाज पाखे आसवा दरकार।
ये प्रश्न तो किसी किसी युवकों भितर आसूची बोली हुए तो किसी ओडिया युवक आजिकल नुआ नुआ कथा करूछंती घटाउछंती किंतु आमे जो प्रसंगर थिले जे ओडिया अस्मिता कथा कहउतला इतिहास कथा कहउतला परंपरार कथा कहउतला मु जदि कहबे आपण मो सहित केते दूर एकमत हेबे कि न हेबे ग्रीक इत्यादि रे गणतंत्र आसीबा पूर्वरु ओडिशा रे प्रथम गणतंत्र प्रतिष्ठा होता ओडिया भावे से मोर अस्मिता उदाहरण टी कौन ना जिते बड़े इंद्रद्युम्न को पचारे जे तुम कि वर मागुच माग सी कहले जे मो वंशरे कहीं न रहू जी कह देउल मो बापा की अजा तैयारी करिछि ये देउलर श्रेय साधारण जनतांकर साधारणतंत्र प्रथम उद्घोषणा यही माटी होता ये हूँ मोर अस्मिता किंतु से अस्मिता को मुझे केते प्रचारित करि परिछि ना ताको भूली जाइछि ना जानिकरी मध्य अणदेखा करिछि अनेक वर्ष धरी आमे ओडिया कहले आम निजको परिचित कराउथिले जे मु जगन्नाथंकर देशर संतान मो राज्य रे कोणार्क रे पथर रे कविता लिखाई ये दुईटी आमर परिचय थिला मुख्यतः ता परे परे जो आधुनिक समय आसीची आमे हुए तो एमती दोषकी अच्छे कि जे अतीत को भूली जावाक बसीचे नुआ परिचय तैयारी करने को चेष्टा करुचे ता भितर आमे निजे मध्य गोटे द्वंद्व अच्छे मु कौ ओडियाटी केमिति एमती किसी आशंका आपण देखुछंती कि
जेतेबेले मु 1987 रे JNU जाइथिली पढ़िबा पई मते मोर हॉस्टेल ले सांग साथी को बुझेवा को पड़िला ओडिशा कोठी 1987 मसिया से माने कहले मु तांको मानचित्र गोटे तैयारी कली मो हाथ रे आबड़ा खाबड़ा करी कहली ओडिशा एठी मु भुवनेश्वर कटक संबलपुर सब टिके टिके डॉट दे की तांको चिन्हैली से माने बुझिले जे कलिकता तळुकू विशाखापट्टनम उपरकू समुद्र आ मु पूरी जगन्नाथंक कथा कहला बेलकू से माने बुझिले किंतु मु भाबुचे तापरे आमे गोटे लंबा रास्ता चलिकी आसीचु ओडिशा विभिन्न क्षेत्र रे निजको प्रतिपादित करि परिछि कहवा बाहुल्य विजय बाबू कहले को क्षेत्र रे आमे माने उत्कर्ष प्रतिपादित करिछु तेबे मते लागुछि जे केते गुडे मान्यक अछि जहाँ आमे भाविबा जे सतरे आमे स्टीरियोटाइप बा गतानुगतिका धारा ठारू केमिति अलगा हलु आमे माने आह्वानर केमिति मुकाबिला करूछु समस्यार और अभियोगर कौन करुचु समस्यार समाधान करुचु अभियोग को दूर करने को चाहूँ बा से गोली घाटी रहा चाहूँ परिस्थिति को निरीक्षण करिवार मनोदृष्टि कौन आमर से उदारता एक विस्तृत मनोभाव नहीं आमे ताकू देखुचु ना एक जजमेंटल पक्षपाती दृष्टि नहीं कि ताकू देखुचु निरपेक्ष होई पारुना एमिति केते प्रकार कुप्रथा कुसंस्कार अंधविश्वास अच्छी जितेबाला आम कहूचे ओडिया खाली तो आम जो माने क्रीम ऑफ द सोसाइटी कि उपरस्तर लोक नुहंती समस्त को लेकिन सामूहिक भाव में आम ओडिया जाति एवं ओडिया भाषाभाषी बोली गर्व करवा कथा आम से कुसंस्कार अंधविश्वास कुप्रथा अविश्वास को केमिति दूर कर पारछु आम अपारंपरिक भाव में आमर अवदान कौन सामूहिक भाव में आमर अवदान कौन जीवन को समाज को आम ओडिया भाव में परस्पर को मर्यादा दौछु कि नहीं एवं आम भारत एवं विश्व मानचित्र रे आमर स्थान कोठी मते लगुच आम मान भितर यही प्रश्न गुड़ाक बारंबार उच्चारित हेले एवं आर उत्तर आम खोजिले आम भाभी परिबा जे आम जो स्तर रे अच्छे से स्तर ऊपर को केमती जीवा कहवा बाहुल्य इंडिविजुअल व्यक्तिगत भाव में अनेक ओडिया बहुत ऊपर को जाइछंती सामूहिक भाव में किंतु समस्त को नहीं यही भाषाभित्तिक राज्यर भौगोलिक सीमाबद्धतारू बाहरी समस्त को नहीं केमिति आम ऊपर को जीवा से ता होची आम पई वर्तमान गोटे सबुठु बड़ आह्वान बोली मु विश्वास करे
आपण को यही प्रसंग रे जेहेतु कथाटी आरंभ करिसंती पचारिबो चाहिबी जहाँ सिद्धांत महापात्र कहते जे आम भाषा होची भारतवर्षर प्रथम भाषा आर्य भाषा जी शास्त्रीय मान्यता पाइला एवं भारतवर्षर प्रथम राज्य जहाँ भाषा भित्तिर तैयारी होता मान्यता पाई किंतु आपण जड़े विशिष्ट कथाशिल्पी आपण निजे सतटी कहे आम ज्ञानपीठ पुरस्कार पाचु सरस्वती सम्मान पाचु विभिन्न कथार आम साहित्य सब अनुवादित होउछि बोली आम खबर कागज पढ़ुचु किंतु सतरे आम भाषा उपरकू जाइछि ना व्यक्तिगत भाव किसी सफलता मिली साहित्यिक केवल आगक जाइछन्ति ना ओडिया भाषा ओडिया साहित्यटा भारत को भारत बाहर को जाई परिछि
देखंतु साहित्य साधना तो गोटे इंडिविजुअल प्रोसेस व्यक्तिगत उद्यम किंतु पाठक माने व्यक्तिगत नुहंती पाठक होची आमर अत्यंत विस्तारित आमर जो भाषा एते प्राचीन हेले मध्य भौगोलिक सीमाबद्धतार बहुत बेसी बाहर आगु जापारि नथिला कहीं ना जेनेराली हिंदी भाषाभाषी देखंतु एते गुडे राज्य आउ दक्षिण भारत में से समस्ते 3टा 4टा भाषा जानती जड़े मालयाली से कन्नड़ पढ़ी पारे बुझीपारे तमिल बुझीपारे किंतु समहाउ आमे माने बेंगली हिंदी किसी बुझू किंतु आम भाषा को मोर जहाँ हृदबोध होइछि बहुत वर्ष धरी मु ओडिशा बाहर रही एवं विभिन्न साहित्यिक संपादन रे जोग दउछि जे आम भाषा को बुझीबा को सेमानकु असुविधा होछि किंतु मु देखुछि विगत 10-15-20 वर्ष धरी ओडिया भाषा एवं साहित्य प्रति एक प्रकार आदर देखा जाउछि पूरा भारत रे अनुवाद तार गोटे बहुत गुरुत्वपूर्ण अंग एवं आमे माने धर मु मो कथा कहबी कहती क्रिटिक माने बसिचंदी असित बाबू जे मु बोधे कौन टिके नियारा ढंगर लेखे मु निजे जाननी मु कौन लेखे मु मनु मनु लेखे जहाँ लिखिकी हो जाए तो मोर किंतु लेखिला बेले टिके द्विधा रहे जे आकु ओडिया पाठक ग्रहण करिवे कि नाही किंतु मोर ये समस्त द्वंद्वर शेष घटी ओडिया पाठक सबुले मते विपुल पाठकीय प्रतिक्रिया मते मिली तेणु ओडिया साहित्यिक साहित्य एवं रसगाही जे उत्तीर्ण एथरे कौनसी संदेह नहीं आप मन माने जानती
ओडिया साहित्य उन्नत साहित्य एथरे कौनसी द्विधा नहीं बा कहीं मना करिवे नहीं आम महाभारत सारला दास महाभारत हूँ सबुठ विशाल महाभारत संस्कृत महाभारत पर बहु भाषा महाभारत लिखाई किंतु सारला दास महाभारत सबुठ विशाल सबुठ सुंदर भागवत हूँ जगन्नाथ दास भागवत किंतु आमर दुर्भाग्य हूँ आम जो भीम बहु को मन पकाऊ से जातिसंघर गेट्रे मो जीवन पर से नरके पड़ी था जगत उद्धार हो ये कथा कहीदे संतुष्ट हो जाऊ तापर असित बाबू पचारि जे ओडिया साहित्य को ओडिया साहित्यर से मर्यादा को से सामर्थ्य को से सौंदर्य को आमे बाहर पहुँचाइबा केते चेष्टा करिचे कि
भीम भोईंकर कवितार पद प्राणीक आरत दुख अपर्बित देखु देखु केवा सहु मो जीवन पछे नरके पड़ी था जगत उद्धार हो जातिसंघ फाटक लिखाई कि लिखाई मु अति स्पष्ट भाव कह चाहे यह गोटे मिथ एथिरे कौनसी सत्यता नहीं ये कथाटी कहीं उठी गोटे मिनिट भितर कहीदेवा दरकार जेहेतु प्रसंग उठी गोटे समय जिते केन्द्र में साहित्य एकाडेमी गठित है सेतबले विभिन्न भाषा रे श्रेष्ठ गोटे पंक्ति बाछापी कहगला से समय मुख्यमंत्री मानक चिठी लिखागला एवं ओडिशार मुख्यमंत्री हरेकृष्ण महताब को चिठी लिखागला हरेकृष्ण महताब से दायित्वटी मायाधर मानसिंह देले ओडिया साहित्यर विशिष्ट कवि सी खोजी खोजी से पदटी बाछिले तार इंग्रेजी रेंडरिंग करी पठेले ताहा जातिसंघर कौन ठारे लेखा नहीं कौन फलक लेखा नहीं किंतु ताहा ओडिया साहित्यर गोटे श्रेष्ठ पद भीम भोईंकर से पदटी को भीम भोई को अंतर्जातिक स्तर में परिचित करने आम कौन उद्यम करिछु प्रश्न से
भीम भोई को ओडिया साहित्य
ओडिया साहित्य भीम भोई गोटे उदाहरण सुदर्शन पट्टनायक अच्छी सहित घनिष्ठ संपर्क रसगोला जो वर्ष विवाद सृष्टि है से प्रथम करी बालुका कला रसगोला दिवस जो दिन पुरी रे आम पालन कलु सी गोटे बालुका कला कले से अंतर्जातिक से गोटे बालुका कला कले अंतर्जातिक स्तर में से पहुँचुची सी के भीम भोई की नहीं गोटे बालुका कला करी भीम भोई के परिचित कर मु जानी हुए तो मोर स्मरण में ना कर जानी मुझे किंतु करवा जदि करना करवा दरकार तेणु विभिन्न सुरेन्द्र महांतीकर शतवार्षिकी चलती जगन्नाथ को नहीं 3टी उपन्यास केवल सुरेन्द्र महांती लिखिं नीलशैल नीलाद्रि विजय कृष्णवेणी संध्या तांका शतवार्षिकी वर्ष में आम परिचित कर बालुका कला माध्यम सिद्धांत महापात्र अच्छा नीलशैल सिनेमा करने गोटे उद्यम होता ताहा सफल है ना तेणु बहुत विफलता आम अच्छी आम जेपरी भाव में विभिन्न भाषार हिंदी रे हम ता सहित इंग्राजी रे मध्य से सिनेमाटी तैयारी होकरी प्रदर्शित हम जगन्नाथ ऐतिह्य संस्कृति परंपरा जोड़ी हम ये मोर दीर्घ हो जाऊँगी तथा 2 मिनिट कहीदिए इंद्रद्युम्न कथा उठुला जगन्नाथ कथा उठुला पथर कविता कोणार कथा विजयमल्ल कहते जगन्नाथ जर्मनी रे जड़े विशिष्ट ओडिया अच्छा आमर सी सब अहरह ओडिशा सहित संपर्क रखि था जितेबाला रथ यात्रा हम टीवी रे लाइव टेलीकास्ट हम सी गोटे फोन करेंगे ये जर्मनी लोक मैंने कहते गोटे कंढईटा को धरी कौन एत उत्साह कर कौन ओडिशा वाला किसी काम ना किंतु आमको जगन्नाथ कथाटा बुझे पारि ना एपर्यंत मु खाली गोटे उदाहरण संक्षेप देवी जो इंद्रद्युम्न मालव देश छाड़ी चली आसिले जगन्नाथ ओडिशा रे आसी रहिले सहस्र समेत यज्ञ कले स्वप्न गोटे महादधि में दारू भासी आसला से 4 मूर्ति तीरे है विश्वकर्मा बा निजे विष्णु बा भगवान निजे आज निजर मूर्ति तैयारी कले अधागढ़ा रहीगला किंवदंती प्रचारित कर दिखाई गुंडीचा राणी थे से कहले 21 दिन कहीं कबाट खोलबनी से 14 दिन खोलिए अधागढ़ा ही रहीगले ताहा कौन सत्य कि सत्य हूँ जिते संक्षेप कह चेष्टा करुच्ची जेतबले प्रश्न उठिला जी निराकार जहाँकर कौन आकार नहीं तांको साकार भाव तैयारी करने गोटे आह्वान आसला ए जाति सी निराकार तांकर कौन तैयारी हो पार नहीं मूर्ति तांकर न तस्य प्रतिमा अस्ति तांकर प्रतिमा नहीं बोली कहुची वेद इत्यादि किंतु तांको प्रतिमा करिवो से आह्वान यही जातिर शिल्पी ग्रहण कला एपरी गोटे मूर्ति तैयारी कला जी एकाधारे साकार एवं एकाधारे निराकार ये हूँ पृथ्वीर सर्वश्रेष्ठ कला केवल यही जातिर शिल्पी सी भगवान हूँ बा जेकोसी शिल्पी हूँ करी आउ कहीं करना जी एकाधारे मूर्ति एवं एकाधारे निराकार एकाधारे साकार निराकार पृथ्वीर श्रेष्ठ कला आम जगन्नाथ को धर्म छाड़ी दिंतु रथयात्रा उत्सव छाड़ी दिंतु केवल गोटे कलाकृति भाव में यही तत्वटी को नहीं आम विश्व में परिचित करूँ यहीटा कले आमर गतानुगतिक परिचिति सहित से ही परिचिति को नहीं गोटे नुआ परिचिति सृष्टि हम
आपणकर कहवा कथा जे आम जो ढंग आमर जो संपत्ति अच्छी ताको परिचित करई पारेने आपण को पचारुले सुदर्शन बाबू को जे आपण भीम भाई संपर्क कर नहीं बालुका कला आम सब खबर कागज में देखुचु छवि सुदर्शन पट्टनायक बालुका कला कले या हकी कले ध्यानचंद कले इत्यादि कले किंतु सुदर्शन पट्टनायक ये बालुका कला प्रति आकर्षणटा आरंभ होता बलराम दास से रथ टଣା कहानी बाली से जाई रथ कले तो आपण को बालुका कला माध्यम से बलराम दास हूँ जगन्नाथ दास हूँ पुरीर संस्कृति हो आपको आपड़ केते प्रचारित कर भावुं विश्व बा भारत वर्ष
नहीं निश्चिंत भाव में मु सब चेष्टा कर आमर परंपरा एवं संस्कृति को लेकर बालुका चित्र करने एवं विशेषकर मो जहाँ आशीष सार कहले मु ऑलरेडी स्कल्पचर 2 थर करी पूरी बेलाभूमि रे एवं ता सहित जमती रसगोला दिवस उपरे जेतले मु जानिबा को पाइली जे प्रकृत रे आमर ओडिया संस्कृति एवं परंपरा सहित जड़ित तेणुकरी मु बालुका चित्रकला करी एवं मु चेष्टा करे जे जड़े शिल्पी हिसाब रे मो समस्ते सबू दिगरे चेष्टा करवा दरकार जे आमर जो संस्कृति और परंपरा अच्छी ताको केमती आमे बंचेकी रखी परिबा जमती
नहीं मोर आमर प्रश्नटा हूँ आम संस्कृति परंपरा ओडिशा भितर बंचिक अच्छी आम जाचु किंतु आम ये कथा कहीं आम आलोचना कले साहित्य बा संस्कृति की आसूचे गोटे जातिर परिचय बा तार अस्मिता क्या निर्भर करुच्ची जयदेव बाबू पंजाबी पिंधिले कि पैंट सार्ट पिंधिले से ओडिया बोली परिचित हेबेनी आम भाषा आम संस्कृति आम ऐतिह्य आम अर्थनीति एवं आम समाज ताही आमको भिन्न करी अनठू चिन्हब बा आमर मर्यादा अन्य पाखे उपस्थापित करिब से संस्कृतिर गोटे अंग है बड़ अंग हूँ कला जो थे आप कार्य करुँच खाली निजे शिल्पी भाव काम करूना ओडिशा ललित कला एकेडेमी दायित्व में अच्छा सेठी अन्य चित्रकला जहाँ रही चारुकला इत्यादि तेणु आमको आम परिचित करवा बाहर आमर दीननाथ पाठी केंद्रीय ललित कला एकाडेमी संपादक हो गले आम एतिक खुशी हो गलु तापर आम शिल्पी जाकि बाहर छिड़ा हे आम शिल्पी शिल्पकला जो थे ओडिशा प्रतिफलित होउथबो ताको सारा विश्व देखुथिबो एवं से शिल्पीर मर्यादा बढ़ुथिबो सेठी आमर गोटे अस्मिता तैयारी हबो तैयारी होबा पई सुजोग तैयारी हबो ये सब हेई पारुछि कि
नहीं निश्चित भाव रे मु तो जितबळे बालुका चित्रकला करवा परे एवं सही समय ये पर मुझे विदेश रे जाइए देखिली जे प्रकृत रे आमर जो ओन आर्ट फॉर्म अच्छी तो कोठी ना कोठी आम पाखे टी अभाव थिला जे आमे ताकू प्रॉपर एग्जिबिट करि पार नथलु जेमती एबे मु जानी सेतबळे तो गोटे राष्ट्रीय ललित कला एकेडमी आर्ट गैलरी थिला एवं जो गैलरी सब क्रिएट कराइतला एवं प्राइवेटली कराउतला ताकू मेंटेन करिया डिफिकल्ट थिला तो मुझे भाविली जे कोरापुट रे जने शिल्पी जदि तार पेंटिंग करुच्ची कि गोटे पिलाटे भल पेंटिंग करुच्ची सी ता आर्ट टी कौटी एग्जिबिशन करिवो से कौन प्रकृत में भुवनेश्वर दौड़ी आसिक ये गोटे एग्जिबिशन करा पाखे केते डिफिकल्ट जदि संबलपुर रे जने शिल्पी पेंटिंग करुच्ची से तापाई केते संभव से आसिक ये एग्जिबिशन करने तो कहीं जदि आम प्रत्येक सहर रे गोटे स्टेज टी पाई पारुचे आम गोटे परफॉर्मेंस करने गोटे आर्टिस्ट पाई तार कोठी भी प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं ता कला को सी एग्जिबिट करने एवं विशेषकर वर्तमान समय आमर जो युवपीढ़ी मैंने जी डिजिटलाइज यूज करुँच मोबाइल अधिक समय कर बहुत कम पिला देखा मिलूँ जो मैंने बसिक पेंटिंग करवा तो पेंटिंग कलापर देखिले तो निश्चित भाव में एप्रिसिएसन मिल सी आहरी जहाँकि मो क्षेत्र रही मु जड़े बालुका शिल्पी होकर मोर आर्ट डेभलपर मुख्य कारण हूँ पर्यटक जदि पर्यटक मत न देखिकी मत प्रशंसा न करते हे तो मुझे एत आग को जाए मो पक्षे कष्ट कर तो आर्टिस्ट तार सबुठ बड़ प्लाटफर्म हूँ आर्ट को एग्जिबिट केमती कर तो से भाविली जे प्रत्येक जिले में गोटे गोटे आर्ट गैलरी हवा कथा जमती भाव में प्रत्येक जिले में गोटे गोटे स्टेडियम रही कि प्रत्येक जिले में गोटे गोटे मंडप रही जो कल्चरल प्रोग्राम किंतु से आम भारत वर्ष भी प्राय केवल बड़ सहर मानक आर्ट गैलरी अच्छी किंतु छोट सहर रे कोठी भी प्राय नहीं एवं आमर पिला माने केवल जोटी कल्चरल प्रोग्राम होतो सेठी कंटा बाड़ेकरी गोटे बाहर केवल टांगिया बिना और किसी न थाए तो से आजिका समय रे आपण जे देखिए आम प्राय 8टी आर्ट गैलरी होती कहीं आर्ट गैलरी सेमती किसी बड़ ये नाला बट मो कह माने से चेष्टाटा कोठी ना कोठी करिवार बहुत आवश्यक रही सबु सहर पाई भारत वर्षर
बर्तमान आपन कहवा कथा जे ओडिसा रे गोटे भित्तभूमि धीरे धीरे तैयारी होउची आर्ट पई
नहीं तैयारी हेची सर
किंतु से परिवर्तनटा बोध हुए हेनी बहु वर्ष तले आम आर्टिस्ट माने जो माने ओडिसा रे भाबुथिले जे मु आर्ट करी चली परिबि नाही बंची परिबि नाही पेट पोषी परिबि नाही कि आर्ट छाड़ी दउथला किए ओडिशा छाड़ी बाहर को चली जाउथला एबे भी ओडिशा छाड़ी बाहर अनेक ओडिया शिल्पी अछंती किंतु से माने तांकर व्यक्तिगत कथारे जहाँ अछंती ओडिशाटा को परिचित करने से विशेष भूमिका हुए तो नहीं पारि नाहांती पर्यंत जदि आम सत कहवा तथापि किछिटा परिवर्तन आसुची एवं से आपन को धन्यवाद संस्कृति को नहीं आम पहुँचे आम परिचय तैयारी करार कथा पड़ी आपन तो एते वर्ष धरी सिनेमा कार्य करिसेंती खाली अभिनेता भाव काम करना सुपरस्टार होना आपणकर गोटे कथार मध्य मूल्य थाए जे सिद्धांत ये कथा कहते माने प्रयोजक मानती अनेक समय विभिन्न ढंग से आम ओडिशा को नहीं बाहर उपस्थापित करवा आम परिचय तैयारी करवा ता भितर सिनेमा हूँ सबुठ गोटे बड़ शक्तिशाली माध्यम जमती आम देखा सांप्रतिक समय भारत वर्षर विभिन्न प्रांतर विशेष हिरो माने नायक हूँ नायिका हूँ माने ऐतिहासिक नायक नायिका से मंगल पांडे हूँ बा आधुनिक कालर धोनी बा सचिन तेंदुलकर हूँ तांको लेकर जो सिनेमा तैयारी होती द्वारा से राज्यर इतिहास लोक भारत वर्ष जानला से व्यक्तित्व को चिन्हला ओडिशा रे सेमती कम बड़ बड़ विप्लवी कम बड़ बड़ विद्वान एम सब न अभाव नहांती बक्सी जगबंधु हूँ बा खारबल हूँ बा आधुनिक कालर कहीं ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ ତାଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକରି ଆମେ କାହିଁକି ସିନେମା କରିପାରିଲେନି ତାଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକରି ଆମେ କାହିଁକି ବାହାରେ ପ୍ରଚାରିତ କରିପାରିଲେନି ସିନେମା ମାଧ୍ୟମରେ
এইটা ମୁଁ ତ କହିବି ଯେ ତା ପାଇଁ ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଯଦି କିଏ ଦାୟୀ ହେଇଥାଏ ତାହେଲେ ଆମେ ହିଁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଦାୟୀ ଏବଂ କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଆମର ମାନସିକତା ଆମେ ଆମେ ଯଦି ଚଳଚ୍ଚିତ୍ର ଶିଳ୍ପ କଥା କହିବେ ତାହେଲେ ଆମର ଏଇଠି ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଯଦି ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ କିଏ କମ୍ପିଟିଟର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷାର ଥାଏ ସେ ହେଉଛି ହିନ୍ଦୀ ଏବଂ ଯାହା ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଆମେ କମ୍ପିଟ୍ କରୁଛୁ ଆମେ ଯଦି ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଭାଷାକୁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଆଡପ୍ଟ କରୁଛୁ ଆମର ଗୀତ ବହୁତ ଜଣ ଆସିକି ଆମକୁ ଦର୍ଶକ ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ନର୍ମାଲି ଯେଉଁ ସାଧାରଣ ଜନସାଧାରଣ ବି ଆସନ୍ତି ସେମାନେ କହିବେ ଆମକୁ 60 ଦଶକ 70 ଦଶକର ଗୀତ ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଥିଲା 80 ଦଶକର 90 ଦଶକର ଗୀତ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଥିଲା ସେ କାହାଣୀ ଭଲ ଲାଗୁଥିଲା ଏବେ କାହିଁକି ସେ ଗୀତଟା ଭଲ ଲାଗୁନି ଏବେ ଗୀତ ହେଉଛି କିନ୍ତୁ ଗୀତ ଭିତରୁ ତା ଆତ୍ମାଟା ବାହାରି ଯାଇଛି ସେ ଆତ୍ମାଟା ହେଉଛି ଭାଷା ଯେଉଁଟାକି ଆମକୁ ଗୋଟେ ଜାଗାରେ ବାନ୍ଧିକି ରଖିଛି ସେ ଜାଗାରେ ସେ ଭାଷାକୁ ଆମେ କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଛାଡ଼ି ଦେଇଛେ ଯଦି ସେ ମୁଁ ସେଇଟାକୁ ଆସୁଛି ଏକ୍ଜାକ୍ଟଲି ମୁଁ ଆସୁଛି ସେଠିକି ଯେତେବେଳେ ସେ ମୌଳିକ ଭାଷାକୁ ଆମେ ଛାଡ଼ି ଦେଉଛେ ସେ ଜାଗାରେ ମୁଁ କେମିତି ମନେ ପକାଇବି ସେ ଜାଗାରେ ବକ୍ସି ଜଗବନ୍ଧୁଙ୍କୁ ଖାରବେଳଙ୍କୁ ଚାଖି ଖୁଣ୍ଟିଆଙ୍କୁ ବାଜି ରାଉତକୁ ମୁଁ କେମିତି ମନେ ପକାଇବି ମୁଁ ମନେ ପକାଇବି ସେଠି କ'ଣ ଗୋଟେ ସିନେମା ହେଇଥିଲା ସେ ସିନେମାକୁ ମୁଁ ଏଇଠି କେମିତି ମୋ ଭାଷାରେ ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଟାଣି ଟୁଣିକି ମୁଁ ତ ଲେଖିବିନି ମୁଁ ତାକୁ ଅନୁବାଦକୁ ଚାଲି ଆସିଲି ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେସନକୁ ମୁଁ ଚାଲି ଆସିଲି ଆପଣ ବି ଜଣେ ଲେଖକ କେତେବେଳେ କେତେବେଳେ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ବି କାହାଣୀ ପହଞ୍ଚିଥିବ ଯେ ଅନ୍ୟ ଭାଷାର ଗୋଟେ ସିଡ଼ି ଆସିଥିବ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଦିଆଯିବ ବିଜୟ ବାବୁ ଏଇଟାକୁ ଟିକେ ଅନୁବାଦ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ଭାବନ୍ତୁ ଛାତିରେ ପଥର ରଖିକି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଆପଣ କ'ଣ ଉତ୍ତର ଦେଇଥିବେ ତେଣୁକରି କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଆମର ସେ ଐତିହ୍ୟ ଅଛି ରହିବ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମ ଭିତରେ ଯେଉଁ ହୀନମନ୍ୟତା ରହିଛି ଯେ ମୋ ଭାଷାକୁ ନେଇକି ମୁଁ ବାହାରେ ଦୁଇପଦ କହିଲେ କାଳେ ଆମକୁ କିଏ ଛୋଟ କରିଦେବ ସେଇ ଜାଗାରେ ମୋର ଐତିହ୍ୟ ଅଛି କ'ଣ ମୋ ପାଖରେ କିନ୍ତୁ କେବେ ଯଦି ଖୋଜିବାକୁ ଚେଷ୍ଟା କରିବେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସାମ୍ପ୍ରତିକ ପରିସ୍ଥିତିରେ ଗୋଟେ ସମୟ ଥିଲା ଗୋଟେ ଉଦାହରଣ ଦେବି ସେ ସମୟରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଆମର ଯେଉଁ ଓମେନ୍ସ ଫୁଟବଲ ଟିମ୍ ଏତେ ବଡ଼ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ସେ ଗୋଟେ ଉଦାହରଣ ଯେ ଯାହାର ସ୍ଥିତି ନଥିଲା ଖୋଖୋ ଖେଳାଳିମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆଣିକି ଗୋଟେ ଫୁଟବଲ ଟିମ୍ କରିକି ଗୋଟେ ଏମିତି ପଠାଇଦେବା ଯିବା ଏବଂ ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଦେଶରେ ନ୍ୟାସନାଲ ଚାମ୍ପିୟନ୍ ହେଇକି ସେମାନେ ଆସିବା ଏଇଟା କ'ଣ ଛୋଟ କଥା ଥିଲା ଯଦି ଆଜି ଜଣେ ମହିଳା ଆମର ଶ୍ରୀୟଙ୍କା ଷଡ଼ଙ୍ଗୀ ଯଦି ଯାଇକି 50 ମିଟର ରାଇଫଲରେ ଯଦି କମ୍ପିଟ୍ କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏଇଟା କ'ଣ ଆମ ପାଇଁ ବିଫଳତା କହିବା ଏଇଟା କି କୋରାପୁଟରେ ଜଣେ ଭାଇ ଅଛି ଆପଣମାନେ ବିଶ୍ୱାସ କରିବେନି 10,000 ଗୀତ ଦେଶିଆ ଭାଷାରେ ସେ ତାଙ୍କର ବୟସ ବୋଧେ 20-22 ବର୍ଷ କି 25 ବର୍ଷ ଭିତରେ ହେବ 10,000 ଗୀତ ସିଏ ନିଜେ ଲିଖିଛନ୍ତି ନିଜେ କମ୍ପୋଜ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏବଂ ନିଜେ ଗାଇଛନ୍ତି ଏଇଟା ଆମ ପାଇଁ ସମ୍ମାନର କଥା ନୁହେଁ ତେଣୁକରି କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ମୋ ମନ ଭିତରେ ସେ ଆଗ୍ରହଟା ରହିବା ଦରକାର ମୋର ଭାଷା ମୋର ମାଟି ମୋର ସଂସ୍କୃତି ମୋର କଳା ଇଏ କାହାଠୁ ପଛରେ ନୁହେଁ ଏଠି ଭଞ୍ଜଙ୍କର ସାହିତ୍ୟ କଥା ବି ଆମେ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଛେ ଯାହାଙ୍କୁ ନେଇକି ବାହାରେ ସାର୍ କହୁଥିଲେ ଜର୍ମାନୀରେ ମୋର ସୌଭାଗ୍ୟ କେତେବେଳେ ଯିବାର ଗୋଟେ ଥର ହେଇଥିଲା ମୋର ପାର୍ଲାମେଣ୍ଟର ଗୋଟେ କମିଟିରେ ସେଠି ଭଞ୍ଜ ସାହିତ୍ୟ ଉପରେ ସେଠି ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଚାଲିଛି ଆମେ ଏଠି କେତେ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ କରୁଛୁ ଭଞ୍ଜଙ୍କ ଉପରେ ତେଣୁକରି କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଆମ ଭିତରେ ସେଇ ଯେଉଁ ଦବିକି ରହିଯାଉଛେ ଆମର ପଡ଼ୋଶୀ ରାଜ୍ୟ ମ୍ୟାଡ଼ାମ୍ କହିଲେ ଏଇଠି ଯେ ଆମ ଉପରେ ୱେଷ୍ଟବେଙ୍ଗଲ ଅଛି ତଳେ ବିଶାଖାପଟ୍ଟନମ ଅଛି ଯେଉଁମାନେ ଉପରେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆମଠୁ କହିଲେ ସେ ଭାଷାଟି ଶାସ୍ତ୍ରୀୟ ଭାଷାର ମାନ୍ୟତା ପାଇନି କିନ୍ତୁ ସାରା ଭାରତବର୍ଷରେ ଏବଂ ପୃଥିବୀରେ ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଗୋଟେ ସ୍ଥାନ ରହିଛି ବହୁଳ ଭାବରେ କହୁଥିବା ଭାଷା ଆମର ତ ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ ଭାଷା ହିସାବରେ ସେଟାକୁ ପରିଗଣିତ କରାଯାଏ ଯଦି ଏଇଟା ତା ପରବର୍ତ୍ତୀ ସମୟରେ ଆସିକି ଯଦି ଏ ଘଟଣା ଘଟିପାରୁଛି ତାହେଲେ ଆମର ସେଇଟା କାହିଁକି ହେଇପାରୁନି ସେ ଜାଗାରେ କେଉଁଠି ନା କେଉଁଠି ଆମମାନଙ୍କର ନିଜସ୍ୱ ବା ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ପ୍ରଚେଷ୍ଟାରେ तार प्रचार प्रसार एवं तार जो अनुवाद आमर जो कथा गुड़िक रही से कथा गुड़िक कौटि ना कौटि तार अनुवाद होकि जातीय स्तर रे बा अंतर्जातिक स्तर रे से कथा गुड़िक आसीबा तो दरकार आमे बारंबार कही चलीचे आसीबा दरकार हवा उचित विभिन्न फोरम रे आमे कहूचे मते जदी एबे कहिबे मोर चलचित्र शिल्प कथा जदी मते कहिबे ताले मु तो मना कर दी विगत किछि वर्ष हेलानी जे जदि ओडिया भाषा रे गीत आपण माने न करूछंती ताले मो पाखु आसीबेनी से गीत रे परफॉर्म करबा पाई एवं प्रथम करिकी ओडिया रे गोटे जतबेले आमे आरंभ करूछु जे कहानीटार ना कौन हम से कहानी नाटा को भी आमे चेष्टा करबा ताकू आमे ओडिया रे दबा पाई किंतु किछि जगह रे हेई पारुछि किछि जगह रे हेई पारुनी किंतु
जदि सिद्धांत महापात्र माने जिद्दी धरिबे हेई परिबो
निश्चित हेई परिबो मु मना करबिनी मो दायित्व मु केबे बाहर को तो जीवेनी मो जगह रे मु चेष्टा करूछि किंतु गोटे सिद्धांत महापात्र मु भितरे मो चलचित्र जगत नाही आमे भितरे चलचित्र जगत अच्छी तेणुकरी गोटे सिद्धांत कहले ता संगे आउ 5 जन आसिकी हाथ मिसेले ए जिनसटा संभव हो पारिबो एटा मोर अनुरोध रहिबो समस्त को जो माने भी चलचित्र शिल्प होंतु जेकोसी क्षेत्र में अच्छा सेठी कहतु जदि ए जिनसर इच्छा शक्ति रहिबो ताहले निश्चित भाव में हो पारिबो किंतु मु भितरे एटा सीमित होइकी न रहिकी जदि आमे को जीव ताले कथाटा आहुरी आगु को आसीबो
ता माने आपन कथारु मु जहा बुझिली आपन माने से बुझुतिए बोधे जे हमर जो बदलिबा कथाटा खूब बेसी बदलिनी आमे एजे आमको मध्य चिन्हिनु आपन सहित मु सहमत हेबी आमे से गोटाए रंगवती पाखरे अटकी जाइछु
नहीं
गोटाए रंगवती ओडिसा रे फोक सॉन्ग ओडिशा बाहर विश्व में पहुँचेवाई आमर बहुत शक्तिशाली लोकगीत अच्छी आम पहुँचे पार आम परिचय तैयारी करवा किंतु आम से रंगवती पछरे गोड़ेचु एपर्यंत आम जी आधुनिक बोली कहूचे जी परिवर्तन होती कहूचे आम प्रकृति में बदलने आम बदलनी तो बदलने जदि बदलचे आउ गोटे बागे बदलचे असित बाबू को पचारि आम मंडा पिठा को छाड़ी मोमो पछरे धाइचे एक कथा सत कि
निश्चित भाव मुझे गैंगटक गली से गोटे आग्रह नहीं जाइए आम मोमो खाइबा सादा मोमो हो कि आमिष मोमो हो किंतु आम पिठा को आम भूल जाइए किंतु आमर से मंडा पिठा को लेकिरी विश्व दरबार में पहुँचा पर परिचिति सृष्टि केमती करवा सेटा हूँ प्रश्न आज जो गतानुगतिक धारा केमती अलग भाव आम निजक उपस्थापित करवा यहाँ मुख्य उद्देश्य गोटे उदाहरण छोट देवी मार्गशीर मास गुरुवार आसिले घरे घरे माणबसा हुए आम आज तक गोटे कार्यक्रम थिलु पारमिता मैडम मुझे थिलु से विषय से आलोचना होता ताले सी कौन लक्ष्मी पुराणटा बलराम दास लिखि केवल यही व्रत करी लक्ष्मी को पूजा करी पुणी बाहा जाइथिबा झील को भोग दब नहीं एक कथा सब बलराम दास लिखिथिले लिखि नथिले कोठी लेखा नहीं लक्ष्मी पुराण नुआ संपादित संस्करण आसी नथिला ड्रग्स कथा कहूला स्पुरियस ड्रग्स केवल नुहे स्पुरियस लिटरेचर स्पुरियस व्रत कथा प्राचीन जेते सब स्पुरियस होइछि धीरे धीरे संशोधित होउछि भागवत संशोधित होइथिला एवं महाभारत संशोधित होकर गोटे विश्वविद्यालय पक्षर नूतन संस्करण संपादित संस्करण बाहरुछि लक्ष्मी पुराण मध्य संपादित हो नूतन संस्करण बाहरी मार्गशीर मास प्रथम दिन मुझे करी जेहेतु गोटे खबरकागज संस्था सहित जड़ित अच्छी संवाद सहित सेठी गोटे लक्ष्मी पुराण जो नुआ संपादित संस्करण आधार लिखी मु लिखि चली एपर्यंत 83टा बाहरी सारा सी 100टी हम कौन से अच्छी केमिति नुआ परिचिति सृष्टि करवा माणबसा केवल घरे लक्ष्मी पूजा करी पूजा पाठ करी से दिन सादा खाईकरी करने नथिला गोटे छोट कथा कही सारी वामवादी चेतनार बहुत चर्चा होची वामवादी साहित्यर पारमिता मैडम सेपरी साहित्य रे चर्चा रे तांकर ना नुआ बही ना जड़े आलोचक फेसबुक रे लिखिते वामवादी चेतनार उत्कृष्ट बही किंतु सबुठ वामवादी चेतनार कृति कौटी वामवादी चेतना आरंभ जो जातीय स्तर में आंतर्जातिक स्तर में जो मैंने आलोचना करुँच जड़े फरासी महिला दि सेकेंड सेक्स बही रू आरंभ करुँच केबे लेखाला तांको जन्म केबे 1905 बही केबे लिखिले पाखापाखि आम जो स्वाधीनता पाइलु भारत वर्ष से कौन वामवादी चेतना आरंभ है बलराम दास लिखि जहाँ लक्ष्मी पुराण सेटा कौन लक्ष्मी सर्त करुँच मु जीवी जे एया हेले जीवी आमे से फरासी महिला सीमंडी बोभ को वामवादी चेतनार पुरोधा करी धरिबा ना आम बलराम दास को वामवादी चेतनार पुरोधा भावे जातीय स्तर में आंतर्जातिक स्तर में उपस्थापित करवा। सुखर कथा दिनकू दिन लक्ष्मीपुराणर अधिक अधिक आलोचना होची। सत्यप्रकाश महांती बोली जड़े बाहर विश्वविद्यालय अच्छा प्रोफेसर सी तापर काम करचंती अन्यान्य माने करुचंती किंतु जार आधार से काम करिसंती पर्यंत ताहा से प्रदूषित लक्ष्मीपुराण शुद्ध लक्ष्मीपुराण संपादित ही आसीगलानी ता आधार अधिक काम हम जहाँफल सब्यस्त हम जिते अन्य भाषा वामवादी चेतना नामगंध ही नथिला। आमर वेद उपनिषद ठारू आरंभ करी बलराम दास पर्यंत वामवादी चेतनार झंडा से बहुत उच्चरे उड़े यही कथा नहीं आम जो जीवा आमको से स्वीकार करेंगे प्रकृत वामवादी चेतनार आरंभ ओडिया साहित्य रही
ओडिया जातिरा बहु आगु आधुनिक होगी निश्चित वामवादी चेतना नुह आम स्वच्छ भारत एवं आसला तार बहु पूर्व स्वच्छ भारतर स्वच्छ जीवन कथा स्वच्छ परिवेशर कथा लक्ष्मीपुराण से कथा अच्छी आम ताकू नहीं उपस्थापित करें आम से समस्या
से गतानुगतिक धारा भितर आमको नुआ परिचिति सृष्टि हम आम से कर अवकाश आसी
एवं खुशीर कथा विशेष परिवर्तन नहीं तथापि आमको एबे टिके उच्छ्वास लगुच आगुरी जो आमको आम निजक निजे कहूलु ओडिया देढ़ ओडिया भोके ओडिया निद जाए ये कथा कह धीरे धीरे आम छाड़िलुणी आम ए साहसर सहित टे छिड़ा होचु दिल्ली बहुत दूर हुए इमती भावुलु एबे दिल्ली आमको टे पाख है कि बहुत पाख होगा आम लोके जाकि राष्ट्रपति भवन में छिड़ा होती फोटो उठाऊँ केते कथा सोशल मीडिया बापुची महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जड़े ओडिया तेणु ये सब परिचय धीरे 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 तैयारी हो चली अनेक वर्ष पर्यंत लोके दास टाइटल अच्छी माने भावुले निश्चय बंगाली होइथबो किंतु एबे शशिकांत दास रिजर्व बैंक गवर्नर है भावुं ओडिया दास अच्छा तेणु विभिन्न क्षेत्र
विजय बाबू सेटा दास कहीदेले सेटा बंगाला बोली भावुचंती किंतु आमर होची दास
हाँ से सब दास आउ नाही दास सब दास हो गलानी
सेही तो होची असुविधा सेठी एबे कमिशनर लेखले दंतेश लिखुचंती जानिचंती आउ कोन कहि
ना लिखवा उचित से सब धीरे धीरे हबा उचित एवं आमे
हम कथार म खाली गोटे मिनिट गोटे कथा कहियो जो कहिले सिद्धांत हो जे से दास आमे दास मुझे गोटे उदाहरण देवाक चाहे चारिकरे हलंत उच्चारणर भाषा आमको ओडिशा को घेरिकी रही समस्ते हलंत उच्चारण करती केवल आम ओडिया भाषा हूँ स्वरांत उच्चारण मो ना असित नुहे असित से विजय नुहे विजय से सिद्धांत नुहे सिद्धांत एवं से सुदर्शन नुहति सुदर्शन बालीजात्रा एकदा ओडिशा बाला जाई बालीजात्रा विजय करथिले बालीजात्रा रे केवल बालिनीज भाषा तार गोटे कंपैरेटिव डिक्शनरी हेछि बालिनीज भाषार जड़े तांकर राजवंशर दायद सी दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी से गवेषणा संदर्भ प्रस्तुत करछंती से गोटे कंपैरेटिव डिक्शनरी बालिनीज भाषा सहित अन्य भारतीय भाषार तैयारी करछंती सेथिरे ओडिया भाषार बहुत शब्द अच्छी ताहा प्रमाण करुचे ओडिया भाषा जाई सेठी विजय करथिले उपनिवेश स्थापन करथिले आमे डंगा बसौछु से आम परंपरा किंतु केवल बालिनीज भाषा रे आम भाषार प्रभाव अच्छी कारण सेठी स्वरांत उच्चारण आम भाषा परी आम चारिकरे घेरी रही अन्य कौन भाषा से उच्चारण नहीं आम भाषार विशेषत्व को लेकर आमे गोटे नुआ परिचित
खाली आम खाली आम भाषा नुह
खाली टिके सिद्धांत बाबू कथा को रे पचारुची जे आमे जगन्नाथंक कथा पढ़िले एते भाव विह्वल हो पड़ुचे विभोर हो पड़ुचे तो नीलशैल को कहीं आमे सिनेमा करि पारुने मते लागुचे आमे सामूहिक भाव में कौन भल जिनस आम पाखक आसू बोली बोधे चाहूने मु तते लव करुची एमिति सिनेमा हो पारुची लोक देखुचंती ताको नीलशैल कहीं न हो पारुची
आज्ञा सेटा एबे हमर गोटे रविंद्र मंडप रे हेइतला गोटे आहे नीलशैल कहि कि गोटे ड्रामा करा हितला एबे
हां नाटक हेलानी नवकळब रे बे हेलानी धीरे धीरे
बदलानी सेतिरे
आमे आउ
से दोष तो मु नेछि आपण
नेचंती एबो कहिचंती आउ सेमति सिनेमा रे अभिनय करिवेनी
तो सामूहिक चेष्टा दरकार तादरे
जे जाऊ आम भाषा हूँ हलंत एमती तेरछा मेरछा नाई आमे सीधा सादा सीधा लोक
आमे किंतु आज दिन रे नुआ पीढ़ी माने विशेष करी आमे माने मध्य किछि मात्रा रे हमर मीडिया माने बहुत दायी एथि प्रति कारण समस्ते एंकर माने अन्यान्य सेही पर उच्चारण करूचंती जहाँ आम भाषार विशेषत्व नुहे ए दिगरे हमको सचेतन हबार अछि आम भाषार ए मूल विशेषत्व को
आज्ञा
आमे यदि भूली जिबा आमे ए भाषार विशेषत्व धीरे धीरे आमे हरई बसिबा जहाँ आमे करि सारलुनी एबे सचेतन हबार
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद बर्तमान आमे प्राय शेष पर्यायर आसी पहुँचीचे एबे आपणठू आमे किसी प्रश्न शुणा आम आलोचक मैंने तार उत्तर देवे
हाँ आई हैव द माइक विथ मी जो माने अच्छा ठीक यस मैम
प्रश्न टिके संक्षेप पचारे सीधा एवं संक्षेप उत्तर देवा
समस्त को नमस्कार मु धन्यवाद देवी असित सर को जो बहुत सुंदर भाव में बुझेले जगन्नाथ
प्रश्न
प्रश्न को आसूची जो जगन्नाथ कलाकृति को केमती आम निराकार साकार रूप देके एमती आसिलु मु कहवाक चाहूँगी आम भितर साहित्यिका अच्छा आर्टिस्ट अच्छा सिनेमा जगत अच्छा समस्ते आपण मैंने केते चेष्टा करिसेंती जगन्नाथ संस्कृति परंपरा ऐतिह्य समाज को राष्ट्रीय जातीय स्तर में उपस्थापना करने आमे महिला अधिकार कथा कहूचे केते जन कहिसेंती जगन्नाथ संस्कृति रे केवल मात्र सुभद्रा माँ तांकर इंडिपेंडेंट अधिकार से पाइछंती राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी जे गोटे भौणी तार सब रत्न सिंहासन रे समान हेकी बसीची केते जन उपस्थापना करिछंती जे प्रभु जेते बेले बाहर को जाउछंती रथ यात्रा रे फिरी के आसुछंती से पत्नी तांकर जो कजिया जो तांकर जो रहिची रिचुअल्स हुए सेटा काउंसलिंग को ना एई सब
हमें सही सब तो आलोचना करूचे हमें करि पारने किंतु आपन प्रश्नटा कोन
मोर सही प्रश्न जो रज्जो जोटा हमें पालन करूचे नेशनल स्तर रे सीरियल रे सिनेमा रे साहित्य रे केते आपण उपस्थापना करि पारि नाहंती सेटा ही मोर प्रश्न
गोटे वाक्य रे मु कहूची आमे समस्त सेति पय आज एकाठी हेचे ई कोनोसी इंडिविजुअल व्यक्तिगत एफर्ट नुहे गोटे सामूहिक भाव रे आमे ताकू चेष्टा करिबा
मो नम्रता मैडम गोटे प्रस्ताव देबी आपण तो नेतृत्व नौचंती विशेषकर नारी मानक जागरण क्षेत्र में मार्च 8 को आम महिला दिवस आंतर्जातिक महिला दिवस पालन करुचे किंतु सेलिब्रेशन ऑफ वुमेनहुड जदि कोटा होता है ता हूँ ओडिशार रज आसंता वर्ष यही वर्ष ठू आपण उद्यम उत्साह सारा ओडिशा रे सेही दिन ही महिला दिवस पालन करा जाऊ आज्ञा आज्ञा आज्ञा
So we'll request everybody who is asking the questions. So short रे पचारिया पे मुझे साथ जाउछ आपण पाखो जाउछ
हम चारोटी प्रश्न नबा समय नै
आगे आगे
जा मु धन्यवाद आपन दउछि जनका चारोटी प्रश्न पचारे सुजोग दैछंती
जनका नुह मोट 4 जण
सर मोर जोड़िए कथा जानिया चाहूँ प्रथम कथा हला आमर डॉक्टर असित महांती कहले यही उच्चारण आप देखो ये स्वरांत ही ना असित महांती मुझे कहली कि असित महांती कहले आमर अस्थि मजागत हो गला तेणु यार निराकरण किपरि मु भावुचे निराकरण केवल स्कूल मानक हम जदि ओडिया भाषा शिक्षक मैंने ए दिगरे चेष्टा करेंगे आरंभ करेंगे यहाँ ठीक
ना आपण उत्तर दे सारी गणेश्वर बेहरा आ प्रश्न कौन पचारे उत्तर देवे आपण उत्तर दे सारी आपण उत्तर रे समस्त एकमत
नहीं सर ताल मोर सौभाग्य मु खाली आउ गोटे जानिया चाहूँ आप कहले डॉक्टर मायाधर मान सिंह जो तार इंग्राजी अनुवाद भी देते से आमको कहे आम ज्ञान आउ सिद्धांत भाई जोटा कहले जे सामूहिक उद्यम नहीं सर मुझे एकमत नुह आपण कहतु आज प्रफुल्ल कर चलीगले बर्तमान ना परलोक सी माने तार संगीत पुस्तक देते सुनारे भरतीय मोर नाव रूपा रखा नाईटी ठाप किंतु संगीत सरीगला एटा सिनेमा प्रस्तुत हो पारना आपण कहतु आपण तो जड़े प्रतिष्ठित यशस्वी अभिनेता आपण कहतु जदि नील शैल आपण कई प्रस्तुतकर्ता न करेंगे आम अभिनय ठारू दूरे जीवु परोक्ष आपण आपको धमक दिंतु केमी न हम नील शैल उपर आपण एकमत कि नमस्कार
मुदेवी निश्चित भाव जो प्रस्तावटी आसला निश्चित भाव से हृदय सहित मुझे चिंता करी एवं निश्चित भाव आगामी भविष्य में मुझे कहीपरि केते दिन लगे किंतु काम तो आरंभ हम
धन्यवाद
मो असित बाबू जो कथा कहते लक्ष्मी पुराण कथा ओडिया तो संवाद से क्रमान्वय लिखुंट मोर गोटे अनुरोध ता जदि इंग्लीश रे अनुवादित हुई आमर विश्वर विभिन्न यूनिवर्सिटी की पठे पारा जानता ताले बहु लोक
दिलीप बाबू दिस हैज बीन एटा हे जाई इंग्राजी रे एवं यूएस रो केते गुडे यूनिवर्सिटी एटा पाठ्यक्रम रे अछि असे तो जानिथिबे बोधे कथा
जो महिला
लिपि पुष्पा नायक करिसंती इंग्राजी रे अनुवाद किछि वर्ष होई गलानी हेछि
द्वितीय कथा हम खाली मैडम को गोटे अनुरोध करी जे रियली दी ओडिया जा टॉर्च बियरस टू दी वर्ल्ड लाइक लक्ष्मीपुराण जमी अनेक कथा रही आहरी अनेक कथा रही पठाणी सामंत केमती प्रथम ही विश्व को शिखेले जो दूरवीक्षण यंत्र आविष्कार करिवार से जो ओडिया मानकर जो टॉर्च बियरस टू दी वर्ल्ड आम पृथ्वी की कौन देखईचे आपण मीडिया माध्यम सेगुड़िक जदि विश्व को वार्ता जापरता ओडिया मानकर जो गर्वित इन्वेंशन सेगुड़िक विश्व दरबार में उपस्थापित हो पारंता।
एटा आपनको प्रस्ताव प्रश्न नुहे धन्यवाद। परवर्ती प्रश्न
आज्ञा
मो प्रश्न होछि जे ग्लोबलाइजेशन बा जगतीकरण कंटेक्स्ट रे जो प्रभाव पड़ुछि परवर्ती नूतन पीढ़ी जो माने से माने विशेष भाव में आकृष्ट होउछंती बाहर को जीवा को से विषय टिके आलोचना करंतु अनेक कथा तो आलोचना हो गला इतिहास विषय है सब समस्या
मु आपण मानको अनुमति नै ए कथा कहि परिबे हां कोंत
जय कृष्ण बाबू एथरे मु खाली गोटे कहबी विश्वस्तीकरण उपरे ग्लोबलाइजेशन उपरे एबे किछि गत मास रे हमर फेब्रुआरी 21 तारिख रे हमर इंटरनेशनल मदर लैंग्वेज रो गोटे दिवस पालन करा जाउथला एवं तार उत्पत्ति केमती होची प्रायतः समस्ते जानिथिबे कोठु हेची सेथरे गूगल गोटे तांकर ये पोस्ट करिथिले जे धाई किरी किरी कहि कि गोटे शब्द अछि ओडिया रे एवं सेटा ओडियार बा ओडिशावासींकर इमोशन सहित बहुत पाखापाखि कि जड़ित होइकि रहिछि एवं तार अर्थ होची धाई किरी किरी तार अर्थ होची जे केते जल्दी आपण गुपचुप खाई पारिबे ये थिला तार कथाटी मो पाखे अच्छी कहे मु शेयर भी करदेवी आपण मानू आपण मैंने तापरे गोटे आंगुठी चित्र दिखाई जी बोर्ड को व्यवहार करके एमती जदि किसी नुआ शब्द अच्छी ये हूँ से ग्लोबलाइजेशन रो प्रभाव।
नमस्कार राजनारायण त्रिपाठी आमे सबले कहूचे जे भीम भोई रचित प्राणी को आरत दुख प्रमित देखु देखु किंबा सहु एवं विश्व दरबार रे समस्त को इन्स्पायर करिछि मध्य किंतु ये जो महिमा पीठ 100 वर्ष ऊर्ध्व है जे भीम भोई को इन्स्पायर करथिला एभली गोटे धर्म जे ओडिसा बाहर आपण भावुना जे से पीठर विकास जो हेछि सठिक रूपे हो पारि ना विश्व दरबार यही जो आम जो कहे प्राणी को आरत यही इन्स्पायर करिया बेली पीठ को टिके विकास हवा दरकार आपण को अभिमत कौन
मु आबादरे उत्तर देवा चाहूँगी भीम भोई लिखिदी चली गले किंतु तांकर अनुगामी माने ता द्वारा अनुप्रेरित हेले नाही कौपिनधारी एवं बलकलधारी दुई गोष्ठी होकर निज निज भितर विवाद कले जहाँ है बुलडोजर लगैकरी बा जेसीबी लगई तांकर धुनी मंदिर को भांगी दिगला आमे जदि निजे सही धर्मर अनुगामी न होई निज निज भितर युद्ध करूँ संघर्ष करूँ दुई गोष्ठी होकर ताहले परिणति से हम श्रीकृष्णकर जिते शेष कथा मन पकातु निज निज भितर यादव वंश कली करी ध्वंस है तेणु समस्ते एक मन होकरी जदि तांकर अनुगामी तांका द्वारा अनुप्राणित नुहंती आमे केते द्वारा अनुप्राणित किंतु आमे अधिक अनुप्राणित आमे तांका अनुगामी न हो मध्य ताकू विश्व दरबार पहुँचेवा कथा कहुच्छे विश्व दरबार पहुँचेवा उद्यम वर्तमान ठारू आरंभ हो।
धन्यवाद असित बाबू मु आउ समय आमर हो गलानी आम आगे पारुने कारण आलोचना करने बहुत कथा अच्छी शेष में आपड़ सुदर्शन बाबू आप जो प्रश्नटी पचारि तार उत्तर देकर मु ये आलोचना शेष करी ता हूँ ग्लोबलाइजेशन प्रभाव कथा आप कहते सारा विश्व बा ग्लोबलाइजेशन विश्वकरण ये सब बहु वर्ष धरी सारा विश्व को आक्रांत कला आमे आम निजर परिचय छाड़ी निजर अस्मिता को छाड़ी आमे बाहर आहरण करने को लगिले एवं सारा विश्व ये गोटे विपद केवल ओडिशा रे नुह केवल भारत वर्ष नुह तापर गत 10 वर्ष है गोटे कनसेप्ट आसी सेटा हूँ ग्लोबलाइजेशन नुह ग्लोकाल अर्थात ग्लोबल प्लस लोकल जो क्षेत्रीय अस्मिता अच्छी प्रांतीय अस्मिता अच्छी ताकू नहीं विश्वमुखी करेवा ताकू निज सीमा भितर रखा ना भीम भाई ओडिशा भितर रहतुन कि जगन्नाथ ओडिशा भितर रहतुन कि बिरसा मुंडा स्टाडियम ओडिशा भितर न रहू कि दुर्ती चांद ओडिशा भितर न रहतु कि सिद्धांत महापात्र सुदर्शन पट्टनायक ओडिशा भितर न रहतु आमे अन्य को अनुसरण करी निजको भूली जावा नहीं बरं निजर परिचय नहीं अन्यठी छिड़ा हवा ये हूँ ये ग्लोकाल शब्दर अर्थ बर्तन हूँ ग्लोकालर समय बाहर को आखि बुझीदबानी बुझीदेले से अंधार पड़ी निजर अस्मिता प्रथमे फेरी आसू ओडिया आग निजको चिन्हू आधुनिक समयर ओडिया आजिर ओडिया धीरे धीरे बदलुची किंतु से बदलवा सहित तार अतीत को से बाँ हाथ में धरी थाऊ डाहाण हाथ में भविष्य को आह्वान करू थाऊ और विश्वमुखी हो थाऊ आजिर यह ही हूँ कामना ओडियार जय हो ओडिशार जय हो जय जगन्नाथ समस्त धन्यवाद।
तालीटा आज्ञा शुभिलानी आउ टिके जोरे हवा कथा
ओडिया निजे निजको बुझे सुंदर वार्ता आपन देले शेष जे प्रथमे आमे निज भितर थिवा से ओडियात्व को बुझिया दरकार बाँ हाथ में आम अतीत को धरिबा डाहाण हाथ में आम भविष्य को देखा और तापाई आम बाट काढ़ी आगू को बढ़िया ये खूब सुंदर वार्ता गोटे जोरदार करताली हो
आउभली वार्ता केवल विजय मल्लई दे पारती बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सब अतिथि मानक मंच उपर एवं परिचालकों को दैट वाज इंडीड अ वेरी इनसाइटफुल सेशन थैंक यू सो मच। Ladies and gentlemen, the next session is going to be musical and magical. संगीत की दुनिया में एक कहावत बहुत मशहूर है कि भूखा जो है वो पेट से गाता है, झूठा मुंह से गाता है और सच्चा दिल से गाता है। और ये बात सिर्फ सिंगर पर लागू नहीं होती, कंपोजर्स पर भी लागू होता है। जब गाने दिल से बनते हैं तो बहुत एफर्टलेसली दिलों को छू जाते हैं। That's the kind of magic our next guest has on billions of music lovers across the world. This moment, you are foot tapping, listening to Ye Kali Kali Aankhein, and next moment, you are blushing, listening to Tu Hoga Zara Pagal, Tune Mujhko Hai Chuna. I don't think unke liye introduction ki koi khas zarurat hai, but we have an audiovisual dedicated to him. So can we have the audiovisual on Anuji, please?
अनु मलिक हिंदी संगीत जगतर जड़े सुनामधन्य संगीत निर्देशक सिंगर एवं म्यूजिक कंपोजर से हंटर वाली 77 चलचित्र रे जड़े संगीत निर्देशक भाव में कार्य आरंभ करती 1993 रु 2004 जाए अनेक हिट चलचित्र रे संगीत निर्देशना दे घरे घरे एक परिचित चेहरा पलटि जाती अनु मलिक 1994 बाजीगर चलचित्र रे संगीत निर्देशना से 39तम फिल्म फेयर पुरस्कार लाभ करते खुद्दार इम्तिहान आ गले लग जा मैं खिलाड़ी तो अनाड़ी अकेले हम अकेले तुम बॉर्डर चाइना गेट बीवी नंबर 1 भली अनेक चलचित्र रे अनु मलिक संगीत निर्देशना दे चर्चा को आसी आइला रे एक गरम चाय की प्याली ऊंची है बिल्डिंग ये काली काली आंखें भली अनेक हिट गीतर गायक होती अनु मलिक जेपी दत्त रेफ्यूजी चलचित्र अनु मलिक पाई सिल्वर लोटस पुरस्कार म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री रे से भी बेस कर्म चंचल अनेक संगीत भित्तिक लोकप्रिय टीवी कार्यक्रम रे तांको जज भाव में देखा मिले।
So ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over. The legendary music director Anuji is with us here. We'd request him to join us on stage and कौन अच्छा होगा उनके साथ बातचीत करने के लिए द यूथ सेंसेशन द हार्ट थ्रोब स्वयं पाढ़ी आम सहित अच्छा तांको भी आम अनुरोध करूँ मंच उपर को आसवा एवं ए सेशन को मॉडरेट करने परिचालना करने वुड रिक्वेस्ट अनुजी टू कम ऑन द स्टेज एंड स्वयं जॉइनिंग हिम।
Ladies and gentlemen, Anu Malik ji in conversation with Swayam Padhi.
A big round of applause. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा है।
हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम टू द सेशन। आज की सेशन को और यादगार और शानदार बनाने के लिए हमारे पास एक ऐसे शख्सियत हैं जिनको इंट्रोडक्शन की कोई ख़ास ज़रूरत है नहीं। और 350 से ज़्यादा बॉलीवुड के मूवी कंपोज करने के बाद एज अ कंपोज़र 40 साल से वो बहुत अच्छे अच्छे गाने हमको सुनाते आ रहे हैं. Personally, I am a big fan of him and I'm deeply privileged to be a part of this beautiful interview. So, without wasting a lot of time and delaying, I would like to welcome Anu Malik ji here. Let's have a big round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And
Thank you.
Odisha में आपका स्वागत है अनु जी.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So, हम सब एक्चुअली जब मैं एंटर कर रहा था सर तो फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन एवरीबडी वाज आस्किंग दैट ओके अनु मलिक जी से प्लीज पूछना कि वो ओडिशा में पहले आए हैं या दिस फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम ही इज विजिटिंग हियर.
Before saying anything, I would like to thank Jagi Mangat Panda ji. Namaskar. I think she deserves a big round of applause. ये जो फोरम है फोरसाइट, इस पर जो आज अनेक लोग चर्चा करेंगे उनमें से एक मैं भी हूँ. मैं अपने संगीत के बारे में बात करूँगा. आई हैड द प्रिविलेज एंड ऑनर टू मीट पांडा साहब एंड आई वुड लाइक टू टेल जगी जी इट वाज लव एट फर्स्ट साइट विद योर हस्बैंड. एब्सोल्युटली ब्यूटिफुल ह्यूमन बीइंग, सो कल्चर्ड, सो वार्म. और जब आपसे मुलाकात अगर आपने कहा कि आप आइए एंड आई सेड एब्सोल्युटली इट विल बी एन ऑनर एंड अ प्रिविलेज. एंड जगी जी, it is an honor and a privilege to sit here with such esteemed personalities and speak about my little journey जो मैंने ज़िंदगी में काम किया है. तो मैं चाहूँगा कि स्वयं जो सवाल करना चाहता है करे कि अन्नू मलिक बना कैसे, अन्नू मलिक ने ये गाने बनाए कैसे. और अन्नू मलिक, जैसे आपने कहा कि ओडिशा में पहले आए, येस आई हैव कम टू ओडिशा बिफोर. मैं महादेव जी का बड़ा भक्त हूँ और शिव जी के दर्शन आई कम टू जगन्नाथपुरी एंड वहाँ जो मैंने नोटिस किया है, आई थिंक माई रेनेसांस, माई न्यू बिगिनिंग ऑफ लाइफ एक्चुअली स्टार्टेड दैट ईयर व्हेन आई केम हियर. मैंने वहाँ माथा टेका और शिव जी से प्रार्थना की एंड उन्होंने प्रार्थना सुनी और आज मैं आप लोग के बीच में फिर से ओडिशा में हूँ.
सो सर एक क्वेश्चन और है कि आप 7 साल की उम्र से ही यू स्टार्टेड राइटिंग योर फर्स्ट लिरिक्स इन मराठी, राइट? एंड इन 1970s.
No, it was not the lyrics. It was written. Yere pausa. There was this poetry which I found very difficult to understand. I was only 7. So स्वयं वो जो poetry थी, to make it easy for me, I started humming a tune. मतलब I was singing something. ऐसे गा रहा था. So suddenly when I came home, Daddy, my father, the late and great सरदार मलिक साहब, आप लोग संगीत, ओडिशा में तो संगीत बहुत पसंद है, तो माई फादर कंपोज दैट ब्यूटिफुल मेलोडी सारंगा तेरी याद में नैन हुए बेचैन, विच वॉज संग बाय मुकेश जी, एंड हाँ दीवाना हूँ मैं. सो ही हर्ड मी एंड सर तुम क्या कर रहे हो, एंड सडनली ही गेव मी अ पीस ऑफ पेपर एंड उसी वक्त बोला कि अभी कुछ बनाओ. एंड आई सडनली कंपोज्ड अ ट्यून एंड आई मेड इट इन फ्रंट ऑफ हिम. तो बोला ये मेरे सामने कैसे बनाई तुमने, अभी यू मेड अ ट्यून, यू रोट अ ट्यून. And I said, yes. Then he gave me 10 pieces of paper, 10 words. And he hugged me and said, you're my Mozart. So वहाँ से मेरी journey शुरू हुई as a composer.
Very nice, very nice. तो आपने इतने छोटे एज से ही अपना म्यूजिक कंपोजिशन स्टार्ट किया था. So एक और एक क्वेश्चन मेरे.
बट ये जो सवाल है ना, ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल किया जगी जी. ये कमाल का सवाल है कि आपने ट्यून बनाई, आपके फादर ने आपको अपना मोजार्ट बोला. तो many people still wonder how music is born. Every composer has his own style of music. Every composer composes in his own way. Composition is not by you, it is by Saraswati Ma. I believe that every composer must be acknowledging कि माँ का अगर आशीर्वाद ना हो तो गाने बनते नहीं है. तो let's put it this way कि अगर आपके यहाँ जितने भी ऑडियंस हैं, they all know Hindi, I'm sure. So to proof of the pudding lies in the eating. अन्नू मलिक गाने कैसे बनाते, तो आप लोग मुझे वर्ड दो कोई भी. गिव मी अ वर्ड. लेट मी सी इफ आई कैन कंपोज अ ट्यून राइट नाउ.
अवे
जगी जी स्टार्ट विद सरस्वती. एनी अदर वर्ड, बट इट शुड लिंक टू सरस्वती. एनी अदर वर्ड
और कोई वर्ड्स देना चाहेंगे?
समर, समर बोलते हैं. समर.
वेल्थ
नहीं, वो इट डजंट गो बिकॉज सरस्वती वीणा. हु सेड दैट? वेरी गुड वर्ड. सरस्वती वीणा. बस सरस्वती वीणा आपने बोला तो दिमाग में अब देखिए अचानक ट्यून कैसे बनती है. So what happens is the producer comes, the director comes स्वयं, and he says कि ये मेरी situation है. And now suddenly the word Saraswati came from Jaggi ji, and somebody said, our friend said Veena. तो मैं ट्यून अभी ऐसे बनती है. Saraswati is very pious word, and Veena is an instrument that, I mean, क्या बताएं उसकी ताकत के बारे में. तो ट्यून ऐसे बनते हैं. So I'm making a song right now in front of you. And you better hear it. मैं तुझे बोलूँगा गाने को. सरस्वती, ये नोट याद रखो. सरस्वती वीणा, सरस्वती वीणा, मुश्किल है इनके बिन जीना. ये अचानक अभी आया है. सरस्वती वीणा, मुश्किल है इनके बिना जीना. सरस्वती वीणा, मुश्किल है इनके बिना जीना. इसके बाद राइटर आ जाएगा, वो लिख देगा कुछ भी. तुरुरुरु तुरुरु. अच्छा जगी जी, the rights belong to me and OTV, huh? So this is how a tune is made. I didn't know that the word Saraswati will come from someone. I didn't know Veena will come, but I wrote a tune. अभी इसके अंदर मेरे strings भी चल रहे हैं, so you understand. So I've got violins in my head. I've got Veena. The Veena अगर sound दिया जाए तो भाई साहब को बता दो. Ta ra 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 ta da ra ra da ra 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 da. I made a piece. It's a piece created by me. The Veena expert will play it. Ta ra 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 ri ra da ra ra da da ra ri ra ta ra ra da da ra ra da 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 da. And full string. Da ra 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 ri ra ri ra ri ta ra 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 ri ra 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 ta ra 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 ri ra ri ra ri ta ra 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 ra. This is not me. This is Bharat. This is India. This is Annu Malik, born in India. This is the greatness of India. There is no country, there never was a country, there can never be a country better than India. And ये हम सब जो लोग हैं, हम लोग भाग्यशाली हैं. We are born in such a great country called Bharat.
Very nice sir. मतलब instantly इतना शायरी वर्ड सुन के ही पिक करके आपने जो गाना बनाया बहुत अच्छा लगा. Thank you so much for making it. And then ये इसके साथ ही मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूँगा. ये शायरी का जो आपका अंदाज है, instantly you speak on like Saraswati and Veena, then after that you wrote the rest of the line, right? So just wanted to ask, as a singer I have a question here. So मतलब आप ये जो मतलब जो lines आता है, hook lines जैसे हम बोलते हैं, ओडिया में बोलते हैं मानिया lines, right? So hook lines जैसे है, तो वो आप lyricist को हमेशा बोल देते हैं कि ये रखना चाहिए, या they come by their own and then after that okay गाने को
most of the songs which you all have heard, जो catchy numbers, एक गरम चाय की प्याली हो, कोई उसको पिलाने वाली हो.
2 लाइन हो जाए तो सर अच्छा लगता.
एक गरम चाय, तो I want the people to clap. आप लोग जरा जागो अभी, हाँ?
थोड़ा on the beat.
या इनको चाय पिला दो सब लोगों, जागे सब लोग, हाँ? सब लोग जाग जाओ. एक गरम चाय की प्याली हो, कोई उसको पिलाने वाली हो, चाहे गोरी हो या काली हो, सीने से लगाने वाली हो. ओ मिल जाए तो मिल जाए हर गम. तररम पम पम तररम पम पम तररम पम पम. झिम पग पम रम पम पम. But more than all these, चुरा के दिल मेरा गोरिया चली और ऊंची है बिल्डिंग लिफ्ट तेरी बंद है, this is my style of music which मुखड़े मैंने लिखे हैं. But the song which I've been very close to is a song from the film Border, संदेश से आते हैं, which was a situation given to me by JP साहब and said कि write a song for the soldiers, for an Indian Army jawan. And I feel very proud कि every Republic Day, every Independence Day, ये गाना जो जावेद साहब ने लिखा है, जो मैंने कंपोज किया है, is played ad nauseum. Especially the most emotional moment came to me at the airport जब एक जवान की माँ मेरे पास आई. You know, it was, Jaggi ji, it was such an emotional moment. The Jawan's mother came up to me and started crying, and she made her son, who was in the army, sing संदेश से आते हैं. मतलब इससे इमोशनल हो नहीं सकता है कि मेरे सामने वो आर्मी जवान गाना गा रहा है संदेश से आते. So I feel very privileged and honored. The Saraswati Ma gave me the strength to make a song for my great country India.
Very nice, sir. तो इसके साथ ये क्वेश्चन मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है. So you have done border. इस तरफ आपने बनाया है ऊंची है बिल्डिंग, लिफ्ट तेरी बंद है. सो उस तरफ आपने LOC बॉर्डर जैसे पेट्रियोटिक गाने बनाए हैं जो कि हर पेट्रियोटिज्म और हर पेट्रियोटिक डेज में हम लोग को वो स्वाधीनता दिवस हो या स्वतंत्रता दिवस, हर एक दिवस में वो गाना गाए जाते हैं. तो मैं एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहूँगा कि आप ये वेरिएशंस ऑफ सिंगिंग, मतलब वेरिएशन ऑफ म्यूजिक और गाने कैसे बनाते हैं, मतलब हाउ डज इट कम?
इट डिपेंड्स ऑन द सिचुएशन. फॉर एग्जांपल व्हेन द डायरेक्टर वांट्स कि फिल्म का नाम है बॉर्डर का, फिल्म का नाम है LOC कारगिल, फिल्म का नाम है रेफ्यूजी विच फेस्ट में माई नेशनल अवार्ड. सो आई फील कि जो फिल्म की सिचुएशन होती है दैट प्लेज इन माई माइंड एंड देन द ट्यून इज बॉर्न. अ ट्यून इज नेवर बॉर्न विद जस्ट लाइक दैट. क्योंकि क्या होता है, अगर जुड़वा है तो वहाँ संदेश ही आते जा नहीं सकता है, एंड जहाँ बॉर्डर है वहाँ ऊंची बिल्डिंग गाना आ नहीं सकता है. तो सिचुएशन प्लेज, the words, the lyrics, माहौल जो होता है उसके हिसाब से मैं गाना बनाता हूँ.
वेरी नाइस सर, वेरी नाइस. मतलब आपके वेरिएशन ऑफ म्यूजिक और वेरिएशन सॉन्ग सुन के हम लोग बड़े हुए हैं. एंड
थैंक यू.
उसके साथ और एक क्वेश्चन है कि लाइक 90s में, 2000 में, अर्ली 2000s में यू हैड मेड दिस ऊंची है बिल्डिंग और बहुत सारे ऐसे पेपी नंबर्स बनाए थे. एंड राइट नाउ दीज सॉन्ग्स getting recreated. Some of the music directors, they I mean, as a singer, I actually started my YouTube channel making covers and came to this Odia industry, and I am right now singing in Odia industry, so as a regional singer. So एक टेक मेरा है कि मतलब ये जो रीमेक बन रहे हैं आपके गाने का हो, नहीं तो बहुत सारे ऐसे पेपी नंबर्स हैं जो कि अभी रीमेक बन रहे हैं. तो पर्सनली आई एम लाइकिंग इट, बट देर आर सम म्यूजिक कंपोजर्स, आई वुड नॉट लाइक टू टेक द नेम्स, बट येस दोज दे डिनाइड दैट ओके दे आर नॉट लाइकिंग इट, राइट. सो अभी आप क्या सोचते हैं कि अभी का जो कंपोजिशंस है उसका मान्यता जो है वो कम हो रहा है, सो दैट दे आर टेकिंग ऑल द सॉन्ग्स ऑफ 90s एंड दे आर मेकिंग इट, रीमेकिंग इट, और आपने ऐसे ही कुछ गाने बनाए थे उस दौर पे कि जो सालों साल हर डेकेड में चले, और then after that people are making a remake out of it.
So finally Swayam has asked me a controversial question for OTV. I thought it is going to be a very cool interview. जग्गी जी ने बोला आप आ जाना, बैठ जाना, दो चार बातें करना संगीत के बारे में और निकल जाना. हाँ, लेकिन ये कमाल लड़का है, इसने कुछ पूछा है एक्चुअली विच इज़ अ रेजिंग डिबेट अमंग्स कंपोजर्स जो पुराने काम कर चुके हैं, जिनके गाने, what his question is कि there are many today's composers picking up your songs, remixing it, and the songs become very popular. So let me answer it विस्तार में. One, the youngsters today deserve to hear what we have created. This is my take. They deserve to hear कि हमने वो गाने बनाए, सो वो एक बार जब गाने बन जाते हैं ना तो वो हमारे नहीं रहते, वो दुनिया के हो जाते हैं. यू नो, आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. क्या है कि गाना मैंने बना दिया, इट बिकम्स अ वर्ड. हाँ, लेकिन जो मेहनत की गई गाना बनाने में, यू नो, इट्स अ सिंपल थिंग. व्हेन पीपल क्रिएट समथिंग, उसमें बहुत मेहनत होता है, बहुत मेहनत होता है. ऑब्वियसली व्हेन समबडी एल्स पिक्स अप योर मेहनत, सो दे वांट टू बी एक्नॉलेज्ड. एक्नॉलेज मतलब कि जैसे नाम अगर आपका आएगा, सिंगर का आएगा, तो उस कंपोजर का भी आना चाहिए, विच आई थिंक इट्स फेयर. और जब गाना चल जाता है तो व्हेन समबडी टेक्स एक्कोलेट्स, तो ओरिजिनल कंपोजर को भूलना नहीं चाहिए, उसको बुलाना चाहिए ऑन द सेम फोरम एंड से कि सर, what an honor and a privilege to meet you, because you are the man who created this song and we have taken it to different levels with today's sound production.
Correct.
With a new voice, say तुमने गाना गा दिया वो, which is fair. Because youngsters want to hear a voice which they are connected to.
Correct.
They may not connect to an earlier voice, but अभी मैंने तो नोटिस किया, हमारा जो मेरा गाना अभी चला है, वो गाना आपको मैं सुना देता हूँ. हम दोनों हैं अलग अलग, हम दोनों हैं जुदा जुदा, एक दूजे से कभी कभी रहते हैं हम खफा खफा, लड़की देखी मुंह से सीटी, बजे हाथ से ताली, अरे सारा आइला उपमा आएगा पोरी आले आले, मैं खिलाड़ी तू अनाड़ी। नाउ दिस सॉन्ग, ये मुखड़ा भी हमने जब सोचा था, ये मस्ती भी जो हमने गाने में डाली थी हमने क्रिएट की, देन somebody else comes and creates it. So it is good because the youngsters get to hear that. So I'm not against recreation. I'm definitely feeling कि सबको मिलकर उसका क्रेडिट मिले, that's beautiful. और मिलता भी है आजकल. People give your name and let the youngsters sing, let the people be happy. At the end of the day, it's time to give back. So I'm not against all this. I live in the present. I've got 2 daughters who tell me, Daddy, one is 26 and one is 29. So obviously they talk about today's language and I'm with them. So I think from their point of view. I hope that answers.
Yeah, correct, sir. Thank you. Thank you. So basically what you want to say is like, सब गाने जो remake बन रहे हैं, that is fine if it is given with the proper credit.
And let everyone be happy. So there's no harm. I mean, nowadays they are giving credit. Audio companies are very aware कि जिसने बनाया उसका नाम आना चाहिए, करते हैं.
Correct. Nice, sir. मतलब today's generation के हिसाब से आपका thinking जो है वो match करता है.
Yeah, because I want to move with the crowd today. I want to move with the youngsters. I want to move it today. I mean, I can't live in the past कि मैंने ये किया, मैंने वो किया. आज मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? What is important is when in 2016 when I made दम लगा के हैशा and that got 3 national awards. वो गाना आपको याद होगा, ये मोमो के धागे, which has caught the fancy of the nation even today. People love to sing it. So make something which is today.
जैसे दम लगा के हैशा के बारे में हम तो बात कर चुके हैं and it is a national award winning song as well. So 2 लाइन अगर उसके बारे में हो जाए सर.
जगी जी, शो हो गया पूरा OTV का ये. This is a show for OTV. तो ये राग यमन पर आधारित गाना है जो मैंने बनाया है, वरुण ग्रोवर साहब ने लिखा है, YRF की फिल्म है. ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे, ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे, कोई टोह टोह ना लागे, किस तरह गिरहा ये सुलझे, है रोम रोम एक तारा जो बादलों में से गुजरे, ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे, तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना, तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना, कैसे तूने अन कहा सब सुना, तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना, खाली राहें हम आँख मूंदे जाएं, पहुँचे कहीं तो बेवजह, ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे, कोई टोह टोह ना लागे, किस तरह गिरहा ये सुलझे.
वेरी नाइस सर, वेरी.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू.
तो अभी थोड़ा अवार्ड्स और अचीवमेंट्स के बारे में अगर जाएंगे सर, तो मतलब जैसे कि मैं बोला कि दम लगा के हैशा के लिए नेशनल अवार्ड्स सिंगर्स ने पाया था, लिरिसिस्ट ने पाया था, और बाजीगर मूवी के लिए यू गॉट योर फर्स्ट फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड एज वेल, एंड रिफ्यूजी के लिए भी आपने नेशनल अवार्ड पाया था. सो इतने सारे लाइक यू made LOC border kind of movie as well. So I was
LOC Kargil.
LOC Kargil, yes, correct. So इतने सारे अच्छे गाने बनाने के बाद I was thinking like पद्मश्री के लिए भी if somebody nominates, that would be even a great achievement. So do you feel that anything else that is you are aspiring for?
ये आप लोग ही जवाब दे सकते हैं, मैं तो नहीं दे सकता हूँ. मैं तो सिर्फ पे बैक टाइम में तो गाने बनाता आ रहा हूँ. द गवर्नमेंट, ऑफ कोर्स, बहुत अच्छा सवाल है आपका. अच्छा, you set me thinking. अच्छा, मुझे हाँ वाकई मिला नहीं अभी तक.
Actually, it is not a thought of mine. It is just a tweet that I had seen.
ये अभी suddenly मैंने realize किया मुझे मिला नहीं है. ये हाँ, ये संदेश से आते हैं बनाया वो बनाया सीमाएं बोलाएं तुझे चल रही सीमाएं बोलाएं सिपाही. चलो अभी हम संदेश से, अभी आपने पद्मश्री की बात करी है, बहुत अच्छी बात बोली आपने. हर आदमी चाहता है, जब वो आपको भी याद होगा when you sang your first song, you went to your mother father, और जो थपथपी माँ बाप की मिलती है वो थपथपी जगह जी कुछ और होती है. सो आई थिंक इट्स अ गुड क्वेश्चन. इसका आंसर मैं ये दूंगा कि मेरे माता पिता अब तो रहे नहीं, तो मेरे माता पिता मेरा देश है भारत. तो ऑफकोर्स मैं भी चाहूँगा मेरे को थपथपी मिले, तो आप लोग प्रार्थना करना, शिव जी ने चाहा तो ये भी हो जाएगा, पद्मश्री भी मिल जाएगा भगवान ने चाहा तो. तो हम वो गाना सुना लेते हैं. Everyone should sing this song with me. If you can't sing, at least clap with me. This is for my great country, India. संदेशे आते हैं हमें तड़पाते हैं, जो चिट्ठी आती है वो पूछे जाती है कि घर कब आओगे, कि घर कब आओगे, लिखो कब आओगे, कि तुम बिन ये घर सोना सोना. तुझे अंतरा याद है ना? ए गुजरने वाली हवा बता, मेरा इतना काम करेगी क्या, मेरे गाँव जा मेरे दोस्तों को सलाम दे. वहाँ रहती है मेरी बूढ़ी माँ, उसके पैरों को छूकर प्रणाम दे. मैं वापस आऊंगा, मैं वापस आऊंगा, फिर उसी गाँव में पेड़ की छाँव में, कि घर कब आओगे, लिखो कब आओगे, कहो कब आओगे, कि तुम बिन ये घर सोना सोना है. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. Thank you so much for singing this.
Thank you.
और एक चीज़ मेरे जहन में आ रहा है, so कि आपने अभी डॉटर का नाम लिया था. So what is that advice that you have given to your daughter? And एक और उसके related question है कि 40 साल, it's not a smaller time, right? So what is that every day that is waking up with you कि ये मतलब म्यूजिक डायरेक्शन के लिए what is that always encourages, like every day how you wake up, like मतलब म्यूजिक के लिए कैसे encouragement पाते हैं इस 40 साल के अंदर?
So ये सवाल, if I'm understanding, is that you are asking me how am I motivated to compose?
Yes. Every time you are motivated.
The one line that I can say is the love for my country. मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, and it's a fact. When I was very young, मैं छोटा था, मैं देखता था how we all work hard. We all work very very hard. और मैंने सरस्वती माँ को थैंक यू बोला, शुक्रिया बोला कि आपने कला मुझे दी है to make people happy. कला ये है गाने बनाने की. I can see something and I can compose. तो जो any sphere of life, कोई ऑटो रिक्शा चलाता है, कोई सब्जी बेचता है, कोई कारपेंटर है, कोई हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स बनाता है, रात दिन लोग काम करते हैं, मेहनत करते हैं अपने घर को चलाने के लिए, अपने देश को चलाने के लिए. The one thing that he wants कि कोई ऐसा कोई गाना बना दे जिससे वो अपना दर्द, अपनी तकलीफ कुछ पल के लिए भूल जाए. And that came into me. This jazba is even there today when I see struggle all around. I'm struggling, you are struggling. मैं समझता हूँ सिर्फ कहानी मेरी नहीं है, कहानी सबकी है. Everyone has a story to tell. सबकी कहानियाँ हैं. मैं अपने संगीत से उनके दर्द को दूर करना चाहता हूँ. And that's my biggest motivation. My people, my brothers and sisters of India. I'm crazy after my country. आपने छोटी सी उम्र में, I was only 14 when I made my first song on India. आपको याद भी नहीं होगा. मैं OTV पर बताता हूँ वो गाना वो क्या था. कसम ली है हमने, कसम ना तोड़ेंगे, we love you oh India, तुझे ना छोड़ेंगे. That was my first song. So I am motivated to compose, to drive away the pain of others. and I just do that. That's my motivation. मैं अनमोल अदा को भी ये एडवाइस देता हूँ. They are artistic, both are very talented. कि अपनी जिंदगी में always be motivated to help others. It's payback time. मैं यहाँ जो आया हूँ जगी जी, this is payback time. This is payback time. What my country has given me. मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे इस conversation से अगर कोई इंसान, कोई लड़का, कोई बच्चा, कोई बेटी motivate होती to come up in life, I would be the happiest.
Yeah, very nice thought, sir. और एक क्वेश्चन है कि मतलब आज के दौर में पहले ऐसे होता था कि प्लेबैक करते थे लोग
जी.
एंड many singers they were singing a lot of songs playback में ही वो रह जाता था और वो उनका face सामने नहीं आता था. So right now the age of digital media that has come, so अभी Instagram में everybody is putting their own songs. How I mean instantly they are getting fame, right? So तो उसके बारे में क्या बोलना चाहेंगे कि मतलब the singers are getting famous now, by face people are recognizing them. So what is that your take on that?
Can I be honest about this?
Yes, sir.
What is the harm in getting it famous? I mean technology is a boon. मैं बताता हूँ जब हम लोग छोटे थे I had no clue how मैं किस प्रोड्यूसर को जाके मिलूं. हमें तो पता नहीं था. Today there's Google. You can search so many platforms. For example, reality shows आए. I've done Indian Idol, I've done सारेगामापा Little Champs recently. और इतने बच्चों को एक platform मिलता है to come up in life. Also, Swayam, now you compose a song or you sing a song, you upload it. If the song is good, वो गाना famous हो जाता है, you become famous. It is very good. Technology is fantastic, but there is no easy way out. I'm lucky कि हमें बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ती थी. When I came in, I had great composers as competition. लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल, R.D. Burman, कल्याण जी आनंद जी, ये इतने दिग्गज लोग, apart from the fact that मौका ही नहीं मिलता था काम करने का, तो we worked harder. So I would tell everybody, there is no substitute for hard work जो बोलते हैं. I've read that line. There is no substitute for hard work. मेहनत तो करनी पड़ेगी, जान तो लगानी पड़ेगी. And अगर आप सोचते हो कि आज आप famous हो गए and it's going to stay forever, no. 45 years, मेरा composition, I've completed, ma'am, 350 films. I've completed 45 years of composing music. I have worked with the greatest Lata Mangeshkar, to my daughter Anmol Malik. I've worked with Mohammad Rafi Saab, Kishore Kumar ji, to Arijit Singh. I've worked with the biggest of actors and heroes till today. But there is एक चीज मैं नहीं भूला हूँ. मैं ये भूल जाता हूँ. इंग्लिश में कहावत है, I know that I don't know. I know that I don't know. I still have a long way to go. आदमी अगर वो बोले कि मैंने ये किया, मैंने वो किया, कल मैंने कुछ नहीं होता है. Every day is a battle. तो मैं आपने जो पूछा, तो every day I'm motivated to work harder. मैं हर गाने को अपना पहला गाना समझता हूँ. This I consider interview on OTV, believe it or not, as my first interview ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे. मुझे लग रहा है I have to impress the people of Odisha. They should understand from me. जगी जी should feel it was worth calling Annu Malik here. और ये सब चीजें मैं अपने दिल से बोल रहा हूँ. So I am motivated. अभी मेरे पास चले कोई डायरेक्टर आए ना, मैं बाजा लेके 100 ट्यून अभी भी शुरू कर दूँ. I'm excited like a child. I look big, but अंदर से मैं अभी भी वही 5 साल का बच्चा हूँ. That's Annu Malik.
और एक जस्ट क्वेश्चन है सर कि ओडिया में आप अगर कभी आगे मौका मिले,
तो don't finish the question. कोई प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर हो किधर भी, please sign me up. I would love to compose and come to Odisha and compose. And स्वयं तू उसमें गाना गाएगा 100%.
Thank you sir.
100%. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, OTV के लिए एक शायरी अगर हो जाए सर.
Oh my God.
ये माहौल को देखते हुए.
This man is actually taking my ये इम्तिहान है. समर, there is this examination कि is Annu Malik so talented that prove it. मतलब मेरी जिंदगी में जगी जी आज तक मुझे प्रूव ही करना पड़ा है कि अन्नू मलिक OTV पर चलो एक गाना बना देते हैं अचानक. OTV. Are you ready guys?
Maybe that will be the anthem.
Okay. You said it. So मैं सोच रहा हूँ OTV. Okay, this is how everything is born. अभी मैं आपसे जब बातें कर रहा हूँ ना, I'm actually मैं सोचता भी जा रहा हूँ. I'm buying time. 1 minute. OTV. चलो ready everybody guys. गाना बना. अभी अचानक बना है. ये अचानक बन रहा है. अभी अभी कितना सेकंड हुआ जरा गिनो, सेकंड कितना हुआ? मैं ये स्टेज सवाल किया 5 सेकंड हुआ ना, तूने क्वेश्चन पूछा 10 सेकंड। ओके सो जगी जी गाना आपके ओटीवी की लिस्ट ने पकड़ लिया, बना दे। चलो सीट विद योर हस्बैंड, ये अभी आ रहा है, अभी आ रहा है। जो भी आएगा अगर अच्छा लगे तो ताली बजाना, नहीं अच्छा लगे तो माफ कर देना प्लीज।
ओटीवी न्यूज चैनल सर।
नहीं ओटीवी बोला है तूने। सीट विद योर हस्बैंड, सीट विद योर वाइफ, सीट विद योर फैमिली, सीट विद योर चिल्ड्रन, सीट विद योर पत्नी यानी कि बीवी। नथिंग इज बेटर देन ओटीवी, नथिंग इज बेटर देन ओटीवी, नथिंग इज बेटर देन ओटीवी, nothing is better than OTV. I swear I made it right now. See it with your husband. 1, 2. See it with your wife. See it with your children. See it with your family. See it with your patni. यानी के बीवी। क्यों? क्योंकि nothing is better than OTV. 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 Everybody, nothing is better than OTV. Yay! Nothing is better than OTV. Nothing is better than OTV. Nothing is better than OTV. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we are opening.
आपको ताली दिल से बजानी चाहिए. This was made in Odisha right now. इसी वक्त.
Just 2 questions from the dais, if anybody wants to ask.
Fine.
Last 2 questions, if you can.
Please, और इम्तिहान मत लो, please.
अनु सर ने तो मेरा जवाब दे दिया। मैं पूछना चाहती थी आपने कभी ओडिया गाना गाया है कि नहीं, बट आपने पहले ही बता दिया कि आप चाहते हैं।
मैं चाहता हूं।
तो आपकी चाहत को हम जरूर ध्यान में रखेंगे एंड वी लुक फॉरवर्ड टू कंपोज, गेट वन ओडिया गाना।
I would like to say thank you with a lot of my heart because I want to say I love the Odisha culture. मैं बताता हूँ, I'll tell you why. I love the Odisha culture because मैं यहाँ आता हूँ तो मैंने notice किया है, I've noticed this, there is tremendous family values.
Absolutely.
Tremendous. And there is tremendous love for their friends. In fact, husbands and family and wife and children love each other, but they also love their friends. And I love your dalma. I love it. I love it. And एक चुगड़ी मलाई भी होता है, और it's a very prawn dish, but I've become a veg now. But मुझको दालमा को ही खिचड़ी यहाँ की बहुत famous है. So I love the Odisha food, I love the Odisha people, I love the Odisha culture, and I want to compose for an Oriya film जिसमें मैं तेरे को स्वयं गाना गाऊँ.
Thank you, sir. It was
so
lovely
हम
talking
चाहते
to
हैं आपकी जुगलबंदी यहीं देखी जाए. I want स्वयं, अगर आप अनु जी का कोई अपना फेवरेट गाना अनु जी के साथ अगर गाएं, तो that will be an epic moment for all of us.
Done. सुनाइए.
छुपाना भी नहीं आता, जताना भी नहीं आता, हमें तुमसे मोहब्बत है, दिखाना भी नहीं आता.
And for Odisha, चुरा के दिल मेरा ओडिशा चला, ओढ़ा के दिल मेरा ओडिशा चला, पागल हुआ दीवाना हुआ, पागल हुआ दीवाना हुआ, ओडिशा ये क्या करके चला, चुरा के दिल मेरा OTV चली. Thank you.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beautiful talk with you, sir. Thank you.
I hope you guys enjoyed the session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, beta. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you, sir.
Very much. So when the Anu Malik ji says, nothing is better than OTV, the world has to agree. Please, everybody. Let us have the biggest round of applause for the legend himself, Anu Malik ji. Thank you, Swayam, for being a wonderful moderator for this session. What a brilliant session that was.
चार चांद लग गया नहीं?
बिल्कुल. So we are off for lunch. मध्याह्न भोजन आनंद नियंतु 1 घंटार विराम परे पुणी थरे एठी देखा हबो किछि नुवा चर्चा
आधा घंटार विराम परे आमे पुणी थरे फेरिबो
करबा काहे कि ना नेक्स्ट सेशन आमे सटीक समय रे आरंभ करबा को चाहबो थैंक यू एंजॉय योर लंच and I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors without whose support Foresight 2023 could not have been this special. OTV Foresight 2023 co-powered by S&M Group, supported by Jindal Steel and Power Limited, co-supported by IMFA, Bharat Masala and MGM Minerals. Associate sponsors, Rufon Cement, Ashwini Hospital, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, EVOS and Vedic Group of Institutions. Participants, MCL, NALCO, JSL, Siksha or Anusandhan. Thank you, sponsors.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
And they laid it.
I think the louder applause will be needed after this bright story. One of the best I heard in a very, very long time. Thank you so much, Chetna ji. And your story reminds me of a short poem by Gulzar Sahab जो कहते हैं वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, उसका तो स्त्री होना ही काफ़ी है. I think the women of the nation always had the talent. All they needed was a little support to show their courage and conquer the world, and you have given them that. Couldn't think of a more noble thing to do. Thank you so much.
So now this is the time to move on to our next speaker. The Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha. But before we invite him on stage, we have a special AV. So we'll request our technical team to play that AV, and after that, we'll like the Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the AV. AV, please.
Prakash Guha, Juventus Healthcare Limited ro Managing Director. भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री सहित दीर्घ 36 वर्ष धरी जड़ित से नेतृत्व में जुवेंटस भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल दुनिया रे निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछि. पूर्वरु से अल्केम लैबोरेटरीज रो प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग एंड वंडर लिमिटेड रे डेप्यूटी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हिसाब रे काम करिसेंति. समाजर निम्न वर्ग एवं अनाथंक पई तांको सेवार तुलना नाही. से जणे परोपकारी एवं बदान्य व्यक्ति. अनेक स्वेच्छासेवी संगठन सहित से जड़ित. राष्ट्रीय उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, राजीव गांधी शिरोमणि पुरस्कार रे से सम्मानित होइछंती. उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय से विज्ञान रे डिग्री हासिल करिछंती.
May I request you, sir, to please address the House.
Namaskar. I'm really thankful to OTV for inviting me to this platform. I really don't know in which language should I speak, because I can speak very well in Odia also, as well as in Hindi also. But I would like to stick to English for simple reason that this is a very technical subject, and a technical subject only can be explained in English, because most of the words are in English. So it would be better if anyone would like to, hear in Odia, that also I can do. Mu bhallo ki Odia kahi pare, au tanu mu Odia re bhi kahi pare, au Hindi re bhi kahi pare. तथा मु इंग्लिश रे कहू चाहिए कहीं ना आमर पर्टिकुलरली फार्मास्यूटिकल एवं साइंस ए दीटा आपणकर इंग्लिश रे ही कहवाटा प्रयोज्य कहीं इंग्लिश न कहले टे कहया को असुविधा हम कहीं से गुड़ा ट्रांसलेट करवा टे असुविधा. टॉपिक जोटा आज टॉपिक हाउ टू कर्टेल द ग्रोथ ऑफ फेक ड्रग्स in our country. Honestly speaking, this is a very concerning subject and issue for leading pharmaceutical companies. All leading pharmaceutical companies today are trying to find out a solution to that. We do have certain solutions, and more we are working on that, because we are trying to innovate more and more ways by which we can really stop it. But to a large extent, we have succeeded in that. I would just like to take you through that, what we have done till date. Actually, just for the understanding of the audience, I would like to say that in India, almost say 20 top companies have got 70% market share. And rest, we have got more than 5,000 pharma companies, but only 20 companies holds 70% market share, and rest all companies put together is around, say about 30% or little lesser than that. We actually, I'm fortunate that we belong to that 20 top companies. So we are hands-on with most of the things. And actually, if you see, this 20 companies are the worst sufferer with this fake drugs, because the leading brands only are being faked or counterfeited, and these are facing the challenges. These leading brands are facing the challenges. Now, what measures we are intending to take? There are various measures which we have already taken, and some we are intending to take. As I said, that these 20 companies are facing the challenges, and they are the leading companies of the country. And actually, these companies have got large field force, including ours. We have large field force. And first thing, we have trained our field force, because our field force, they are covering entire country, goes to nook and corner of this country, and they are the first source of information to us that what is happening at the ground level. So we have trained them to find out whether these counterfeit activities are going on or not, or fake drugs are being sold by distributors or not. So this is the first source of ours to get information. And the moment we get information from this source, we work on that. Number one, what we do is we consult our legal cell. We consult with them, and legal cell sends a desist, that is cease and desist notice to this vendors, whoever is selling, and tries to strike off their license as well as their activities through legal process. And post that, what we do is that we inform this drug department. Then we also inform this vigilance cell, which is there. Government has created a vigilance cell where we inform them that this type of activities are happening. And then also what we do is we mail our doctors, and also try to circulate through various mediums to different consumers and users about the fake drugs which is available in the market. That is one way of doing that. There are various ways how do we tackle that. The second way is we, as a company, now we have a robust system of pharmacovigilance. Pharmacovigilance is actually the quality of the drug as well as the desired result, what a doctor is supposed to get when he prescribes to his patient. If that desired result doesn't come, then a doctor is supposed to inform to our pharmacovigilance department that your drug is not working to the extent what is expected to be done. So accordingly, we immediately work on that, and then we try to find out the drug is of ours or it is a fake drug. And in many cases, we have found that the drug which doctor has used in the name of ours is turned out to be a fake drug. So we immediately jump on to action, and then many situation we have seen that the people, those who have been involved with that, they are being punished. So that is, pharmacovigilance is another way by which we tackle this situation. Then we use our lot of logistic partners to really find out that if such things are happening in the market, then they should inform us quickly so that we can take appropriate action. Now, there are various other activities which we do or measures we take. One is at the manufacturing side, we keep our control, and there is a strict vigilance, and every batch is being stored, and they are called as controlled sample. They are being kept at factory level, and we have got vigilance officer at factory level also to see that whether there is some proliferage or somebody is working against the organization or doing something wrong or not. So these things are, it's a continuous process. Also at the level of packaging material, where the packaging materials are being manufactured or prepared, there also we keep a tab, and we see that there is no proliferation of our packaging material, because packaging material is the most important thing which can lead to this fake drugs, because inside what is given, nobody looks at that, but outside is the real thing, because a consumer buys a product seeing the outside cover. Inside whatever is there in the product, hardly anybody can understand that, because unless that is tested, nobody can really understand that. So this is majorly packaging is responsible for these fake drugs or counterfeit drugs. So that we keep a track of that, we keep a tab on that, and periodically we do audit on that, so that we can understand whether anybody is playing around with that, somebody is there is any proliferage, or somebody manufacturing in excess and then giving it to somebody without our knowledge. So we keep a track of that. There also we have got vigilance officer, and all these things are managed directly by our QA and QC, that is quality assurance and quality control. Those who are responsible for controlling quality, they are being given this responsibility. Now, in packaging, because as I said, that packaging is the most responsible factor for which we see that most of the time this counterfeit, fake drugs are being sold in the market. They are sold because nobody knows what is there inside the drug, because everybody looks at the packaging. If the packaging is the same or similar, they have got a tendency to buy that. So at that level only we try to protect ourselves. So there are things like, you can have holograms in your packaging. You can have exclusive, that is nano, micro, nano, prints in your packaging. It is just like your currency note, because the way currency notes are being printed, it is just like that. And if you do that, then you can make out whether you only can know that whether your packaging is this is your product or not, because your people only can understand about that packaging, because the micro, nano, you have to understand what is there inside. Now, outside people cannot understand that, so we can make out from that. And then, there are some global suppliers which is tamper-proof, mechanism is being applied. They supply this packaging materials, which we procure from them. There are very far and few such manufacturers in the world. So we procure from them. These packaging materials cannot be tampered so easily. They are tamper-proof materials. Then, of course, you have codification is also being done in packaging, so that you have your special code. Only your company knows that code. If anybody tries to tamper with that or play with that, you can easily understand what code you have. If somebody has produced a fake drug, then his code and your code would be different, so you can immediately make out that. The other things which are coming in force now is QR code. And Government of India, that is Department of Pharmaceutical and Chemicals, has already made it mandatory for 300 top brands of the country. You have to have QR code. This is basically technology driven, and technology has given us this liberty to have this type of things, because QR code is really working well. And if you have QR code, it is easily, it can be monitored, because a mobile phone, simple mobile phone also can scan a QR code, and you can understand that where the brand is being manufactured, which location, what is the manufacturing date. Entire history of the brand is given in the QR code. So these cannot be tampered so easily, because your manufacturing site, your every details of the manufacturing site, everything. So normally these things cannot be copied, nor this can be tampered by anybody. What we have observed till date, because basically, all these years we have been trying to really put a halt to this kind of situation and to see that the growth is not hampered by this kind of activities. But unfortunately, every time we see that lawmaker is little lesser than the lawbreaker. Lawbreakers are always ahead of lawmakers. So I hope that this QR code can bring a solution to our problem, and we can have a smooth transaction in the marketplace. And all the more, see, basically it is not that what companies are suffering through, but it is, I would concede to the fact that it is not more of company, it is more of the patients, those who are consuming those drugs. Because patients, those who are consuming those drugs, are not consuming the right type of drugs, because most of these drugs are inferior in quality. They are lesser efficacious, as well as it can lead to any kind of situation. So it is patients, those who suffer. So we are trying to educate patients across the country also, that how they should look at the products. Even we are trying to, through our different channels, we are trying to educate patients, doctors, that this, after this QR code has been introduced, so we are telling them that you should look at the QR code and try to verify the products which you are buying, and try to see that this is coming from the company which you are expecting to buy. Okay, so this is working. This has started working, and Government of India is also supporting us a lot towards this, because this has become mandatory for the companies, those who have got top 300 brands, and that's how it is today. And we are getting a lot of supports from all external agencies also, including government and the drug departments also nowadays. And everybody is now very vigilant, and people are trying to fix this situation so that this doesn't continue forever, and we can come to a situation wherein we will be, we'll see that the entire industry is free from this kind of activities. I hope that that happens. We are looking for that brighter day going forward, and I'm sure that if that happens, more than me becoming happy, I would be very happy for people, those who will be consuming our drugs, because they will be getting the right product which they deserve to have. So I invite questions on this. If anybody has got any question, you are welcome to ask any question. ओडिया बुझी पारे ना, ओडिया कही भी पारे, ओडिया रे पढ़ा पढ़ी भी करछि। You are right, madam. आपण जोड़ा कहले सेटा ठीक, सेइतपय मु कहली जे एबे जो QR कोड आछि, this is easy to understand, because आपण मोबाइल दे कि मध्य you can scan that and you can understand whether it is being manufactured where. एटा कोठी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हेछि, को जगह रे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हेछि, को समय रे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हेछि, एवं तार कंट्रोल सैंपल अछि कि नाही, ए प्रत्येक जिंस आपनकर QR कोड रे अछि. तेणु even a layman also can today understand by scanning that, and everybody can make out. So this QR code is going to bring a revolution in this entire activity, and I'm sure once this is introduced across, you will not see much of these activities. That's what my take is. टिके जोर रे कहबे एते बाटू आपण आवाज आसु नहीं
सर क्यूआर कोड को स्कैन करने भी लिटरेसी दरकार बहुत कष्ट भी आम साधारणतः ये जो क्यूआर कोड को आम स्कैन करने वी फेस्ड ए लॉट ऑफ डिफिकल्टी डोंट यू थिंक दैट द गवर्नमेंट हैज अ रोल टू प्ले टू मेक इट मोर सिंपलर जे साधारण जमती मैम पचारे साधारण गोटे कस्टमर कंज्यूमर जापर दिस इज फेक एंड दिस इज जेन्युइन
आज्ञा मुझे सत्यता कहूँ आपन को लगी पारे क्यूआर कोडटा बनया बहुत डिफिकल्ट बट एते डिफिकल्ट नुह कहीं हाँ इट इज अ टेक्निकली ड्रिवन थिंग एंड दिस इज बेसिकली डन बाय people those who are digitally specialized but government एबे ताकू मैंडेटरी करिछि देखो गवर्नमेंट पाखे सॉल्यूशन आमको दे ही गवर्नमेंट करेब गवर्नमेंट डायरेक्टली तो किसी करें कहीं आम प्रोडक्ट बनाऊँ आम प्रोडक्ट बिकुचु तेणु आमको से पड़ो एवं नाउ वी आर टेकिंग ऑल पॉसिबल केयर टू पुट क्यूआर कोड इन ऑल आवर इंपॉर्टेंट ब्रांड्स बिकॉज this is a mandatory thing from the government side also for 300 brands but as a I would say that leading company and company which has got a good practices we are trying to put our QR code in every product whatever we are going to manufacture so and QR code ame taku kariu seta konosi consumer ku kariya darkar nahi but yes you have to scan that our scanning kariya again it is very easy anybody can scan if he is carrying a smartphone anybody can scan that scanning करियाटा किसी असुविधा कथा नुह किंतु हम करिवो गवर्नमेंट एथिरे मते लागेनी जे गवर्नमेंट ऑलरेडी मैंडेटरी तक कर देइछि गवर्नमेंट ताको समस्त को कहिछि ताको करिया पई एवं प्रत्येक कंपनी ताको करूचंती आ ताको कॉमन लोक देखिबाटा निश्चित भाबरे कॉमन लोकंकर सेटा आज्ञा सेटा तो करिया पड़िवो if they want a genuine drug then they have to do that because there is no other choice
गवर्नमेंट जो मेकानिजम अच्छा ड्रग इन्स्पेक्टर अच्छा नियमित भाव में जाकर चेक जदि करते सो दैट माने ये आसंतानी एवं आउ गोटे कथा होची जो एनफोर्समेंट मेकानिजम दोज आर इंडल्जिंग इन दिस काइंड ऑफ एक्टिविटी दे मस्ट बी अंडर एप्रोप्रिएट लॉज दैट इज
you are right
from government side
you are right sir I would like to say one thing that government एबे आपण ओडिशा रे देखिथिबे गवर्नमेंट बहुत तत्पर है आपणकर प्रत्येक जगार छापा मारी एवं अरेस्ट कर बहुत लोक एबे आईन भाव आईनगत भाव सी कौन शास्ति पाइबे सेटा कोर्ट डिसाइड करिवो सेटा तो गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड करिवो नहीं किंतु से माने निश्चित भाव शास्ति पाइबे आउ एक्चुअली आपन जदि देखिबे ड्रग लॉ इज अ वेरी स्ट्रिंजेंट लॉ जो माने स्पूरियस फेक ड्रग को डील करूचंती they are supposed to be penalized with a very serious, there is a serious implication of that. But only thing is that there are very far and few are being caught. Now, since everybody is knowing this, and there is, even from every company side, it's not that only, since I work for Juventus, I'm not saying from the platform of Juventus, but I can tell you that every good company today is working towards this, and everybody is trying hard to put a full stop to this because see it is not the question of how much you lose or how much you gain it is the question of trust and faith because we as manufacturer we as seller of a product in fact if we don't give a quality product to a doctor or a consumer then the trust goes down and if we are giving but somebody else is playing in between and creating that problem for us, then it's a huge problem for us. So we, from our side, we are trying our level best to see that it is being taken care. Government, so far I understand, government is taking care across the country, let me tell you honestly, because I have seen across the country, Odisha, you all know what is happening. Across the country, everywhere, government is after this, people, those who are doing this fake activities, those who are manufacturing these fake drugs, they are after them. I don't know how long they can escape law, but I'm sure that they will be, someday caught. Nobody can escape from this anymore because now everybody is very vigilant. In the pharma companies are creating their own sales. Then your doctors are now knowing, they are very careful. Consumers are knowing, they are careful. Government is very aware of the fact that there are such people in the society, those who are creating this type of problems for consumers. So everybody together we can, really resolve this issue.
Yeah, I'm Shubhrakant Shadangi, Chairman and CEO iBooks. Thank you. आपन जो information दले बहुत बढ़िया information दले. Thank you, Mr. Guha. Two questions. What is your estimate of the amount of size of the counterfeit market in terms of percentage? Like if you have any. Second is आपन mention कर ले कि जो packaging is a very crucial thing. But I feel that it's very crucial only in cases where the product is a well-known product. Otherwise, as a like user, as a consumer of the medicines, I may not know कि कोटा original packaging केमिति होची कोटा नुआ medicine जदि मते consume करिया रही कले. So I feel सेटा कोटे something maybe you can think. And अपन जो QR code कहिले, से QR code रे maybe you can consider doing some gamification, something like some rewards, so that not from the patient point of view, but from the company point of view, at least you get the information कि कोठू मो medicine टे किनेली को दुकान so that आपण पाकर से data आसी जीवो कहले आपण maybe you can look at the fake side.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Thanks, Mr. Sadangi, for giving me this idea. I accept your idea. I will certainly work on that, and I will see that something can be done. If can be done, we will do that. Now, coming to your first point is what is the percentage? See, honestly speaking, very difficult to ascertain the percentage because we haven't done any such exercise. But I can say you that see, counterfeit, that duplicate drugs is one problem. There are other issues also related to this. One is sometimes we see spurious drugs in the market, which are also fake drugs. Sometimes also we see, I would say that misbranded drugs. And misbranded for the benefit of the audience.
I think the louder applause will be needed after this bright story. One of the best I heard in a very, very long time. Thank you so much, Chetna ji. And your story reminds me of a short poem by Gulzar Sahab जो कहते हैं वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है, उसका तो स्त्री होना ही काफ़ी है. I think the women of the nation always had the talent. All they needed was a little support to show their courage and conquer the world, and you have given them that. Couldn't think of a more noble thing to do. Thank you so much.
So now this is the time to move on to our next speaker. The Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha. But before we invite him on stage, we have a special AV. So we'll request our technical team to play that AV, and after that, we'll like the Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the AV. AV, please.
Prakash Guha, Juventus Healthcare Limited ro Managing Director. भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री सहित दीर्घ 36 वर्ष धरी जड़ित से नेतृत्व में जुवेंटस भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल दुनिया रे निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछि. पूर्वरु से आल्केम लैबोरेटरीज रो प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग एंड वंडर लिमिटेड रे डेप्यूटी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हिसाब रे काम करिसेंती. समाजर निम्न वर्ग एवं अनाथंक पई तांको सेवार तुलना नाही. से जणे परोपकारी एवं बदान्य व्यक्ति. अनेक स्वेच्छासेवी संगठन सहित से जड़ित. राष्ट्रीय उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, राजीव गांधी शिरोमणि पुरस्कार रे से सम्मानित होइछंती. उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय से विज्ञान रे डिग्री हासिल करिछंती.
May I request you, sir, to please address the House.
Namaskar. I'm really thankful to OTV for inviting me to this platform. I really don't know in which language should I speak, because I can speak very well in Odia also, as well as in Hindi also. But I would like to stick to English for simple reason that this is a very technical subject, and a technical subject only can be explained in English because most of the words are in English. So it would be better if anyone would like to, hear in Odia, that also I can do. ମୁଁ ଭଲ କି ଓଡ଼ିଆ କହିପାରେ ଆଉ ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ ବି କହିପାରେ ଆଉ ହିନ୍ଦୀରେ ବି କହିପାରେ ତଥାପି ମୁଁ ଇଂଲିଶରେ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି କାହିଁକି ନା ଆମର particularly pharmaceutical ଏବଂ ସାଇନ୍ସ ଏ ଦୁଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଇଂଲିଶରେ ହିଁ କହିବାଟା ପ୍ରଯୋଜ୍ୟ କାହିଁକିନା ଇଂଲିଶରେ ନ କହିଲେ ଟିକେ କହିବାକୁ ଅସୁବିଧା ହେବ କାହିଁକିନା ସେଗୁଡ଼ା ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଲେଟ୍ କରିବା ଟିକେ ଅସୁବିଧା ଟପିକ୍ ଯେଉଁଟା ଆଜିର ଟପିକ୍ how to curtail the growth of fake drugs in our country. Honestly speaking, this is a very concerning subject and issue for leading pharmaceutical companies. All leading pharmaceutical companies today are trying to find out a solution to that. We do have certain solutions, and more we are working on that because we are trying to innovate more and more ways by which we can really stop it. But to a large extent, we have succeeded in that. I would just like to take you through that, what we have done till date. Actually, just for the understanding of the audience, I would like to say that in India, almost say 20 top companies have got 70% market share. And rest, we have got more than 5,000 pharma companies, but only 20 companies holds 70% market share, and rest all companies put together is around, say 30% or little lesser than that. We actually, I'm fortunate that we belong to that 20 top companies, so we are hands-on with most of the things. And actually, if you see, this 20 companies are the worst sufferer with this fake drugs because the leading brands only are being faked or counterfeited, and these are facing the challenges. These leading brands are facing the challenges. Now, what measures we are intending to take? There are various measures which we have already taken, and some we are intending to take. As I said that these 20 companies are facing the challenges, and they are the leading companies of the country. And actually, these companies have got large field force, including ours. We have large field force. And first thing, we have trained our field force because our field force, they are covering entire country, goes to nook and corner of this country. And they are the first source of information to us that what is happening at the ground level. So we have trained them to find out whether these counterfeit activities are going on or not, or fake drugs are being sold by distributors or not. So this is the first source of ours to get information. And the moment we get information from this source, we work on that. Number one, what we do is we consult our legal cell. We consult with them, and legal cell sends a desist, that is cease and desist notice to this vendors, whoever is selling, and tries to strike off their license as well as their activities through legal process. And post that, what we do is that we inform this drug department. Then we also inform this vigilance cell, which is there. Government has created a vigilance cell where we inform them that this type of activities are happening. And then also what we do is we mail our doctors and also try to circulate through various mediums to different consumers and users about the fake drugs which is available in the market. That is one way of doing that. There are various ways how do we tackle that. The second way is we, as a company, now we have a robust system of pharmacovigilance. Pharmacovigilance is actually the quality of the drug as well as the desired result, what a doctor is supposed to get when he prescribes to his patient. If that desired result doesn't come, then a doctor is supposed to inform to our pharmacovigilance department that your drug is not working to the extent what is expected to be done. So accordingly, we immediately work on that, and then we try to find out the drug is of ours or it is a fake drug. And in many cases, we have found that the drug which doctor has used in the name of ours is turned out to be a fake drug. So we immediately jump on to action, and then many situation we have seen that the people, those who have been involved with that, they are being punished. So that is, pharmacovigilance is another way by which we tackle this situation. Then we use our lot of logistic partners to really find out that if such things are happening in the market, then they should inform us quickly so that we can take appropriate action. Now, there are various other activities which we do or measures we take. One is at the manufacturing side, we keep our control, and there is a strict vigilance, and every batch is being stored, and they are called as controlled sample. They are being kept at factory level, and we have got vigilance officer at factory level also to see that whether there is some proliferage or somebody is working against the organization or doing something wrong or not. So these things are, it's a continuous process. Also at the level of packaging material, where the packaging materials are being manufactured or prepared, there also we keep a tab, and we see that there is no proliferage of our packaging material, because packaging material is the most important thing which can lead to this fake drugs. Because inside what is given, nobody looks at that, but outside is the real thing, because a consumer buys a product seeing the outside cover. Inside whatever is there in the product, hardly anybody can understand that, because unless that is tested, nobody can really understand that. So this is majorly packaging is responsible for these fake drugs or counterfeit drugs. So that we keep a track of that, we keep a tab on that, and periodically we do audit on that so that we can understand whether anybody is playing around with that, somebody is there is any proliferage, or somebody manufacturing in excess and then giving it to somebody without our knowledge. So we keep a track of that. There also we have got vigilance officer, and all these things are managed directly by our QA and QC, that is quality assurance and quality control. Those who are responsible for controlling quality, they are being given this responsibility. Now, in packaging, because as I said, that packaging is the most responsible factor for which we see that most of the time this counterfeit, fake drugs are being sold in the market. They are sold because nobody knows what is there inside the drug, because everybody looks at the packaging. If the packaging is the same or similar, they have got a tendency to buy that. So at that level only we try to protect ourselves. So there are things like, you can have holograms in your packaging. You can have exclusive, that is nano, micro, nano, prints in your packaging, it is just like your currency note, because the way currency notes are being printed, it is just like that. And if you do that, then you can make out whether you only can know that whether your packaging is this is your product or not, because your people only can understand about that packaging, because the micro nano, you have to understand what is there inside. Now, outside people cannot understand that, so we can make out from that. And then there are some global suppliers which is tamper-proof mechanism is being applied. They supply this packaging materials which we procure from them. There are very far and few such manufacturers in the world. So we procure from them. These packaging materials cannot be tampered so easily. They are tamper-proof materials. Then, of course, you have codification is also being done in packaging, so that you have your special code. Only your company knows that code. If anybody tries to tamper with that or play with that, you can easily understand what code you have. If somebody has produced a fake drug, then his code and your code would be different, so you can immediately make out that. The other things which are coming in force now is QR code. And Government of India, that is Department of Pharmaceutical and Chemicals, has already made it mandatory. For 300 top brands of the country, you have to have QR code. This is basically technology driven, and technology has given us this liberty to have this type of things, because QR code is really working well. And if you have QR code, it can be monitored, because a mobile phone, simple mobile phone also can scan a QR code, and you can understand that where the brand is being manufactured, which location, what is the manufacturing date. Entire history of the brand is given in the QR code. So these cannot be tampered so easily, because your manufacturing site, your every details of the manufacturing site, everything. So normally these things cannot be copied, nor this can be tampered by anybody. What we have observed till date, because basically all these years we have been trying to really put a halt to this kind of situation, and to see that the growth is not hampered by this kind of activities. But unfortunately, every time we see that lawmaker is little lesser than the lawbreaker. Lawbreakers are always ahead of lawmakers. So I hope that this QR code can bring a solution to our problem, and we can have a smooth transaction in the marketplace. And all the more, see, basically it is not that what companies are suffering through, but it is, I would concede to the fact that it is not more of company, it is more of the patients, those who are consuming those drugs. Because patients, those who are consuming those drugs, are not consuming the right type of drugs, because most of these drugs are inferior in quality. They are lesser.
स्वास्थ्य प्रकृति में केते जरूरी एवं केवल निज स्वास्थ्य नुह निज समाज रो स्वास्थ्य एवं मेंटल हेल्थ को नहीं गोटे बड़ अवेयरनेस समस्त भितर ये कोविड आमको गोटे बड़ शिक्षा देछि। आम समस्त एक कथा को अनुभव करि पारिछे जे केमती निजको सुस्थ रखिबा जरूरी एवं सुस्थ रखिबा को पड़े, विशेष करी मानसिक भाव में आम केमती फिट रही परिबा से नहीं अनेक समय आम माने वर्तमान आलोचना भी करुछे। तबे परिवर्तित परिस्थिति रे ए प्रसंगर यथार्थता को नहीं आज आमर ए आलोचना
एवं ये प्रसंग में आलोचना करने जो मैंने आम सहित उपस्थित अच्छा से होती पद्मश्री डॉक्टर तारा प्रसाद दास महोदय, वाइस चेयरमैन एल वी प्रसाद आई इंस्टीट्यूट, डॉक्टर निम्रत सिंह क्लिनिकल साइकोलॉजिस्ट, बिहेवियरल ट्रेनर एंड ऑथर, डॉक्टर राजेश चंद्र मिश्रा। मैं अनुरोध करी आम पैनलिस्ट मान मंच को आसबे और सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट श्री संदीप मिश्र महोदय को अनुरोध ये मंच a session re say moderation karibe. May I request the dignitaries and the moderators, and before that we have a very special AV on this session to be played. Technical team, can we have the AV please?
समस्त को अनुरोध आसन ग्रहण करिवे मंच उपरे। हाँ एभी परे एभी आमे प्रथमे प्ले करिबा टेक्निकल टीम को अनुरोध जे एभी प्ले करिवे
Seems like we do not have the AVs for this session.
Okay.
तेणु आमे देरी न करी अनुरोध करिबा अतिथि माननकु एवं मंच परिचालकनकु मंच को आसीबे. Can we have the dignitaries and the moderator for the session on stage please? मानसिक स्वास्थ्य गोटे एभली चर्चा जहाको नै आज भी लोक लज्जा काहे कि अछि केमिति समाज रो दूर हबो ताको नै किछि विशेष प्रश्न तार उत्तर. Can we have a round of applause for the panelists for the session and the moderator? Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Hope all of you had a sumptuous lunch. Yeah. Good food, they say, results in a good mood. So we can start this post-lunch session with all positivity and alertness, as it will provide lots of food for thought. Yes, this session, the topic is related to the brain, and all of you out there, I would request all of you to brainstorm on ways to stay mentally healthy and physically fit. In India, at least 1 in 10 persons are estimated to suffer from some sort of mental health ailment. Some studies put the figure at as high as 30%. Hence, we decided to discuss about this most relevant topic today. Before proceeding further, I would introduce the guests. Already, my colleague has already introduced them. Dr. Rajesh Mishra is a well-known critical care specialist based in Ahmedabad. He is also president of Indian Society of Critical Care Medicine. He is to my left. To his left is Dr. Nimrat Singh, who is a noted clinical psychologist who is currently the associate professor at the MBA College of Nirma University in Ahmedabad, and she's also the founder of TAMGram, which is a human resource development center. And to the extreme left is Dr. Tara Prasad Das. He's been a recipient of Padma Shri recipient, and he's very known to all of us in Odisha, and is currently the vice chairman emeritus of LV Prasad Eye Institute in Hyderabad. So we can begin the session. I would start with Dr. Nimrat Singh. Mental health is not an oft discussed topic, but generally people tend to dub all mental illnesses as madness, which creates some kind of a social stigma. So I would start with Dr. Singh. Do you think with increased awareness and advancement in medical sciences, the stigma barriers are lessening?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all. You know, we don't talk about mental health very easily in forums like that, so I really want to congratulate OTV to bring up a topic like mental health, because it is always it's brushed under the carpet. You agree? और जो इन्होंने अभी कहा ना statistics, 1 person out of 10 people in India, you know, it amounts to what? 1 person in a family at some point or the other has struggled with mental health. And 80% of the people who struggle with mental health do not get treatment for at least 1 year. Another thing which I want to bring up is, how long do you think it takes to detect cancer? Can I ask the audience? How much time do you think it takes to detect cancer? Anybody else? 1 month? So by the symptom, in how much time can you know a symptom of cancer like? Yeah, so average, I'm just taking the average, it's 2 years. Because sometimes it reaches a stage where you realize that the child was not hungry, the person was losing weight, something was not going right, they did a lot of tests, and then suddenly they realized, oh, this is cancer that got detected. In depression, how much time do you think it takes to detect depression? 10 years. I'm cutting it very short right now, 10 years. So a person has lost his job, his family, his money, his self-esteem, but he did not know that he had depression. And as we are talking about, we can talk about AD, before COVID and after COVID. We can talk this way, okay? BC and AC. Things have changed drastically. And there's always, when we talk about mental health, we say that, oh my God, I don't want to know about it. But there is also good news that today I think people are openly coming out and talking about it. I did a little research in a school where I talked to students, college students and teachers. And there were questions on depression. Can you tell me which group knew the most about depression? Teachers hai, college students hai, or school children hai? Who do you think knew most about depression? There were questions asked on depression. And who knew the least? The most. School students knew most about depression, and teachers knew the least about depression. So this is our status. As we grew up in a society in joint families where we didn't talk openly about depression. We would say, mand buddhi ka hai ye person, doesn't talk too much, is not very friendly. So I think this is the first time we can say it has become an epidemic, and we are looking at it. We need to look at it that it has become an epidemic because wo bolte na, it was unsaid, unseen. It is suddenly emerging as a field where even physical doctors acknowledge and say that yes, this could be because of mental health. 80% of our problems start with stress. 80% of the people in hospitals are because of stress. And where does stress get generated? Is it in the body? Is BP and sugar and cardiac in the body, or first does it come from the mind that the person is stressed? So in a way, yes, now we are recognizing it, and now it's become seamless. You talk about physical health or mental health, we are talking about the same thing.
Yeah, as you said, it's becoming a silent epidemic because many cases of mental health ailment are not reported, and India in particular, it's quite hidden. In this kind of a scenario, I would ask Dr. Mishra, is the government doing enough?
So very tricky question. When we ask government doing enough, why do we expect government to do everything?
Government certainly has a role.
No. So let me tell you.
Not everything, but it has a role.
So let me answer in this way. The problem with mental health is, first, we did not know that mental is a disease. In fact, WHO started this in somewhere in 70s. It came to our notice that in 90s mental health is and if you are mentally healthy, then you are healthy. This we started recognizing little late in comparison to other disease. That's first thing. As far as awareness is concerned, awareness about disease, let me tell you very clearly that nowhere in the world all this thing is done by any government or organization. It is we who has to get aware. The biggest problem we have the education. Our thought. If I ask you that in this crowd, at per current state of the WHO, if we are 200, at least 4% will have some kind of psychological disorder, will have or currently having. How many of you are ready to come up and accept that I have some kind of psychology, maybe it is anxiety, maybe it is stress, maybe it is depression, it can be anything. How many are ready to have courage to say that I have this problem? Since there is a taboo behind it. Taboo is that I have mental health, the people will say that I am mad. That taboo has been created. Mental health is not new. हमारे जितने भी शास्त्र हैं, जितने भी ग्रंथ हैं, सब में डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ मेंटल हेल्थ मेंशन है, उनके उपाय भी मेंशन है. बट प्रॉब्लम इज दैट कि इन ड्यू कोर्स ऑफ द टाइम mental health first was not recognized, and when it was recognized in a wrong way. Everything was labeled as a mad, which was not correct, and that has created all the problem. So first thing, if we expect everything to government, like OTV is doing tomorrow, a lot of organization will do, So जिसकी प्रॉब्लम है solution भी उसी को लाना होगा. We don't expect that government anything will do.
Government certainly has to build the infrastructure because even among doctors, psychiatry is not a very preferred subject. There are not many psychiatrists all over the country, including in Odisha. So why is it that it is not a priority subject for doctors also?
No, it is a priority subject for doctors. Only thing is awareness. What government can do, recognizing the problem, they can create awareness. Like tell you an example, organ donation. There's a problem in India, maybe 10 years ago, when somebody comes to me, he's a brain dead, come to me and I start talking that look, if you can donate organ, you can save 10 more lives. It was not that effective what today it is when Modi ji has taken this initiative that organ donation should be a part of all counseling and public awareness started happening, then thought change. So definitely government can help in recognizing कि भाई आपको mental disorder है, you are not mad, you are part of the family, you are part of the society. Society should not, society reject कर देती है, family reject कर देती है. ये चीज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए. I will just come to very important thing. Look, all of us go to some kind of stress. The first thing, the first solution for this problem, which I really want to talk, is that recognizing the problem. ये problem है. आपका हार्ट टूटता है तो आप ऑर्थोपेडिक के पास जाते हो, हार्ट की प्रॉब्लम होती है. सेम में दिस इज आल्सो प्रॉब्लम, दिस इज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम. इट लीड्स टू मच फाइनेंशियल लॉस, फैमिली लॉस, आपके वर्क लॉस. आप हट्टे कट्टे जवान होके महीनों तक चुपचाप वर्थलेस पड़े रहते हो. तो दिस यू हैव टू रिकॉग्नाइज अर्ली. Two of the biggest star, I want to example. They discussed, they came out. Deepika had a depression for so many years. She discussed, she came out. Namita Thapar, she was just discussing few days ago on TV. She's a MCure Pharma owner. She discussed what kind of mental trauma.
The awareness level is increasing and people are coming forward.
But Sushant Rajput could not do same thing and he has to suicide. The extreme is that you can come out from the problem, and another extreme it can suicide. So one more thing which I want to tell everybody, and which is most important, we all have stress. We all have stress some kind. And हमारे शास्त्रार्थ आजकल जितने भी बाबा लोग हैं सिर्फ एक ही चीज की बात होती है. And we all should do breath. We have forgotten to breathe. हमारा जो एवरेज ब्रेथ है 8 से 12 वो हमने बढ़ा के 14 से 20 कर दिया. The moment we start being mindful to ourselves in current situation and start breathing comfortably, lot of stress can be distressed, because the breath, getting good oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide is the best ever stress buster. So whenever you are stressed, just be mindful. Mindful means be with yourself, breathe properly, lot of things can be taken care of.
Yeah, stress is certainly an area of concern, but mental health is not only limited to stress. There's depression, there's anxiety, there's adjustment difficulties, there's addiction-related issues. So I would come to Dr. Das, because you've been in the medical profession for decades. You've been observing the trend. Do you think the policy makers have adequate knowledge of the subject? Do they focus as much as they should? And is the private sector also contributing enough?
Oh, a very tricky question. Dr. Mishra already told that should government do everything or should private not do something? As an individual have to contribute everything. But I will change your question. I will talk something different actually. The amount of, in my 42 years in medical science in ophthalmology, I have seen a huge change in way you diagnose by imaging technology, technique, telemedicine, far away consultation, etc., etc. But everything has not defined mental health properly. So we think that mind, body, and soul, if you think properly, we thought about only the body, not the mind and the soul. So I have got many patients, and they only want to hear one thing. If you become a patient anywhere, I am a patient somewhere also, will I become all right? When a patient asks a question, will I become all right? If you do not answer that question in a simple language, yes, I will take care of you. But start talking about medical jargon, statistics, etc., then that stress starts from there actually. So stress medical doctors also create this stress. That portion most probably not being discussed properly. I am a retina doctor, so I treat a lot of infections in the eye. As somebody has referred a patient to me who is not doing well, I have to treat, do by my own medical standards. If I ask the same question, I want to certainly have to take a history, who treated you before? Now the way you can ask the question, kisne surgery kiya hai? You are finished. That means you already created stress. You are creating a seed of doubts that that doctor did not do well, but that doctor did what he could do. And whatever you do, you can't cure everybody. So supposing you have not apply the causality of everything and start talking about the life, then things will be all right. If you do not measure the disease just by those so-called quote unquote normal parameters, hemoglobin, HbC, or fasting blood sugar, cholesterol, not talk about that alone, that only defines a disease from a so-called physically, bodily, healthy body. Doesn't talk about the life itself. If you have the life itself, then who will start it? Why should government start it? And of course, why should not government start it? It's all of us, the way you talk. The stress is somewhere, not that nobody was the stress. Let's say we have this Foresight program, there's amount of stress. The person organized, person is anchoring, person who Mrs. Panda came to do things, is a stress. But then how to mitigate it, find a solution, how to reduce the stress by enjoying something. One of my very famous teachers from Tamil Nadu, he had a famous sentence I always quote to myself that knowledge and intelligence are not enough in the world. It's the joy of doing something beautiful. Why a mother is not stressed by taking care of the child, but stressed by taking care of the mother-in-law? Excuse me if I use the word mother-in-law. My mother-in-law stayed with me till she died though. So that is the amount of how do you reduce the stress. If you're doing something willingly, joyfully, then there is no stress at all. So it depends on how you take it. Now government is doing what government can do. Unfortunately, because it is a medical, hospitality has become an industry. I don't like that word myself though. So people are looking at how do you make it quick money, because while IT industry brought a lot of goodness to us, badness is that everybody thought that quick way you can earn money. To become a good doctor takes 12 years at least. To be a better doctor takes another 12 years most probably. So that's the amount of stress is going on and on and on. Now, without naming, the amount of stress we have to go to become a doctor. Luckily, I didn't have a NEET. I went through my +2 examination, these are the results, I become a doctor. But today, supposing my child goes to NEET, there is a stress. Then go to Kota, Akas, or something, Anchor, whatever it is, there is amount of stress. I was talking to IIT professor, principal actually in Madras. He told that, Dr. Garu, your Andhra guys are not good. I come from Andhra Pradesh, or undivided Andhra Pradesh once upon a time. I said, why they're not doing so well in IIT Madras? He said, no, they are all MCQ guys. They know how to answer those ABCD or none of the above. They can't solve a problem. Supposing think about solving a problem, then most of the stress will go away. He quote some examples of movie stars, but then movie stars, one, I'm happy that they confessed it. Stress was always there, will continue to there, and then problem, we should not ever try to avoid the problem. A problem comes, cross it. A bigger problem, cross it. That's what good friend, good president of India, Dr. Kalam always works on the problem. But government is doing what it can do. If there is a patient of 10 patients with a diarrheal disease, who I can treat with a patient with a bottle of saline, and there is somebody with a heart disease, public health point of view, I will treat these people, not this. This is important, but then I can treat well. So mental disease right now is not a priority for the government because there are a lot of other diseases you are not able to take care of it. When that is done, only will do. If the society grows, it has come not automatically. The society has become better, GDP is improved, and we have got enough money to survive. I don't have to queue up to buy my 2 kilos of sugar once I do in a school child. Then only stress will go away. Stress will not go away. But good that, as Dr. Mishra, as Madam told that, talk about loudly. Don't hide it. Don't do anything else, and talk loudly so that you can...
To talk loudly also, the awareness level has to increase. And in recent decades, we see that these kind of mental health issues are actually growing, especially among adolescents and young adults. There is peer pressure, there is peer competition.
I think it was always there. Duryodhana also had a stress, and Krishna also had a stress, Alexander also had a stress, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi also had a stress, everybody had a stress.
Yeah,
but the way to how to communicate and talk to people, sort it out is better than hiding it. People, lucky that people no more hiding. Good that Deepika or somebody else has talked about it loudly so that people are aware that, okay, I can talk loud. Like a Me Too. Because always Me Too was there. It's only 3 years ago it came up.
The biggest problem is, एक ही ये देश की नहीं पूरे दुनिया की प्रॉब्लम है, लोग क्या कहेंगे. लोग आपका खाना नहीं चलाते, आपका घर नहीं चलाते, बट लोग क्या कहेंगे इसमें पूरी दुनिया बर्बाद है. प्रॉब्लम मेरी है, सोल्यूशन मुझे लाना है, मेरा डे ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट, मेरा फाइनेंशियल लॉस हो रहा है, मेरी फैमिली लॉस हो रही है, सोल्यूशन मुझे लाना है. एंड इफ दैट हैज टू बी डन, लोग क्या कहेंगे इसको हटाना पड़ेगा. यू हैव टू, आई मीन द फर्स्ट थिंग, अगर एक ही पब्लिक अवेयरनेस खाली हम कर सकें, एक मैसेज कि what people will say is none of my business, is none of your business. Who you are to judge what I am doing, who I am saying. Why I am a citizen of free country. Mental health is one of the most important priority for me.
That is easier said than done, because it's not any particular individual, but all of us are in a way responsible. So we just can't expect the individual to remain aloof and become asocial in the process. I would come to Dr. Singh, because as we see in the changing socio-economic scenario, a lot of our institutions like the joint family system in India, they are breaking down. Do you think it's contributing to a rise in social mental health issues?
So certainly, I think the profile of mental health has changed. आपने देखा होगा, the research shows 40% increase in domestic violence, highest susceptibility to suicide in the youth between 15 to 29. We're reading it all the time in the papers. We can't be blind to those things. And senior citizens, these are the three groups which are the most vulnerable today. And we can understand, you see, if look at it, we are an agrarian society, 80% of people live in the village. एक बरसात fail होती है, एक rain fail होती है, everybody suffers, everything goes high. So can we say that we are still, depression has increased, anxiety has increased, body shaming, I have met a lot of students during the COVID time. They would not put on their video because वो लोग school students हैं, they had put on so much weight कि वो लोग video खोलने के लिए तैयार नहीं थे. कितने लोग counseling के लिए आ रहे थे because parents were saying, we don't know what to do with our kids. They have stopped socializing. So this COVID has brought another level, जिसके कारण अब ऐसा हो गया कि छुपा नहीं सकते. We cannot live in any denial anymore. The reality is that we are going through a lot of stress, a lot of emotional turbulence, and the type of people who are undergoing it is also changing. Therefore, I feel one thing, it's a Women's Day celebration. We all know how important women are. And the ratio of women being less than men in India itself speaks about what our status of women is. So if we really want to deal and tackle with mental health, I agree that the government alone cannot do. Do you know how many laws we have in the government? हमारा post law है, हमारा differently abled लोगों के लिए law है, mental health के लिए law है. Do you know there is suicide is decriminalized? You don't tell that a person died of, we don't say the person committed suicide but died of suicide. So there are lots of things that are happening from the law side, but as you say, what do people say? छुपा दो, किसी को बताना मत, किसी को पता तो नहीं चला इसको डिप्रेशन है. अब ये वर्ड डिप्रेशन यूज ही नहीं होता है कई बार. Okay, so the newer generation is recognizing it and they really want, they come out. मेरे क्लाइंट्स कितने यंग क्लाइंट्स आते हैं जो बोलते हैं मैं तो मम्मी को 4 साल से बोल रही हूँ, 2 साल से बोल रही हूँ, मुझे किसी से बात करनी है लेकिन मम्मी मुझे बात नहीं करने दे रही. So the truth of the matter is because we live in joint families और वहाँ पे हमारे चाचा मामा, मासी बुआ सब हमारा ध्यान रखते थे. Now even if we have to go to somebody's house, have you noticed you have to give a call? It has become so formal that we are meeting our own relatives. It's only in festivals that we meet people. So definitely we have to understand that now the state of denial is over. As mental health practitioners, we need to go back to our own selves. Our society has given us pranayam, meditation, dance, music, all belongs to us. All the Vedas talk about all this. All we need to do is just take a check in before we check out. And media does not let us do that very easily. That's a tragedy.
Just to take her word, whatever, I'm not saying, there is a pathological mental disease. But pathological mental disease are just 0.5%.
1% estimated.
Yeah. Only point. Rest of the things are easily breakable just by the routines which we do properly. Good sleep, mindfulness. I'm again using a word mindfulness. What is mindfulness? When Anu Malik was talking here with his song, what you all were doing? You were with you, most of, enjoying his song, clapping. Everybody agreed that? This is mindfulness. Most of the time we are not in mindfulness stage. We are not with ourselves. We do not recognize our own problem. We do not know. We are mentally somewhere else, just physically sitting here. Be with yourself most of the time. That will take care of most of your problem. Stress and anxiety is the nidus, is the source of most of the problem which we go through. So stress busters, this stress is going to come. Without stress, you cannot do this kind of high priority work. But when you meet expected result, enjoy that moment. Always try to be mindful with your body. That will take care. So these are something. Just I said the simple thing. Mindfulness and breath. That's it.
You're talking of having a good lifestyle, but there are a lot of factors which influence a lifestyle, especially
Sir,
in recent years.
भगवान ने हम लोगों को जितनी essential चीजें हैं सब फ्री दी है. हवा, पानी, रहने के लिए जगह, सब कुछ. हमारी need और expectation ने हमारे stress को बढ़ा दिया.
But human beings have become materialistic by nature, and we just can't expect everybody to suddenly get back to the roots and just stick to the basics, or to become very spiritually exalted. What is very practical and what is a reality today is we are seeing increased penetration of the internet, easy access to mobile phones, and obsession with the social media. This is where I would want to ask Dr. Das, don't you these factors are contributing to mental health disorders among young adolescents and young adults?
Very short, quick answer is absolutely yes. I don't have Facebook or Twitter handle. People sometimes, journalists particularly ask that, do you have a Twitter handle? I said I do not have it. Actually, I don't know how to handle it. But I have a WhatsApp. That is more for I got 2 grandchildren, so for them to talk to me. I don't say anything else, but I receive a lot of what messages, I never reply. It's certainly giving a stress to all this social media. It's not incorrect to have it, but then I think we're mentally obsessed to use it more often. Everything is good to a limit. Once a limit crosses, even your dal roti chawal also can cause cancer also. So yes, I agree with you.
I would ask Dr. Singh just
something to this. Stephen Covey has written that 7 habits of highly effective people. I love the 3 circles he's talking about, and I really follow that. First is the circle of control. What is in my control? My habits, my health, my routine, other things. The second circle is the circle of influence. What is influencing us? Or whom are we influenced by? It is the family, friends, school. And the third thing is the center of control, people who are controlling us from outside. Who are those people? All this media and other things. This is not in our control. What we can influence is ourselves. What we can be influenced is by others. But unfortunately, have you noticed, जब हम लोग घर पे आते हैं, फैमिली मेंबर्स घर पे आते हैं, टीवी चालू हो जाएगी, सब लोग टीवी के आगे पीछे जो भी आप नेटफ्लिक्स देख रहे हो, जो भी देख रहे हो, we are connecting through the phones, through the mobiles, even have dinner, we are calling through that. That is a very sad state, because it's not, we are not running technology, now technology is running us. And we can make very simple amends. See, we cannot do without technology. Let's not fool ourselves. We need it all the time. But is there a boundary that we can create? Is there something like, when we are sitting on the dinner table, can all of us initiate this simple thing कि हम सब लोग अपने mobiles table पर नहीं लाएंगे, कितना भी important call हो, we will not take the call. Second is, sometimes you can have detoxify without technology. Go for a picnic, go for a drive, but there should be no technology. Is that possible? You know why I'm saying this? Lot of parents come to me, ma'am, इसकी आदत हो गई है, ये बहुत gaming करता है, ma'am, ये बहुत पूरा time mobile पे होता है, पढ़ाई नहीं करता है. And do you know what the children tell me ulta? Ma'am, ask my mother when is she not on the WhatsApp. Ask my father when is he not using his mobile. See, children learn only by imitation. There's no other way they learn. If you don't do it, your children will never want to do that. So that is something which we need to change about ourselves.
Digital detox is the new word, new buzz. Yeah. And it's going to be new challenge for us. And it's going to be new way of detoxing, but it is must. But again, I'm saying, I'm not asking anybody to go to previous room. I'm just trying to tell everybody something which is doable. Something, there is no rocket science in 1 minute breathing slowly, just 8 to 10, no rocket science. Just do right now, take 5 breath right now and difference what you feel. That's I'm just telling you. Just deep breathing, no rocket science. Same way, I said that if you are happy for something, because you have to bring your mind. What happened? We are lost so much that we even forget about ourselves. At least 24 घंटे में 2 मिनट अपने बारे में सोचिए. Bring yourself. कि आज आपने क्या किया? आप माइंड और बॉडी को एक जगह करिए. ट्राई टू फाइंड आउट कि ऐसी कौन सी नेग्लिजिबल प्रॉब्लम है जिसके पीछे आप भागे जा रहे हैं. वो प्रॉब्लम की कोई वैल्यू नहीं होगी, उस चीज़ की वैल्यू नहीं है, आप उसके पीछे पूरा दिन खत्म. तो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट व्हेन यू ब्रिंग माइंड और बॉडी टुगेदर, देन यू कैन फाइंड इट आउट. सो यू हैव टू रिकॉग्नाइज योर प्रॉब्लम. You have to, nobody is going to find solution for you. Nobody. Neither your husband, nor your wife, nor your children. If you have problem, mental health is everybody's problem. Neither comes from the stress or anxiety, whatever target we have. Most of the time, we waste our time in non-productive, non-fruitful thing, and we just are not connected with few basic things, which is taught since millions of years. Few breathing exercise and few bringing your mind and soul together. There is a simple thing you have to do. No rocket science needed for this.
Hopefully people here will take your advice and start some breathing exercises. It's a vast topic and there's so many questions that we would like our distinguished panelists to answer, but we are running short of time. Now we will open the floor to questions. We can take a few questions from the audience before we wrap up the session. Just introduce yourself before you put forth your question.
Yeah, I am Shubhrakant Shadangi, Chairman and CEO of iBooks. My one question which I've been trying to ponder also think that aren't the millennials overhyping the term depression or mental health, where I find that at times their mental resilience has it reduced over time, just because we are recognizing this particular fact that they need to address as compared to what we have experienced or what we have seen during our lifetime.
Maybe Dr. Singh can answer.
So I'm going to continue that study which I talked about now. Students know the maximum about health, mental health, because they are Googling, they are getting all wrong information from there. Many times even hiding behind the name of mental depression. See, depression, how many of you know what is depression? I'm not sure if many people in the audience know it. We use the word very loosely. I'm depressed. You cannot be depressed in a moment. You need at least 2 weeks of that behavior to show. For 2 weeks, you have to feel low. Your energy should be low. You may not feel hungry. You don't sleep well. There are many parameters of which, we talk about depression. But answering your question, I would agree that the resilience of children, their tolerance has become like a 2-minute Maggie. You understand? That's the culture. Bhook lagi, see that ad, what does it tell you? Our mothers could never cook in 2 minutes and feed us, but today in 2 minutes a Swiggy comes, it's on the way and it will deliver food to you. So there is no question of tolerance, there's no question of not having a choice. That is the danger. I think we are creating, from children we are creating them into very, people who have intolerance, and they run the house. What is to be cooked or what has to be bought in the house is run by children. And I think this is something we as adults need to take a reality check. Just yesterday, one of my clients was telling me about her daughter who's only in 3rd standard. One boy shames her, तेरी गाड़ी छोटी है, तू छोटी गाड़ी में आती है और तेरे पास iPhone नहीं है. This is only in grade 3. And this woman came with a panic attack to me, how do I handle this? Why do you think she got panicked? Because we have not handled these questions ourselves. We are flowing without looking at, what materialism is doing to us. We are becoming consumers ourselves. So the moment you can stop yourself and say, I don't have to buy a big car, or I don't need an iPhone if I don't need one, we'll be able to help our children better.
So in fact, just to further your question, in fact, particularly in India, we are recognizing really very less problem. We are just seeing tip of the iceberg. In fact, there are a lot of undercurrent going. But as I said, that it's not something which is non-curable. It's preventable. We need to recognize the problem, address it in time, and to prevent it to become really a life-threatening problem, suicidal problem. And definitely in children, bullying is one thing which causes a lot of psychological disturbance in children. So it is a responsibility of all parents, to not encourage your children to bully somebody. So there is something, this comes your proper behavior. Nobody can teach you. If you are behaving good, your children will behave good at social level. If you are a bad parent, your children will be bad at social level.
Yeah, maybe we can take the next question.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, sir. So I'm a consultant working in TCS. So like sir said, millennials are trying to misutilize this word of depression or something related to mental illness. So I see many a times, well, I'm nobody to judge, but then I see many a times my juniors or my colleagues, I feel they're trying to sympathize with the word that I'm not feeling well mentally or I'm feeling depressed. I need some time and all. So at that point of time, how do we analyze whether that person is actually suffering or trying to sympathize with the word, because now, instead of being a taboo... You mean to say they're using mental illness as an alibi? Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Yeah.
So maybe Dr. Das can throw some light on this.
I'm eligible for that to answer TCS question. Your question is that, one thing, I'm sorry that I don't call junior, senior, I call colleagues only. It doesn't matter who is junior, who is senior. Yeah. We are all colleagues. Your college has not doing well, and your question is, how do you judge who is real or...
She's saying if somebody is faking it, how do we know?
Real or faking. So you have to, as Dr. Singh told, that depression doesn't happen by moments. Swiggy ka khana aane ka aadha ghanta ho gaya, ab aaya nahi. That is not depression. It has to go by weeks actually, and then look at the president, her family history, her personal history, and what is happening there, and find out if it's a female colleague. I will say, is somebody bullying her at all, or or body shame as the word being currently used. So those are the way to find out if you want to help somebody. And when you help somebody, let us do empathy and not sympathy, and no mercy. And empathy, that way you can elevate a person. Otherwise, you only doing merciful to a person is no good at all. I don't know how to identify. In our own surrounding, particularly with the nurses and the technicians and optometrists who are hard work, they get stressed because of longer hours of work, not because of lack of work. That's what we do is, I share their work. Instead of giving them, I do a task sharing, and then sit down. Usually I take them out for a dinner or lunch or something as possible. We have a 2.5 years of fellowship program. I have a lot of international fellows. Usually after a year and a half, they all break down. Particularly girls from China or Africa, Malaysia. So I just talk to them and take them out for a dinner and talk over and over for a few days, and then things become all right. So I think There's no one way of doing it, but there are many ways. It could be your way, could be different than my way.
And honestly, do not take it lightly. Mental health is not to be taken lightly. I've seen people die of suicide because they were not listened to. Ek raat pehle, the daughter is saying that I am not feeling good. And the mother held on to her and slept. The mother left the room, this girl hung herself, and nothing happens overnight. She may have tried doing this many times. And depression ke baad, many times it ends like this. So don't take them lightly. I love what Sir said, compassion. Do not let them go scot-free, but don't judge them. That's the least we can do as human beings, not judge others.
You know, you are lucky if your colleagues say that I'm not feeling good. Try to find out why they are not feeling good. In fact, as I said, it's a taboo or stigma. Nobody will come out and say that I have this problem. If somebody is saying, it means he is bold enough and courageous enough to tell you or your boss that I have this problem. Maybe even he is feigning. He is trying to just dose you. That is not to work. That's a different issue. That is not very important. But maybe if you miss that, you may miss some of the important life. One thing. Second thing, nowadays, work-life balance is a different subject, but since it's related with that. So work-life balance has become a very important subject for all the corporate. And for work-life balance, I say one word, that you are not in right kind of job if you are not liking your job. So if you are doing something just for survival, you will do just for survival, क्योंकि मेरा घर चल रहा है और मैं काम कर रहा हूँ. Those kind of people, there's another reason of having a lot of psychological stress, lot of mental stress, lot of financial stress. Do those kind of job. Try, although it's not everybody is lucky to do that, but still one has to try to find his passion, his target, his goal. So try to do that kind of job which makes you happy, because happiness you cannot buy at any cost. No amount of money can give you. You might be earning millions and billions, but still if you are not happy with the job, that you are not at right place. So there are two aspects. First thing, don't ignore a complaint, but simultaneously nowadays all corporates are coming with a work-life balance program, addressing these issues, trying to find out how they can reduce the stresses. So that's a different subject. So there are two aspects to your question.
I would thank Dr. Rajesh Mishra, Dr. Nimrat Singh, and Dr. Thara Prasad Das for throwing light on this very important subject, mental health issues. As you know, it encompasses a broad range of issues, and the discussion can go on, but we are running short of time. And as Dr. Das said, empathy, Dr. Singh said, compassion, and as Dr. Mishra said, it's about work-life balance, and maybe breathing is easy, and maybe doing some breathing exercises which can help us, but it's easier said than done. This is a very important and grave area where it's not any particular individual, but all of us are responsible for it, and all of us need to address this, to identify this. And in a first-paced society, in the changing world today, where we have to cope with technology, we have to cope with material advancement, where we are all consumerists in this kind of a situation. Maybe, as someone said, life is not just about increasing its speed. So maybe if we all can slow down a bit, and maybe if we can look at what we enjoy and what we are passionate about, and if we can take life a little bit easily, then maybe that can help us overcome certain issues, because tension, depression, anxiety, stress, these have become words which we frequently use. All of us use it frequently, and maybe we would all hope that we can think about it in our own daily lives and we can overcome these challenges. Thank you all for giving us a patient hearing, and I would again thank our panelists for sharing their knowledge, their erudition, and their thoughts in this wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Can we please have one more round of applause for all the panelists who spoke so well about how important mental health is. And thank you, Mr. Mishra, for so wonderfully moderating the session. I think the questions raised in this session will keep reminding us all that in a generation that focuses on going to the gym, being fit, working out, forget that. Along with a good body, you need a healthy mind. Ebong ei session re जो भली भाव में चर्चा है कि कहीं मानसिक स्वास्थ्य जरूरी कहीं ये जेनेरेशन छोट छोट कथा को लेकिन एग्जाम रे फेल हो नहीं ब्रेकअप हो नहीं चाकरी न मिलवा को नहीं प्रमोशन न हवा को नहीं आत्महत्या भली गोटे बड़ डिसीजन भी नहीं जाउछंती कोठ ना कोठी दैट गोज बैक टू अ मेंटल स्टेट जोठी पिला माने सुरक्षित नुहंती युवपीढ़ी सुरक्षित नुहंती ताहले आमे काहाकु सुरक्षित करिबा भविष्यत केमिति सुरक्षित हबो थैंक यू सो मच दैट वाज ट्रूली एनलाइटनिंग पैनलिस्ट मानकु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एमती सेंसिटिव टॉपिक ऊपर हमकु एते तथ्य एवं सूचना दबा पई
निश्चित भाव में जो कथा आपण कहले जे गोटे समय रे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को नहीं आलोचना करबा भी संभवपर हो नथिला छोट फोरम रे हो कि बड़ फोरम रे हो किंतु धीरे धीरे से सचेतनता आछि एवं खास करी कोविड परवर्ती स्थिति आमको बाध्य करिछि कारण कोविड रे आम समस्ते घरे रहिले कोविड रो से समय को आम समस्ते जीचंती एवं केमिति जीचंती व्यक्तिगत समस्तंकर बाबद अनुभूति अच्छी सेठू ये चर्चा आरंभ होइथिला जे प्रकृत रे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य केते जरूरी एवं वर्तमान आपण देखंतु जे छोट मंच हो कि बड़ मंच हो मंच उपरे मानसिक स्वास्थ्य को नहीं आलोचना पर्यालोचना एवं केमती आमे ताको सुस्थ रखि परिबा कारण जदि मानसिक भाव में आम समस्ते सुस्थ रहीचे हसुचे आम खेलुचे ताले समाज भी हसिब आउ खेलिब
बिल्कुल कोविड रे कोठ ना कोठी समाज ठारू समस्तंक ठारू विच्छिन्न हेबा परे निजको चिन्हिबार गोटे प्रयास मनीष आरंभ कला और से प्रयास कोठ ना कोठी हमको आत्मविश्वास देछि कि सबू दुख भितर भी सुख अच्छी गोटे पैंडेमिक भली महामारी भली गोटे बहुत बड़ लॉन्ग सॉलिट्यूड रो यात्रा भितर भी लोक माने पॉजिटिविटी पाइछंती एंड दैट शुड टेल अस और कीप टेलिंग अस कि आगु को भी जिते बड़े असुविधा आसीबो हमको ता भितर भी पॉजिटिविटी निजे ही खोजिबा को पड़िबो ए धारारे हमरो आगामी जो सेशन रहिबो सेठी सिखिबार भी अच्छी मनोरंजन भी अच्छी गोटे एभली फिल्म विषय रे चर्चा अच्छी जोटा कि ए वर्षर सबुठू चर्चित फिल्म नेशनल लेवल रे
जो कथा आपण कहले जे मानसिक भाव में जदि आमे अवसाद भितर थांती आमे खोजंती मनोरंजन आ मनोरंजन गोटे एमिति मेडिसिन सी थरे मिलगला पर धीरे धीरे से मानसिक स्वास्थ्य आमर उन्नति परिलक्षित हुए एवं सेशन से एंटरटेनमेंट को नहीं मनोरंजन को नहीं किंतु जो चलचित्र को नहीं एवं जो चलचित्र को नहीं जो चैलेंजेस थिला से चैलेंजेस को नहीं आम आलोचना करवा कारण जो चलचित्र बाबद आम आलोचना करने जाऊँ एवं आमर जो गेस्ट ये उपस्थित रे जो दुई जन व्यक्तित्व रे से अनेक समालोचना सही नहीं अनेक पर्यालोचना होती चर्चा होती किंतु परिशेष रे से चलचित्रटी को दर्शक माने बहुल भाव में देखी ताकू आदर भी नहीं आदृत भी से होती आमे कथा होचे द कश्मीर फाइल्स को नहीं द कश्मीर फाइल जहाँ को नहीं गोटे बड़ चर्चा गोटे वाइब्रेशन सृष्टि होता आमर समाज रे कारण तादरे जो कलाकार माने अभिनय करुले जो चरित्र रे अभिनय करुले ता भितर अनेक गुड़े एमती चरित्र थिला जे काल्पनिक नथिला जे जीवंत थिला एवं से चलचित्र अनेक गुड़े वार्ता भी आमको देछि एवं ताकू नहीं विभिन्न प्रश्न अच्छी जेतबळे फिल्म टी रिलीज होता से समय रे सकारात्मक चित्र तार जेतिकी आसुथिला सामना को तार सकारात्मक दिग जेतिकी सामना को आसुला ताकू नहीं लोक माने समालोचना करने को भी पछेई नथिले एवं प्रश्न भी पचरा जाउथला से फिल्म रो निर्देशकों को से फिल्म रो कलाकार माननकु एवं से फिल्म को जे लिखिछंती तांकु भी तो कथा होछि जेतबळे कश्मीर फाइल बाबद रे आमे आलोचना करूछे ताहले आमे मंच उपरे तांकु ही आज पाइछे जे से फिल्म रो निर्माता जैसे फिल्म को तैयारी करिछंती आम सम्मुख को आनी गोटे हिस्ट्री आई कैन से डेयरली ए डार्क हिस्ट्री बट सेटा समस्त सामना को आसबार थिला एवं आसी से फिल्म जरिया रे ताकू नहीं जेतक तथ्य रही आलोचना होती समालोचना भी होती ये मंच से सजी कारण आमे तांको से प्रश्न करिपरिबा एवं आज सीधासलख भाव में आम गहण उपस्थित हो से तार जवाब रखिबे आज
बिल्कुल when you decide to make a film on an extremely sensitive issue that tells the tale, the pain of Kashmiri Pandits who were suddenly made homeless, I believe you are ready for the criticism that you might face, and the film did face it, from being hated, trolled, called a propaganda film by many, yet billions of people in India loved it, showed it the response, the honor that the hard work deserved. And finally, the film received Best Film Award at the prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke, which could be the best honor for any film. तेणु प्रत्येक कष्ट परे सफलता थाए जेतेबेले भी कोनोसी जिनस कंट्रोवर्सी रे आसे ता भितरे किछि तथ्य थाए ता भितरे किछि इंटेग्रिटी थाए बोली ताकू से भली कसटी पत्थरर सामना करबा को पड़े केमिति थिला से फिल्म तैयारी करिबार अनुभूति काहे कि कश्मीरी पंडित को नेकी एभली गोटे सेंसिटिव फिल्म तैयारी करबा को इच्छा कले प्रोड्यूसर एभली कहानी को सकारात्मक भाव में देखैबा से कहानी को लोकों को पाखरे पहुंचैबा पई रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट रे केते कष्ट होइथिला फिल्म शूट करिबारे केते कष्ट होइथिला एक्टर मानन को कन्विंस करबा पई केते कष्ट होइथिला जो माने प्रकृति रे कहि परिबे ईदर द प्रोड्यूसर द राइटर डायरेक्टर एंड आमे से मानन को ए विशेष सेशन रे नै आसीचु एभली गोटे फिल्म विषय रे चर्चा करबा पई जो फिल्म संपर्क रे चर्चा सारा भारत रे सारा विश्व रे और विशेष करी श्रेष्ठ फिल्म रो दादा साहेब फाल्के अवार्ड 2023 पाइला परे फिल्म टी आहुरी बेसी चर्चित होईची. So I'll take this opportunity to invite on stage the much talked about director Vivek Ranjan Agnihotri, and with him the actress, writer and producer of the film Pallavi Joshi. Congratulations team for winning Dada Saheb Phalke Award as the best film of 2023. That was a lot of hard work, and as they say, hard work pays. So the team is here. And we have a very special AV for this film. Can we have the AV, please?
विवेक रंजन अग्निहोत्री चलचित्र जगतर एक परिचित ना. तांको लिखित एवं निर्देशित द काश्मीर फाइल्स चलचित्र देश तथा विदेश रे चहल सृष्टि करिथिला. एकाधार रे से जने सिनेमा निर्देशक, प्रयोजक, स्क्रीन राइटर एवं लेखक. 1973 रे मध्य प्रदेश ग्वालियर रे जन्मग्रहण करथिले विवेक अग्निहोत्री. 2005 रे फिल्म चॉकलेट माध्यम रे से निर्देशना क्षेत्र रे पाद थापिथिले. परे अनेक चलचित्र रे से निर्देशना दैछंती. हेले 2019 रो द ताशकेंट फाइल्स चलचित्र तांको आनी देथिला बड़ सफलता. द ताशकेंट फाइल्स चलचित्र पई बेस्ट डायलॉग कैटेगरी रे तांको जातीय चलचित्र पुरस्कार मध्ये मिलिछि. बुद्धा इन ए ट्रैफिक जाम तांको रचित एवं निर्देशित एक चर्चित सिनेमा. एही चलचित्र निर्माण समय अभिज्ञता को नहीं अर्बान नक्सल द मेकिंग ऑफ बुद्धा इन ए ट्रैफिक जाम पुस्तक से रचना करथिले. सेंट्रल बोर्ड ऑफ फिल्म सर्टिफिकेशन बा सीबीएफसी रो से जने सदस्य. 1997 रे विशिष्ट अभिनेत्री पल्लवी जोशी को विवाह करथिले विवेक अग्निहोत्री.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for the team that is making a lot of noise for making such a wonderful film, The Kashmir Files. And I'll request founder, Olive Ridley Media, Samar Pratap Nayak to join us on stage and moderate this wonderful session. Can we have a round of applause for the moderator and panelists, please?
Good afternoon. I hope you're comfortable. Yes. So, without much further ado,
where else can be one can be more comfortable than Odisha? So,
of course,
comfortable place in India, yeah.
Of course. So, sir and madam, moderating this session is a multitude of emotions for me personally. And I'll tell you why. Because
easier for you.
Right. So moderating this session for me is a multitude of emotions because I'm not moderating this session as an ardent admirer of Bollywood and the Indian film cinema, but rather as a socially conscious citizen of Bharat, India, right? And when we watch your movies, right, there's so many questions that pop up in our heads. So hopefully during this session, we'll be able to plunge a little deeper into those questions that I'm hoping will resonate with the rest of the crowd. And while we do that, I'll also try to understand that as a filmmaker, you have made movies despite the backlash, despite threats of physical violence, trolling, be it in real life or on the digital forum, right? And you still made these movies, right? Both of you, in your own right. What motivated you, and what key takeaways you could give to the new filmmakers who are coming into this field, and how can they navigate this landscape without being overwhelmed, without being scared or terrified that agar main is topic ke bare mein baat karunga, what kind of backlash do I have to? Because you are a veteran, right? You're a maverick, so to say. It's not easy, but still, I think you are accustomed to it. But someone who is just making his first feature film, it must be a daunting task. So what do you have to say to those folks, to those little kids?
You want both of us to answer?
Please, both of you.
Okay, so first of all, thanks for inviting us here. I'm really, really honored and privileged. Thank you. And wonderful audience here. See, I never planned to be a filmmaker. I was in advertising and in a totally different world. But life takes you to unknown territories, so that's how I came into films. And my first encounter with the film, we were trying to make a small film called Arambh. And we had signed Mr. Nasiruddin Shah and Rajit Kapoor, both National Award winning, one of the finest actors of that time. And that film was basically probing into behoves, because it was back in early 90s, I think, or late 90s, late 90s. At that time, behoves was something which everybody wanted to know what happened behind the scenes. And there were journalists who were telling two different kinds of stories. And in so-called film industry, nobody cared about it. People thought it's a sensitive subject. So we researched and explored and made it, and finally we got these two actors. But at the last minute, the financiers or the producers backed out, and they said, this is a very daring, courageous subject, and we will be in trouble, so we don't want to make it. And that thought lingered till today. I remember that. And it was a very difficult journey, 1.5 years. I was sitting at home, no income, nothing, pursuing a good film. And it was a brilliant film, because it was a film about the socio-political scenario of that time. But then somebody came to me and said, hey, can you make a film provided you take these and these stars? And when I went to meet those stars for the same film, they said, no, ye sab kya bakwas banate ho? That time a new film had come called Usual Suspects, and somebody said, why don't we make this? And within 15 days, I was able to do multi-starrer casting for Chocolate in 15 days flat. And in 1.5 months, we were shooting with vulgar budgets in London. And that was perhaps the first film which was shot fully in London from India. So it was easy then, because the day that film released, Chocolate, it had Anil Kapoor, Irfan Khan, Sunil Shetty, Imran Hashmi, Arshad Varsi, 5 big, huge stars with big budget. I said, oh, it's so easy to make these kind of films, because no star was willing to work without watching a DVD of some Hollywood film. It's a truth. And the second film, the day this film released, Ronnie Screwvala called me and he said, why don't we make some film? I went there with a very small idea, because I had heard about some Indians living in Southall in London, and they couldn't pay some £90 to the county, and they couldn't retain their own football club called Southall Football Club. And I found it very fascinating that for £90 we lost a football club. But then the way it is, I wanted to make a small, meaningful film about the community in Southall. But then everybody said, let's make it big, 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 big. You should be making big cinema. And then stars came into it, that became. But after I finished Goal, it was a huge production again in London. Then I said, no, hang on. This is not why I came here. I didn't come here to tell stories which all these stars want to tell about themselves, about their own image. I'm here to tell real stories, and which is stories which everybody else is scared to tell. It took a lot of time. Then I quit film industry. And I was sitting at home for 2 years. I had no work, And so I started giving lectures in various universities. And since my background is management, so related to that, I was running a small course in Indian School of Business in Hyderabad, which is one of the 10 best business schools in the world, called I Am Buddha for global leadership, just to tell students that yes, you are also born with the same Buddha as Gautam Buddha. You are as enlightened, so you cannot become CEO of a company if you don't discover your Buddha. And it so happened that one day we were discussing, and those students said that we have to make a documentary on Naxalism. And they were glorifying Naxals in that. And since I had firsthand knew what Naxal politics was, so I said, no, if you want to make, let's make a different film. And that documentary became a feature film. For 1 crore, we made Buddha in a traffic jam. And then when I wanted to show it, there was so much of resistance. It was stuck for 6 years. And then I realized this politics is real, and somebody has to fight it out. Otherwise, we'll keep telling fake stories which do not even represent India. And then Pallavi, and her contribution is immense. मैं ऐसे नहीं कह रहा हूँ लोग कहते हैं behind every successful man or something, or my wife did it. Not like that, because she's senior to me when it comes to filmmaking. She understands film business better than me. Pallavi told me, if we have to make a production house, then we should be committed to making certain kind of films, and whatever happens, we should not compromise. And same thing happened. We never compromised. If you look at the Tashkent files, we not even once compromised. Who would imagine 9 old people sitting in one room and for 2 hours just chatting in a dark room? Kashmir Files, who can imagine you can make a non-starrer films which will do 350 crore rupee business? Similarly, we are now making the vaccine war. Nobody would dare make this film which we are making, and it has Nana Patekar, Pallavi Joshi, Anupam Kher, and lots of talented actors. Then we are making Delhi Files. So we are researching for 3-4 years on one film. We put in our money. We don't take money from anybody in the industry. So we are just committed to make research-based films which are about India, the stories which everybody else is scared to tell.
Why do you not take money from anybody in the industry today?
Because that is funny money, and that funny money corrupts you instantly. If you are going to give me money, then you will dictate your own terms. So it's better to make sacrifice. मैंने तो अपनी needs ही एकदम कम कर ली. अगर आप मेरी पिछली 5 साल की photos देखें, मेरे पास 2-3 pants हैं, 2-3 shirts हैं, और ये jacket है. In fact, in social media, and I have cut out color from my life. I wear only black clothes, so I don't have to choose. In fact, people troll me on social media. कहते देखो ये आ गया, वही कपड़े रोज-रोज पहनता है. So I have cut down my needs. Actually, I have cut down my needs. So I have more money to spend on films than on myself.
Brilliant. Ma'am, आपने जवाब नहीं दिया, लेकिन I'll ask you another question, although I wanted you to answer that one also, which is that your character in Kashmir Files, more or less this conversation is going to revolve around Kashmir Files here and there, so I hope you're okay with that. So your character in Kashmir Files is a curious one, right? Wherein I'm assuming that you play a character whose leaning is not the same as you, like Pallavi Joshi. Your leaning is not the same as that character's leaning. Is it fair to assume that? Okay, so was it difficult to get into the skin of a character you don't empathize with, you don't understand? Was it difficult? And how was that journey?
Good evening, everyone. Before I answer your question, I must tell everyone here that I used to take great pride in thinking that I have traveled the lengths and breadths of India, but this is the first time I'm coming to Bhubaneswar. And I don't know how I completely missed out on this city, but thank you for inviting me here. It's a beautiful place, and I hope to come here again, because this is a very short stay, but I want to come here and explore more. Now, to answer your question, see, there are two things. Whenever you approach a role, there are two ways that you approach it. A, you look at the role from a very personal point of view, and B, you look at it from an actor's point of view. Now, let's talk about the actor for a while. Basically, the challenge for any actor comes when we are given characters which we have nothing in common with. And that is actually the beauty of acting also, the profession. Because you manage to get under the skin of so many different characters. You get to live a lot of different lives in one lifetime. So in that way, Radhika Menon was, I was the happiest, because it was like one of the strongest characters, and it was the most complex characters. So as an actor, I was so happy that Vivek trusted me with a complex character like this. But knowing how I look at the world and knowing what I, think about the current situation that the world and India especially is going through, I don't like Radhika Menon at all. And what had happened was, the reason it became a little difficult for me was my shooting was done on the last 2 days of the film. We shot the entire film, and the last 2 days we shot the college. Now, before that, we had, 4 years before that, we had gone through this entire research for Kashmir, where we had interviewed about 700 people. So we had taken testimonies of people who had lost their near and dear ones. Someone had lost their father, some mother, some brother, some their mamaji. And one incident was ghastlier than the other. So for this entire period, we had lived with this tragedy. And the one question which kept coming to our minds was why this news never came out. We always knew that there is terrorism in Kashmir, and the people of Kashmir are suffering. But the narrative that came out was that army was suppressing them, and hence they are becoming terrorists. So it was a very warped kind of a message which was coming. And to hear this truth after 30 years, and to know that it's not just a bunch of people, an entire community has been thrown out, has been, so brutally tortured. 30 years later, a lot of them still suffer from PTSD. And to hear all those tales, and then, having read the script and seen all those scenes that our actors were performing, and to see all those characters come alive, it was a very difficult shoot. So most of the times when we were sitting in front of the monitor, when Mutunda was saying a line, or when Prakash Belavadi was saying a line, these were the actual lines which were told to us by the victims. So we always had tears in our eyes. And after having gone through 30 days, 32 days worth of shooting of all this pain, comes a scene where I'm suddenly, negating this whole thing. For me, the story doesn't even exist. For me, this is false. So it did become very difficult. And 2 days before the shoot, I remember I told Vivek I'm not coming to the sets because I was, I couldn't sleep. I was palpitating because I knew that if Radhika Menon doesn't come across the way she has to, then the whole film is just going to come down. And Chinmay had performed brilliantly as the terrorist, Chinmay Mandlikar, who plays Betta. So I took 2 days, and then 2 days later, I approached this character. And I'll also tell you in a nutshell how I approached her. For me, she became an enigma. If you see her from the outside, she's a wonderfully interesting character. You go to her place, her home looks like a museum. There's always wine and cheese flowing, There's music, there's literature. She talks about politics. She's such a strong, opinionated woman. She's always well-turned.
I think the louder,
way to spend an evening with. She's great company. So I would love to spend an evening with Radhika Menon. Why not? And that's how I approached her. Because back in the days when I was growing up, villains did a lot of villainy. When Amrish Puri necessarily spoke the lines like, Duryodhan ke liye to yahi sab kuch hoga, and I certainly knew that, that is not how, she should not come across as the villain. In fact, till halfway through the film, people should be perplexed whether she's right or wrong or left, whatever, So, yes, it was, how do I say, a pleasure doing that character, but emotionally, it was a roller coaster.
I think you put it beautifully that a lot of people underestimate that women have soft power, as they put it, right? They're not necessarily going to pulp you, but they're going to use this to their best of advantages. My first question to you, sir, is, and this is my first legitimate question to you, is that I was watching this interview of yours recently, and someone asked that Kashmir Files gets a lot of its criticism that it has painted the minorities in a negative light, to which your response was that that can't be the case, because the first character in the movie is a child who is a Muslim boy, and you show him in a positive light because he helps the protagonist, if I'm right in assuming.
See, okay, I'll tell you what. The problem is that in this world now, because of social media, anybody comes from anywhere, asks some question, and media has also formed this tendency to pick that uninformed, and I would say it very casually, very stupid, dumb kind of question, and then we make it a mainstream question, and therefore what is happening is we are dumbing down everybody in the process, which is why a film like Kashmir Files, which should be a normal, becomes extraordinary because nobody talks about it. Now, if the film is against minority, who was the minority in Kashmir? Right, number one. Okay, second thing, people say that you have not shown that Muslims were also killed. And nobody, I mean the people who asked this question also know the answer very well. Only those Muslims were killed who were with Bharat or India, who were against terrorism. And if it was such a oppression of Muslims, why didn't even one Muslim left Kashmir? Right? Now the thing is, it's in a fake secularism, absolutely bogus secularism, in a democracy which actually is a mobocracy, which is ruled by the mob, and we call it democracy, a constitution which has a fundamental, do you know, does anybody here know that Indian constitution mentions the word minority only once? It gives right to life equally to everyone. And do you realize that before 1992, there was no Minority Commission or Ministry of Minorities? There is a Supreme Court judgment of, I think, 2002 or 1990, my pass phone mein likha hua hai, exact date mujhe nahi pata, but it's a very recent, not very old, which says that there cannot be any definition of in this country of minority nationally, because you are Odia.
Yes, I'm
if you come to Maharashtra, you become a minority. And minority in India, Indian constitution does not recognize religious minority. Indian constitution says that because the states were divided on the linguistic basis, therefore linguistic minorities are the real minorities. A Sikh in a Gurdaspur may be part of majority, but in Chandigarh, just few kilometers away, he becomes a minority. Okay, so it's a very crazy kind of a definition, but because because of this whole problem came because 1991, when the Ram Janmabhoomi Andolan was taking place, to neutralize that, Congress started all this appeasement politics. And it is not about Hindu Muslims. If you see Hindu Muslims, which India is the only nation in the entire world. And I am saying it with 100% evidence. Anybody who travels anywhere, today you go to Germany and you ask them about the refugees, they don't live together. They don't interact together. They don't know each other's customs, language, nothing. In America, they talk so much about secularism, but Americans have zero idea about Islamic culture. They know nothing about them. India is the only country which knows about Islam, perhaps sometimes better than a lot of Muslims. And vice versa. Muslim people write about Krishna and about Ram, and in Awadh they write constantly about it. Ghalib has written it, Mir has written it, everybody has written, and Indian scholars both ways. And we interact so much with each other. In real life, nobody has a problem. The producer of Kashmir Files was a Muslim. The line producers were Muslims. That little baby who's playing that Krishna is a Muslim girl who played a boy, actually, little boy in the film. Our main costume designer is a Muslim. Muslims have loved it. I meet so many Muslims who take pictures with me and say, we can't speak for certain reasons, but that film is so true. We are getting bad name because the intellectuals of Islamic society keep quiet when it comes to terrorism. Ask any young Muslim boy and girl, they suffer every day. When they go outside, in India, people don't look at them like that. The moment they step in Europe and America, everybody thinks he's a terrorist. They suffer because people keep quiet. This film has opened conversation, right? So in India, there are a lot of myths about this minority and majority. It doesn't work like that. The people who anybody who has a gun is more powerful than even the majority. And okay, if it's about majority and minority, Sanjay Sharma, who was killed few days ago, just 4 or 5 days ago in Kashmir, whose little daughter was crying, that 5-year-old whose picture has gone viral, was he majority or minority? Somebody has to answer that. Which means majority has to be scared in this country by that definition. But I don't buy that. So therefore, I think Kashmir Files, we never pretended. We always said this film is based on the interviews of the victims of the genocide, and which are Kashmiri Hindu victims. We never claimed this film is about everybody. I'm sorry if I don't make those kind of secular films.
All right. Beautifully answered, sir. My next question is to you, ma'am. Have you ever felt anxiety? Have you ever been scared for each other's lives? Have you been terrified every time, Agnihotri ji steps out of the house? Are you terrified? And if you are, then how do you deal with your anxiety?
Well, I will be lying if I say that no, it doesn't matter to me. But we had a long discussion which lasted over a few weeks before we made the Kashmir Files. And as the society stands today, as the world stands today, we knew that there's going to be a certain amount of, backlash over this film, because we are not, exactly trying to appease anyone in this film. We are talking about the harsh truths. And subsequently, as the threats started increasing, of course, you get anxious. But the one thing that went in my favor is that I'm not on social media. So I don't know the amount of threats that actually come every day. But yes, as an aware person, I knew that it's not going to be easy for my husband. And believe you me, since we started Kashmir Files, there must have been only 1 or 2 occasions when I've left Vivek alone. I'm constantly with him. I don't know why.
That's why you, oh my God, even I didn't know.
I mean, it's not that I'll be able to protect him or anything, but it's just that I'm always so concerned and careful that I always want to be there. I want to be the first person to help in case anything happens. And my children know this very well. So yeah, so there is always, I'm always, walking on hot bricks.
Okay. Sir, on a lighter note, I want to ask you, what is your obsession with the word files? Tashkent files, Delhi files now, Kashmir files. Files से क्या आपका इतना मतलब क्या आपका नाता है?
His father was a government employee, you see.
मैंने इतने सारे मुद्दे फाइल्स में दबे हुए देखे इस देश में कि मुझे लगता है कि कई बार ये जो देश है ना फाइल्स के बोझ से ही दबा हुआ है. So that's why these files. And no wonder this word has become so popular. I'm not taking the credit, but a lot of people on social media give me that credit, that when Elon Musk had to take out the Twitter documents, he also called that the Twitter files.
Brilliant. Ma'am, आप भी trolling face करते हैं, obviously, in equal measure, but your trolling is very different because you're a woman. The nature of trolling is more, how do I say? It's because you're a woman, and if you know what I mean, it can be violent in nature. It could talk about how they're going to, how your modesty will be kind of violated. So do you want to comment on that, and how do you deal with that?
See, as I told you, I'm not on social media.
Okay.
So these comments don't reach me.
Okay.
A few of my friends keep telling me to be careful. And sometimes when my fancy takes, I do go on Twitter and, other platforms, Facebook and stuff, and I check it out once in a way. But by then that news is so old that, some other news, there is another breaking news which has happened in the last 24 or 48 hours. So
any real life incidents where?
No, not really.
Thank God.
See, trolling, I'll tell you, trolling is a organized business now. People are paid for trolling, and they don't attack anybody who's not on social media. They only attack those people. They want to hurt you. You know, it's kind of, they want to scare you. They want you to shut up. They want to silence you. So what are the things? First, they were attacking me. Then there were fatwas and all that. They said, but this man, you can't silence you. Then they will start taking out they'll hurt your family. Recently, they started hurting my daughter, you know, and then you find out that it's being done by organized people. And with my daughter, everything started happening when there's a fact-checking company called Alt News. And they started picking up her photos, and they started attacking me with that. And once I realized that, I said, aha, this is all organized. And how do you fight it? I mean, they want to demoralize you. This is simple politics. And because we have dumbed down the society so much that we have brought it to a level where anybody, anywhere on the street, I mean, a person who has come out after 14 years of imprisonment for murder, he comes out and he says, this man is a liar. And the whole world says, yeah, he's a liar, he's a liar, he's a liar. So in this, you need, I deal with it with a lot of spirituality, and I am spiritual and philosophical by nature. So to me, it doesn't matter too much.
I have last 2 questions before we wrap up this session. The next question is that, do you think vernacular cinema, let's say Odia could make a movie which explores socio-political issues the way you do? And if they do, would you want to collaborate with OTV perhaps in making such a movie at some point of time?
Of course, I don't have to. I just made a proposal to her, and I don't have to collaborate, but stop using the word vernacular, because vernacular word was used by British people for inferior people. You know, so we were vernacular for them. So a lot of people don't know. Even I used to use this word until 2 years ago when somebody pointed it out.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So never use this word vernacular. Odia is not a vernacular language. It's one of the finest, great language. And if whatever, and for me, our company is called I Am Buddha, so for me it would be criminal and to say that. And this is a great land, one of the greatest places in India. And trust me, this is perhaps there are only 2 states in India which are the most peaceful, wonderful, great people. And the moment you step there, you feel peace. Everybody's at ease. And there are only 2 states. One is Odisha, and the second is where I studied, Madhya Pradesh. Okay. And I am really surprised that why Odia cinema is not in the mainstream. If there's anybody who wants to do work in Odia language, please, you can contact me. Whatever is within my power. I'm not a very big person. We are very small. We are struggling. We are just taking baby steps to create a 100% indigenous, Indian, rooted in India production house. If we can help you. I just offered her if they want to associate in vaccine war, because we want our films to go everywhere, and I am a great advocate for regional cinema. So I think yes, Odia cinema should, but uske liye ek kaam karna padega. You'll have to go and dig and pick up Odia literature. Make films on your literature. You'll never go wrong. Never go wrong.
So a fun fact for you, because we were on the topic of language, Odia is one of the 6 classical languages in India. Yeah. Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam. I would say 6th. I would say one of the 6. One of the 6, right? One of the 6. Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, and Odia. So the last question to you is that, sir, aap log se na inspire hoke, I have become sort of an activist now, right? And I have my own brand of activism, right? I want to talk about things that Odias and Odisha should be proud of, okay? So before I take your leave, I want you to aid me in my brand of activism. I will tell you 2 lines, and you'll have to repeat it after me. Could you do that with me? Not in Odia, it's in English. And surprisingly, it's also related to language, something we're talking about. So you'll have to look into the camera, and as I tell you, line after line, you'll have to repeat it. Okay, ma'am, you too. So, if Odias talk in Odyssey,
Okay, if Odiyas talk in Odishi?
Then Punjabis talk in Bhangra.
I would twist it. If Odiyas talk in Odishi, then Bhangra talks in Punjabi.
Okay, if Odiyas talk in Odissi, then Punjabis talk in Bhangra.
Thank you, ma'am. There was just a lot of people who are not familiar with Odisha. They confuse that. We speak in Odissi. Guys, it's a dance form. It's not a language.
No, but again, speaking about the state, sorry, you may
I was saying Delhi talks in Hamari Mange Puri Karo.
No, it's actually, as Vivek said, we should concentrate on literature here. You have, Odissi dance is one of the few classical dance forms of India. There is literature here. I mean, any state which has art, literature, and theater alive can always thrive. And that is, I think, what makes Bangla films, Bangla film industry so big, and that's what makes Marathi film industry so big, because people haven't left literature there. So as Vivek rightly said, this is a great place to be. And one thing is very good, that there will never be an Oriya file. But Shanti Priya state hai ye, and I hope it remains like that.
Thank you, Vivek ji.
Thank you very much,
ma'am. Thank you for keeping us company. And
somebody should make a film on how the Konark temple was made. It's very important. One should make, and this will be like a global film. So somebody, if wants to initiate the idea, I can help you take it forward.
I have another idea, Rasgulla files. That's the intent, sir. Anyway, sir, thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure talking to you. Guys, a huge round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek Agnihotri, Madam Pallavi Joshi and Sama. That was such an insightful talk. And this shows the commitment of filmmakers and actors about the piece of art they make, that they would take any amount of pain. They would not be afraid of being trolled, hated, even abused physically, mentally. And they would give justice to the film they are making. And they will show the world the right perspective behind the story. Congratulations once again,
and
cast, crew, and makers of the Kashmir File. And the star of our galaxy, Sama, did add a lot of information, bringing the right side of the story from the makers and the actors. I think they deserve one more round of applause. Everyone, please. Thank you very much. I think with every passing session, OTV, Foresight, 2023 is getting bigger, better, more insightful. We are talking about perspectives, we are talking about vision, we are talking about insight and foresight of the most talked about people of the nation of Odisha, and we are so proud of this platform, the signature initiative of OTV.
So right now it's time to move on to the last session. Antima session re ame upanit heiche ebong antima session ko arambho karibar samay asi upanit heichi ebong परिशेष आम केमती भूली जावा शिक्षा को, कारण समाज रो मूल पिंड होछि शिक्षा. समाज सेठू गठन हुए, व्यक्तित्व सेठू गठन हुए और परवर्ती समय व्यक्तित्व को शाणित भी शिक्षा करे. विकास रो गोटे मजबूत धारा को प्रदान करे शिक्षा. चरित्र गठन हो बा ज्ञानर परिसीमा को वृद्धि क्षेत्र रे हो, प्रमुख भूमिका शिक्षा व्यवस्था, शिक्षा संस्थान माने ग्रहण करती. परिवर्तित परिस्थिति रे शिक्षा केमती आगे कौन सब आम भितर अभाव बोध रही जाइए, कौन सब अभाव रही जाइए जहाँ परवर्ती समय आमको सुधारिबार आवश्यकता अच्छी, तापरे चिंतन करिबार ये सेशन.
बिल्कुल आजिकार दिवस जितेबाला आम राज्य स्तर रे, जातीय स्तर रे स्वास्थ्य हो, मनोरंजन हो, एभली अनेक गुरुत्वपूर्ण टॉपिक उपर डिस्कस कर सारी. समय कथा होबार शिक्षा पद्धति, शिक्षा दान केते बदली, कहीं बदली, बदलबार आवश्यकता अच्छी कि आ फ्यूचरिस्टिक एजुकेशन केमती हवा उचित एवं ए संपर्क में आम सहित आलोचना करने मंच उपर जोगदेवे उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय वाइस चांसलर श्रीमती सबिता आचार्य महोदय, NCERT रो पूर्वतन निर्देशक प्रोफेसर ऋषिकेश सेनापति महोदय एवं यंग मैथमेटिशियन तथा मैथमेटिक्स कैफे रो प्रतिष्ठाता सब्यसाची राउत एवं सेमानक सहित गोटे सुंदर आलोचना करिबा पई जहाँ तथ्य भित्तिक सूचना भित्तिक अनुरोध करी आमर सीनियर न्यूज एंकर भवानी महापात्र को से मध्य मंच उपर आम सहित जोगदेवे एवं सबू अतिथि मानक पई एवं मॉडरेटर पई गोटे शुभा गला बलिया बड़ ताली ताली गुडा आगे शुभुनी
ताली टे जोरदार हो.
And in the meantime, I'll take this opportunity to thank our sponsors without whose support this edition, the 13th edition of Foresight, could not have been this bright. OTV Foresight 2023, co-powered by S&M Group, supported by Jindal Steel and Power Limited, co-supported by IMFA, Bharat Masala and MGM Minerals, associate sponsors, Rufon Cement, Ashwini Hospital, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, EVOS and Vedi Group of Institutions, participants MCL, NALCO, JSL, Siksha o Anusandhan. Thank you so much, sponsors.
शिक्षा को नहीं मानस मंथन अंतिम चरण रे अंतिम पर्याय आलोचना आगो को बढ़ेबा मु माइक हैंड ओवर करबा पई चाहिबे मोर वरिष्ठ सहयोगी भवानी बाबू को. भवानी बाबू
धन्यवाद सुनंदन सुलग्न. हिंदी गोटे कहावत अच्छी अंत भला तो सब भला अर्थात द्वितीय पर्यायर ये शेष सेसन तेणु या पूर्वर जो सेसन है जो विवेक अग्निहोत्री और पल्लवी जोशी आप शो देखिले कथा शुणिले तेणु निश्चित भाव में ताली अपेक्षाकृत कम रही सेसन तेणु जेहेतु ये गोटे सीरीयस सेसन तेणु शिक्षा उपरे जितेबाला आम आलोचना करुचे जो मैंने दिग्गज ये से उपस्थित अच्छा मुझे परिचय करदेवी कारण बेसी विलंब आम करवा ना. आम सहित सावित्री आचार्य मैडम अच्छा वाइस चांसलर उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय उपस्थित अच्छा मो पटे सबिता आचार्य आम सहित ऋषिकेश सेनापति उपस्थित अच्छा फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर अर्थात पूर्वतन निर्देशक NCERT एवं आम सहित उपस्थित अच्छा सब्यसाची राउत जी कि फाउंडर मैथमेटिक्स कैफे आपण समस्त को मु आलोचना को स्वागत करुच्ची. सावित्री मैडम मु आपण आलोचना को आरंभ करने चाहिए. सबिता मैडम प्रकृत में सब बड़ कथा हूँ जो गोटे स्वास्थ्य विपर्य को सामना कले से सबुठ बड़ कथा थिला जे शिक्षा क्षेत्र में गोटे बड़ विपर्य आसीला जो आम कि बाट पाऊन सुजोग भी पाऊन आम कौन करवा गोटे हाथ टेकीदेला भाई अवस्था थिला असहायता देखा देता से ऑनलाइन शिक्षा गोटे विकल्प बा अल्टरनेटिव भाव में सामना को आसला एवं ये गोटे बड़ विकल्प है कोविड समय खास करी बर्तमान आपन को लगुच कि जे आपण मानकर जो क्लासरूम शिक्षा को गूगल शिक्षा बा गूगल जरिया रे जो शिक्षा जो इंटरनेट जरिया जो शिक्षा ऑनलाइन जो शिक्षा ताहा किछि मात्रा रे प्रभावित करिछि बोली
मु प्रथमे OTV को धन्यवाद देवी मते एठी निमंत्रण करथिबा हेतु OTV is very close to my heart and this is I congratulate this 13th OTV convention on Foresight. आज जो टॉपिक अच्छी शिक्षा आमर जो ऑनलाइन एजुकेशनटा शिक्षा का केते दूर प्रजुज्य सो आमर एठी जना पड़े वी हैव नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 where the educational system has given emphasis on online education, the digitalization of the educational system. So during COVID-19 pandemic period, it was realized that there should be digitalization of the educational system and the students, they should not be dropped or they should not waste their 1 year of education. And then government of India, government of Odisha, they started introducing this online platform for the continuity of the education. In my opinion, that is definitely it has many positive impact because at any place, anywhere, the student, they could access the teacher teaching. So it is a great opportunity for the student community to continue their education. So yes, Ed.Tech companies, they came and they helped the educational system, which is a very welcoming approach. And starting from school education, higher education, this online platform through Ed.Tech companies, through many startups, they could continue the education of the students And during pandemic period, the education that was devastated the entire educational system, starting from the school education to higher education. So in my opinion, this Ed.Tech system, that online teaching and learning processes, is a welcoming system for the continuity and for the development of the curricular system of the
Sabita madam, आपण भावନ୍ତି कि जे ये श्रेणी शिक्षार गोटे विकल्प बा अल्टरनेटिव ना परिपूरक
एटा होची परिपूरक वर्तमान भी हमर ऑफलाइन एजुकेशन सबु बेले प्रायोरिटी पाइबो किंतु ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन होची गोटे विकल्प तेणु एबे हमर जोटा न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी रे अछि हमें भी एबे प्रैक्टिस करूछु दैट इज कॉल्ड ब्लेंडेड मोड ऑफ एजुकेशन where in any class we have the facility for the online collection. Both online and offline education can be imparted in one hall, that is hybrid mode of education. It definitely it gote vikalpa gote pila ghare basikiri kichi karanuru asi paru nothibo se ghare basikiri bi patho padi paribo.
Okay. Professor Senapati, आपण को जानिबा को चाहिबी मैडम जेमति कहले ये परिपूरक ये विकल्प केते मात्रा रे होईची आपन को लागिला जेतबेले कोविड पैंडेमिक हमको 2 वर्ष समय दला एवं ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को हम धीरे धीरे आपणैले आपन को लागुची कि कोनसी ना कोनसी क्षेत्र रे ये गोटे श्रेष्ठ विकल्प है कि वर्तमान सुधा बाहरी छी बा आगामी समय रे बाहरिबो.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I express my gratitude to OTV for this session. The question what you asked, it is very relevant because I remember at that time I was in Delhi, and when this COVID pandemic started in 2019, ministry asked us to think of some alternative. Immediately we came out with the alternative calendar. You might be knowing, and CBSE implemented that. And what we wanted that our children are at home, they cannot come out, parents are at home, and teacher cannot go to school, and they are in isolation, and how they should learn. That was a big concern. We came out with the idea of alternative calendar, keeping in view the learning outcomes. The learning outcome we developed in 2017. It is based on the competencies, and we came out with some mapping. Because you know, in NCERT we have e-Pathshala, that is a platform, all the textbooks are there, and along with that some learning materials. Then we have NROER, and we have also Diksha. And keeping in view the learning outcome, because when we are talking about education, it is not just acquiring mastery over the content, it is the competency what we need in 21st century. So that is why we came out with the learning outcome in 2017. Then keeping in view the learning outcome, we came out with the mapping, and we came out with class-specific program, and CBSE implemented that. And our intention was that our students should learn, let parents use whatever materials are available at home, using the even utensils, if they can teach their children. And for that we came out with the guideline, and through mobile phone, that means through smartphone, through internet, teacher can guide the parents, and parents can create very conducive learning environment at home. That was our intention, and that was a successful movement, and CBSE implemented, and some of the states also modified it and implemented in their own way. But point is, it is one of the medium. ICT, when we are talking of online, it is one of the medium. It cannot replace teacher. That we should keep in mind, because when we are talking about education, it is not only knowledge, it is not only content, it is not only textbook. We have to go beyond textbook. We have to bring about change in their behavior, in their attitude, in their feeling, because that affective domain is more important. For that we need teachers. But it can supplement. It can supplement. We should go for blended learning, because we have different platforms. We should take advantage of that. And it is not only one medium, that is one way of using technology. But another way, our students should use this ICT particularly as a tool for learning. Let them collaborate. No, it cannot replace teacher. Okay. It cannot replace teacher. It can supplement. It can supplement. It can provide knowledge. It can provide information. It may help students to acquire mastery over the content. But when you are talking about the development of competency, skill, particularly attitude, feeling, because now in a democratic country we need spirit of collaboration, cooperation, fellow feeling, sharing, and for that we need teacher.
Okay.
That is possible only in classroom.
Sir, Sabyasachi बहुत काफे विषय में सुनी किंतु मैथमेटिक्स काफे विषय में भी जाननी टिके संक्षेप खाली कहीदेवे व्हाट इज मैथमेटिक्स काफे आ जो कथा सविता मैडम कहले ऋषिकेश सर भी कहले जे ऑफलाइन शिक्षा बा श्रेणी शिक्षार ये केबे भी विकल्प होई न पारे बा अल्टरनेटिव न होई पारे ये को परिपूरक होई पारे किंतु विकल्प होई परिबो नाही।
प्रथमे मो धन्यवाद देवाक चाहूँगी ओटीवी मत ये कहवा सुजोग मिलथवारु एंड जागी मैडम को उत्कल रत्न पाई कंग्रेचुलेसन एंड कैफे आपण जाती कौन पाई सपोज आपण किसी रिलैक्स करने जाऊँगी मैथमेटिक्स आम छुआ बेलू देखी आसु पिला मध्य छोट पिला मध्य फोबिया रही तो मु एम रखी जे जितक इकोनोमिकली बैकवर्ड पिला अच्छा मु केमती अधिक रु अधिक हेल्प कर पारिबी मैथमेटिक्स रे ओलंपियाड लेवल रे बेसिक्स क्लियर करई पारिबी बट धीरे धीरे तांकर इंटरेस्ट कमिबार लगिला आसिलेनी तो तांको इंटरेस्ट को डेवलप करिया पई किछि फूड स्नैक्स रो ये हैला मु अरेंजमेंट कली आ ताकू परवर्ती समय रे ना देली मैथमेटिक्स कैफे ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन मु कहबी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन गोटे टाइप रो विकल्प हो पार कंप्लीटली ट्रेडिशनल एजुकेशन को सी रिप्लेस करि परिबो नाही तार बहुत सारा डिमेरिट्स भी रही आपड़ देखिपारे जो जगह जो मैंने मार्जिनालाइज फैमिली मो पाखक पिला सकाଳେ आसुचंती तांको पाखर से ब्रेकफास्ट करनथबे ब्रेकफास्ट कौन जानना तो तांको पई जदि मो डिवाइसेस पई कहबी किछि ऑनलाइन टैबलेट कि फोन पई मो कहूची से माने तो तांको पई गोटे बहाना मिल जिवो तो सी आउरी बैकवर्ड हो ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो आमर जोटा रही एनईपी रो मेन
भविष्य रे हेई परिबो कि नहीं आपन को लागुची
भविष्य रे हेले यू नीड टू इन्वेस्ट मोर अमाउंट ऑफ मनी इन एजुकेशन से अनुसार तांको दबा को पड़िबो
समस्त अफोर्ड करि परिबेनी बोली आपन को लागुची
मो भाबुनी तो हेई परिबो जो घरे 3-4 पिला अछंती 10टा ରୁ 5टा धर क्लास हैला तो से केस रे आपन घरे कोन 5टा कंप्यूटर इनपुट आनिबे कि 5टा फोन भी आनि परिबे
सबिता मैडम आपन को लागुची कि जो कथा ये सब्यसाची कहउछन जे अफोर्डेबिलिटी गोटे समस्या हबो आमे समस्ते एक्सपेंसिव हबो जेहेतु ऑनलाइन शिक्षा तेणु से आमे टिके पछकु रही जाउछे कि एवं आमे भाबी परने जे ना एटा गोटे अल्टरनेटिव होई परिबो बिली
शुणु दुई जो तले पैंडेमिक सिचुएशन थिला सेते बेला और सिचुएशन अलगा वर्तमान सिचुएशन अलगा सेते बेले आमे कंप्लीटली ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन ऊपर डिपेंड करथुलु वर्तमान जो होईची से माने स्कूल जाई परिबे आ से माने पाठ पढ़ी परिबे जदी रही गले घरे किछि पई ताहले एटा इमरजेंसी पई का ऑनलाइन मोड आ ऑनलाइन टाको से 5-6 जण मिसेई कि गोटे जगह रे गोटे स्पॉट रे किछि गोटे अरेंजमेंट करले हेई परिबो एटा जदी बा कष्ट करो तथापि भी सरकार चेष्टा करछंती वर्तमान सब एडे के डिजिटल वर्ल्ड करबा पई का किंतु नॉर्मल सिचुएशन से तो स्कूल जीवे स्कूल एजुकेशन तो बर्तमान फ्री हेलेनी तेणु वर्तमान परिप्रेक्ष्य रे एटा गोटे प्रॉब्लम नुह
जेमती टू वे कम्युनिकेशन हेई पारुची क्लासरूम शिक्षा रे सेटा टिके प्रॉब्लम अछि ऑनलाइन शिक्षा
क्लासरूम शिक्षा तो निश्चित रूप से सबुठु माने जो कहंती जे सेटा होची बेस्ट एजुकेशन ब्लैक बोर्ड चॉक मध्ये सबुठु बेस्ट मेथड ऑफ एजुकेशन किंतु एटा होची तार विकल्प अल्टरनेटिव होची जेतले ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन होची सेमती भी अच्छी ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन रे जे टीचर स्टूडेंट भी क्वेश्चन पचारि पारिबो टीचर को सेटा भी अच्छी से सॉफ्टवेयर अच्छी तेणु आमे वर्तमान सेटा गोटे आमर अवेल करि परिबा एट द टाइम ऑफ क्राइसिस किंतु वर्तमान तो सब ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन स्कूल आरंभ हो गलानी पिला स्कूल जाउचंती पाठ पढुचंती तेणु सेते बेलर जो गोटे आइसोलेटेड हेकर पिला घरे रहि कि
सुजोग को तो आमे माने सब क्राइसिस को तो आमे सुजोग रे परिणत करबा होची हमर प्रयास रहिबा दरकार से
निश्चित रूपे
तो प्रोफेसर सेनापति आप कहीं भावी पार ना जे जो आम कोविड समय 2 वर्ष आमको कोविड बहुत समय देला आम ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को आपणैले बहुत क्षेत्र में ऑनलाइन शिक्षा एते प्रभाव विस्तार कर पार ना किंतु शिक्षा क्षेत्र में किसी मात्रा ऑनलाइन शिक्षा आमको आम आदरिले आपको लगुच कि ये गोटे ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को आदरवा एक प्रकार चाप बा प्रेशर थिला बा बाध्यबाधकता थिला बा कंपल्सन थिला सेइति आम ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को आदरले आ जेतेबेले न्यू नॉर्मल लाइफ आसला जीवनशैली जमी ट्राक को फेरला से ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को आम एतटा गुरुत्व देलेनी और अल्टरनेटिव भी भावु ना
ना सेटा ठीक नुह एक्चुअली आम ऑनलाइन कथा से चिंता करूँ से आम पाखे किसी अल्टरनेटिव नाला दैट वाज द ओनली अल्टरनेटिव किंतु वर्तमान आम पाखे अल्टरनेटिव अच्छी ता सहित ऑनलाइन शिक्षा आमर दरकार सेटा आम मना करूँ कि ऑनलाइन वर्तमान इन वी आर इन 21st century and we should not say that we will not go for online and that is required but along with that offline is also essential because when we are talking about education is not only acquiring mastery over the content what is there in the textbook. Education is the holistic development. And for holistic development, we need playground, we need classroom interaction, we need sharing. That is essential. But along with that, we can go for online and we can help our students to take advantage of these online. The question is how they are using these online devices. That particularly the ICT information technology tools, how they are using, and that matters because all the time our pedagogy determines the use of technology. What pedagogy we are following inside the classroom, that decide the technology, that pedagogy always dominate technology. Because earlier our approach was to cover the syllabus and to help the student acquire mastery over the content. And technology we are using just to help the student to acquire mastery. But now we want our students to develop the basic competencies. They are in 21st century, they should develop problem solving ability, critical thinking, communication skill, and they should be very innovative and creative. And in order to make them more creative and innovative, we have to take the help of both. And they should use these ICT tools to collaborate with others, to share with others, and to work together, to create something in a collaborative way, sitting in distant places. If they are using in that way, that means they are using the right type of pedagogy. Because our purpose is not just product oriented, it is process oriented now. Because we want how they are learning, that is more important than what they are learning. And in that case, if they are using ICT as a tool, then definitely that will be meaningful and that will be help them. If they are learning from technology, that is why we say learning from technology and learning with technology. From technology, we are putting everything in machine, asking the learner to go through
online
that.
शिक्षार एक बड़ा advantage आपण कहीं भावुनांती जे learning at anywhere, any time.
Then that I don't never deny. That is there. That advantage we should take. We should refresh our knowledge and we should keep ourselves update and at our leisure time we should learn. But all these are relating to knowledge, information, and also to some extent skill. But I am talking about the attitude, the feeling. Because in a democratic country, we have to develop the spirit of collaboration. That will develop inside the classroom. They should learn how to feel for others, how to share with others, how to behave with others, how to talk. That is most important. So that is why both should be there. And we have to come out with the digital infrastructure. That is Government of India or Government of Odisha. They are working together, developing the infrastructure.
बहुत मत लगुच आपण मैंने चिंता ये करें टी आप मैडम बेटर क्लारिफाई करेंगे प्रकृत ऑनलाइन शिक्षार विकल चित्र आम गणमाध्यम बहुत थर आमको आम आपण मानक देखु कौटी नेट ना कौटी मोबाइल ना कौटी लैपटॉप ना कौटी कंप्यूटर ना तो से व्यवस्थाटा आम जेहेतु पहुँचे पारना से बोधे आपण मैंने भावी पारना जे गोटे प्रकृत अल्टरनेटिव विकल्प हो पार
सेगुड़ाक तो आप समस्या देखी आम यदि सुजोग कथबार्ता करवा अपॉर्चुनिटी कौन अच्छी तार आम समाधान पाइपर केवल जदि आम समस्या को आखि आगे रखा ताहले जेबे पूरा डिजिटल वर्ल्ड हम कम्प्लीटली सब कोण अनुकोण सबुठी फैसिलिटी मिल ताहले सेटा गोटे कम्प्लीट सॉल्यूशन हम किंतु वर्तमान जो आम क्लास रे टीचर माने आईसीटी टूल यूज करी पाठ पढ़ाऊँच एलसीडी प्रोजेक्टर अच्छी से माने इनफॉरमेशन दे पारुचंदी प्रॉपर्ली पिला माननको सेटा भी गोटे बहुत बड़ा सुजोग पिला माननको पई जो माने से तांकर घरे गाँव रे हला कोठी हला से माने सुजोगटा पाइबेनी किंतु जोठी एबे पढ़ुचंती आमर जोटा सार आमर कहले जे आमर जो सुजोग जो अपॉर्चुनिटीटा अच्छी फिजिकल क्लास रे पिला माने पिलानक भीतर इंटरेक्शन करें तांकर सोशल बेसी हो पारे सेटा मते बहुत बड़ शिक्षा माने बही जो टेक्स्ट बुक छाड़ी आउट ऑफ टेक्स्ट बुक मते बहुत पाठ अच्छी जोटा पिला माने इंटरेक्ट कले जानी पारे आमर न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी 2020 रे अच्छी आउट ऑफ बॉक्स एजुकेशन तो तापेका बर्तमान ऑनलाइन तो निहाती दरकार तेणु ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को आम केबे भी छाड़ी पारिबुनी बर्तमान
सब्यसाची जो कथा मैडम कहले बर्तमान से समय से परिस्थिति आसी पहुँची आम जाने केतबेले पुणी गोटे अबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन आसीबो एवं हेलो 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 तो आम ये विषय भी जाने आम अनुमान और पूर्वानुमान रे केबे करि परिबानी जे केतबले गोटे अबनॉर्मल सिचुएशन वा अस्वाभाविक परिस्थिति आम पई आसी पारे किंतु मैडम जो कथा कहउचंदी जे हमकु चैलेंजेस को ग्रहण करने को पड़ो आह्वान को ग्रहण करने को पड़ो आपन जने यंग एते युवक जने आपण शिक्षा क्षेत्र में जो ऑनलाइन कथा कह जाउची से तो आपण कहीं के सहजरे ग्रहण कर पारना जे ये अल्टरनेटिव हम भविष्य में
फास्ट कथा अलग सब्जेक्ट कथा मु कहि परिबेनी मोर मैथमेटिक्स कथा कहूँ जितेबाला आप बुझाऊँ गोटे पिला को ताले बहुत सारा जिनस आपन को नजर सपोज मु जियोमेट्री गोटे पिला को बुझाऊँ तो आखि कौ लेवल रे पैरेलल रोची स्केल केमिति होल्ड करिया पड़िबो बेले बेले आमे ऑफलाइन क्लास कला बेले भी पिला माने भूल कर दउचंती बारंबार भूल कला परे 3-4टा स्टेप परे से एंगल ड्रॉ करिया सिखुचंती आपण केमिति भाबुचंती ऑनलाइन क्लास रे से कर देबे बोली तापरे ऑनलाइन क्लास रे आउरी भी हेल्थ हैजार्ड्स आपणकर रोची खाली जे एजुकेशन इंपैक्ट होनी हेल्थ हैजार्ड्स रोची ता छडा आइसोलेशन बढ़ी जाउची पिला अलसुआ हे जाउची एमति रोची
एडवांटेज कोन आपण देखंती
एडवांटेजेस मुझे देखी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी अच्छी यू कैन गेट इन टू द कोर्स एनी टाइम यू वांट टू एंड व्हेन एवर यू वांट टू जो जगार भी थे मुझे किट रे पीएचडी कर मोर इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज शिखबार अच्छी स्पेनिश की हो कि फ्रेंच हो मु राति 9टा पर 10टा पर जो समय आसिक लॉगिन करके मु क्लास कर पारुची ता छड़ा ऑफलाइन एजुकेशन आपन जदि नहीं थांते तले ह्यूज अमाउंट ऑफ मनी आपन इन्वेस्ट कर थांते तो एठी कोन होची 50% कोर्सटा रिड्यूस हो गला तापर आमर टाइम इफेक्टिवनेस भी रही जाऊँ तो मुझे गोटे जगह गोटे जगह ट्राभेल करता से कमीगला ता छड़ा फीडबैक सिस्टम अच्छी रेटिंग सिस्टम अच्छी मु भल एजुकेटर पाई पारुची जेतेबेले मु कोर्सटा जहाँ पाखु नेबी से अपग्रेड दिशा हो कि नैपटल हो कि अलग किसी कोर्स भी जो प्लेटफॉर्म हो बाइजो वगैरह हो सेठू करि पारुची नेक्स्ट रहिबो मोर नजर रे नेशनल लेवल रे आपण कंपटीशन करि परचंती क्लासरूम रे आपण जतबेले क्लास करूचंती 5-6 जण रहउचंती पिला माने मु देखिची घरे आसी कि तांको मां माननकु कहउचंती कि सी ए गोटे झियो अछि सी एतिक मार्क रखिला मु सेही लेवल रे मार्क रखिची ताटू गोटे मार्क अधिक रखिची तो ताकू टार्गेट से जगह रे देखा जाउनी तार टार्गेट रहउची सी ए तार कंपटीटर से रहउची ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन रे कोन रहइबो आपण नेशनल लेवल रे कम्पीट कर परिबे ता छड़ा लॉट ऑफ कंटेंट अच्छी बहुत सारा कंटेंट अच्छी बहुत सारा पीडीएफ हो गलानी बहुत सारा वीडियोज हो गलानी आपण देखिकी यूज भी कर परिबे ता छड़ा ऑनलाइन इंटरैक्शन भी आपण करि परचोंदी एक्सप्रेस करि परचोंदी
माने चुटकी शिक्षा
हाँ जेतेबेले क्लास रे आपण गोटे क्वेश्चन पचारुथले डर रहउथला कि सर हमकु उल्टा कोन क्वेश्चन पचार देबे पिला माने मॉक करिवे ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन रे कोन होची आपण कमेंट सेक्शन रे किछि भी लिखि दउची ताकू रिप्लाई भी एजुकेटर करूचंती
सब मैडम आपन को लागुची कि जे ऑनलाइन शिक्षा एमती को माने आमे विकल्प भाव में ग्रहण करिया को जदी चाहूचे ताहले आम पाखरे ऑनलाइन शिक्षार किछि विकल्प अछि कि माने जेमती आमे इंटरनेट कथा कहूचे स्मार्टफोन रो कथा कहूचे लैपटॉप कंप्यूटर्स या पे हम पे विकल्प तैयारी करछे तो आमे जो आम विकल्प बोली भाविया को चिंता करुचे
निश्चित रूपे विकल्प करने चेष्टा चली किंतु ऑनलाइन टा आम केबे भी छाड़ी परिबानी माने वर्तमान जहाँ 21st सेंचुरी रे हमर ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन टा हमर पार्ट ऑफ आम दीटा जाक जमी गोटे ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन दीटा जाक भी आम वर्तमान एसेंशियल आम केबे भी से छाड़ी पारे ना ऑनलाइन जमी आमर स्मार्टफोन आगु बहुत कम लोकों पाखे थिला एबे 2025 बेलू तो स्मार्टफोन टा 500 मिलियन बढ़ी जीव तेणु सेठी जो आमर स्कोपटा आस्ते आस्ते बढ़ुची सेमती गोटे दिन आसब जोटी पूरा टोटाल कवरेजटा डिजिटल प्लाटफर्मटा जोटा स्प्रेड हो पार तेणु आम से दिनटा को आखि आगे रखिकी आम दी जन को माने ऑफलाइन और ऑनलाइन दीटा जाक शिक्षा जरूरी मो मतरे कारण जदि पिलाटी आसीपारुनी पिला कौन है से क्लास गुड़ाक तार रिव्यू तार नोट से सब पाइपर थ्रू ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन पाइबापी बर्तमान तो मेल भी सुविधा हो गले व्हाट्सअप हो गले गोटे फोन भी जदि हेले भी से सब जिनस पाइपर तेणु जो फोन स्मार्टफोन बंटा हो लैपटॉप सब दिखाई पिला मानू सब माने बंटा हो जहाँ आम प्राइमरी एजुकेशन जो पिलाने सब स्कूल रे सब बंटा हो तेणु सेटा बर्तमान मत लगुच यहाँ गोटे प्रोसेस रे अच्छी तेणु से प्रोसेसटा सरिले एटा फुल माने सब पूरा कवरेजटा बहुत पूरा आसीज पूर्ण मात्रा रे किंतु आमे बर्तमान डिजिटल वर्ल्ड को आमे डिनाय करि परिबानी ता निश्चित रूपे
आगामी समय ये गोटे विकल्प निश्चित प्रोफेसर सेनापति लास्ट कमेंट आपको नेबा चाहिए आम कार्यक्रम को वाइंड अप करवा ऑनलाइन शिक्षार टी मैडम जो कथा कहते सब्यसाची कहते जो कथा अकाउंटेबिलिटी और कमिटमेंटर कथा प्रतिबद्धतार कथा उत्तरदायित्वर कथा से अपेक्षाकृत कम कि आपको लगुच
ନାଇଁ ସେଇଟା ଆମେ ଠିକ୍ ଭାବରେ କହିପାରିବାନି କିନ୍ତୁ ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ଆମେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଅନଲାଇନ୍ କଥା କହୁଛେ ଅନଲାଇନ୍ରେ ଗୋଟେ ଆମେ ମିଡ଼ିୟମ୍ ଭାବରେ ଅନଲାଇନ୍କୁ ୟୁଜ୍ କରୁଛେ ମାନେ ଡିଷ୍ଟାନ୍ସରେ ରହିକିରି ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମେ ସେଇ କାମ କରିପାରିବା କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ଯଦି ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତିକୁ ଦେଖିବେ ଜାତୀୟ ଶିକ୍ଷାନୀତିରେ ଆମେ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ହୋଲିଷ୍ଟିକ୍ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରେସ୍ କାର୍ଡ଼ ଇମ୍ପ୍ଲିମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବାକୁ ଯାଉଛେ ସ୍କୁଲ ମାନଙ୍କରେ ହୋଲିଷ୍ଟିକ୍ ଆଗରୁ ଆମର ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରେସ୍ କାର୍ଡ଼ ଥିଲା ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଆମେ ହୋଲିଷ୍ଟିକ୍ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରେସ୍ କାର୍ଡ଼ କଥା କହୁଛେ जो होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड कथा कहे से पिलामानकर जो परफॉर्मेंस डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट केवल रही जोटा बर्तमान अच्छी ता सहित सेमानकर परफॉर्मेंस इन अदर एरिया सेमानकर जो लीडरशिप क्वालिटी अच्छी सेमानकर जो सोशियो इमोशनल क्वालिटी रोचे माने सेमाने केमिति बिकॉज आमर बर्तमान लक्ष्य होची टू प्रिपेयर गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग टू गुड सिटीजन ग्लोबल सिटीजन तेणु से होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड कथा आम कहे तेणु होलिस्टिक प्रोग्रेस कार्ड कथा जो आम चिंता करुचे से ऑनलाइन सब जिन संभव हेनी ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन को स्ट्रेंथन करा सब ता सहित जो प्रोसेसटा रोचे क्लासरूम प्रोसेस ऑनलाइन टू वे इंटरेक्शन हो पारुची किंतु जोटा पिला माने मिसिकी करूछंती क्लासरूम सिचुएशन रे सेटा एग्जैक्टली दैट मे नॉट रिप्लेस किंतु एटा रहिबो एवं अकाउंटेबिलिटी रहिबो काहेकि वर्तमान टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत एडवांस कलानी आमे सब चेक करि परिबा किंतु ता सहित जो पर्सनल मोर गोटे एस्पेक्ट रोची जे आमे जो अफेक्टिव डोमेन कथा कहूचे आमर पूर्व सेशन रे डिस्कशन रे आमर वर्तमान डिप्रेशन बढ़ुची एवं आमर इंडिया इज वन ऑफ द डिप्रेस कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड जोटा हैप्पीनेस इंडेक्स कमुची तेणु से जो आस्पेक्ट को आम टेक्नोलोजी मध्यम सल्व कर ना से ह्यूमन टचर आवश्यकता रही क्लासरूम प्रोसेस टीचर पेरेंट आमर जमी जॉइंट फैमिली से गुड़ा को आमको स्ट्रेंथन करा पड़ो ता सहित आम ऑनलाइन को नवा ऑनलाइन विल यूज एज ए टूल इट इज नॉट इट कैन नॉट रिप्लेस इट इज सब्स्टिट्यूट अल्टरनेटिव अल्टरनेटिव इट विल वर्क बट इट कैन नॉट रिप्लेस
ओके रिप्लेस कर परिबो नाही सबसे मो लास्ट कमेंट आपन जानिबा को चाहिबी जे प्रचार बढ़ी प्रसार बढ़ुची परिसर भी बढ़ी किंतु प्रभाव केते आपण देखुचंती
प्रभाव मु देखुची महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट देखंतु क्लास 2 पर्यंत प्री प्राइमरी क्लास पर्यंत ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन बैन कर देछि तापरे कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट एंड मध्य प्रदेश गवर्नमेंट अप टू क्लास 5 पर्यंत ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन को बैन कर देछंती आपण क्लासरूम बाहर अप टू 10th पर 12th पर जतक प्रोफेशनल कोर्स करुँच कि आपण जदि क्लासरूम बाहर जो एक्स्ट्रा क्लासेस लगुच बाइजू हो अन एकाडेमी खान एकाडेमी तो आपको ये ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन रिप्लेस कर परिबो ह्यूज अमाउंट
आगामी समय निश्चित भाव में अन्यतम विकल्प बोली चिंता करे ओनली विकल्प बोली चिंता करा जाई न पारे वर्तमान समय किंतु प्रत्येक संकट को आमको सुजोग रे मध्य परिणत करिवार अभ्यास आगु को नहीं बढ़िया पड़ो कारण परवर्ती समय बा आगामी समय ये एक श्रेष्ठ विकल्प मध्य हम जो आम समस्ते धीरे धीरे ऑनलाइन मुहा होचे डिजिटल इंडिया कथा चिंता करुचे तेणु ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को मध्य आमको ऑप्ट करने को पड़ो ताको आदरवा को पड़ो ये आम एक बाध्यबाधकता बा चाप न रो ये निश्चित भाव में स्वतःप्रभुत्व भाव में आमको ताको ग्रहण करके डिजिटल इंडिया जो स्वप्न आम देखुचे से दिगरे अग्रसर होगा पड़ो किंतु वर्तमान समय जदि कहुपे जो कथा सविता मैडम कहते प्रोफेसर सेनापति कहले एवं सब्यासाची से कथा कहले जे ये वर्तमान समय एक अल्टरनेटिव न हो पारे विकल्प न हो पारे किंतु भविष्य में जे ये विकल्प न हो ता कहुई न पारे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप समस्त को आलोचना रे सामिल होई आपनकर मत रखि थैंक यू वेरी मच आम परवर्ती सेशन को आगू को बढ़ाइबा मो सहयोगी सुलग्ना एवं सुनंदन को अनुरोध करुछि आपको कार्यक्रम को बढ़ाइबे थैंक यू वेरी मच
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भवानी सुंदर ये चमत्कार ये सेशन टी पाई आमर सबु अतिथि को मंच पर उपस्थित सबु अतिथि को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपण मानकर समय पाई एवं आज रे आलोचना अंशग्रहण करथार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
May education illuminate our minds and souls, and may the newest techniques of education lead us to more knowledge and wisdom. That indeed was a very, very informative session. Mu chahibi au thare amar panelists mananko pai who have decades of experience and expertise, ebong moderator ko pai bahut bahut dhanyawad.
अंतिम चरण रे आमे उपनीत हेइछे एबे आपण मानक ठारू विदाय नवार समय आसी उपनीत हेइछि किंतु प्रत्येक समय रे जतबळे आमे विदाय नियंती कोनोसी जिनिसर अंतिम पर्याय पहुंचंती शेष हुए सी गोटे नुआ आरंभ पाई रास्ता को परिष्कार करे तो से प्रतिश्रुति सहित जे पुणी आमे फेरिबु पुणी आमे ये आलोचना को आगो को बढ़ेबु एवं से संकल्प सहित विदाय नवार समय आसी उपनीत हेछि.
And we will not forget our sponsors one more time. OTV Foresight 2023, co-powered by S&M Group, supported by Jindal Steel and Power Limited, co-supported by IMFA, Bharat Masala and MGM Minerals, associate sponsors, Rufon Cement, Ashwini Hospital, Paradeep Phosphates Limited, EVOS and Vedic Group of Institutions, participants MCL, NALCO, JSL, Siksha o Anusandhan, पुणी थरे समस्त अतिथि मानंकु, समस्त पैनलिस्ट्स मानंकु, मॉडरेटर्स मानंकु, प्रत्येक सेशन रे जोग देई आपण माने जो अनेक प्रश्न पचारि छंती एवं सेशन गुडी को सफल करि छंती आपण मानंकु समस्तंकु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. 13th edition of Foresight 2023 had been absolutely insightful, special and remarkable in every possible way. पुणी थरे आउ गोटे संस्करण सहित आर वर्ष आपण मानक संगे देखा हबो ओटीवी रो अगणित दर्शक मानकु मु एवं मो सहित
मु सुनंदन मो साथी सुलग्नांक सहित आमे आपनक ठारू विदाय
छु. नमस्कार. वंदे उत्कल जननी.
Good morning. I welcome you all to OTV's Foresight 2023, our 13th edition.
I think the louder applause will be needed after this bright story. One of the best I heard in a very, very long time. Thank you so much, Chetna ji. And your story reminds me of a short poem by Gulzar Sahab जो कहते हैं वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है वो हर किरदार के लिए तैयार है उसका तो स्त्री होना ही काफ़ी है. I think the women of the nation always had the talent. All they needed was a little support to show their courage and conquer the world, and you have given them that. Couldn't think of a more noble thing to do. Thank you so much.
So now this is the time to move on to our next speaker. The Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha. But before we invite him on stage, we have a special AV. So we'll request our technical team to play that AV, and after that, we'll like the Managing Director of Juventus Healthcare Limited, Mr. Prakash Guha, to join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the AV. AV, please.
Prakash Guha, Juventus Healthcare Limited ro Managing Director. भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री सहित दीर्घ 36 वर्ष धरी जड़ित से नेतृत्व में जुवेंटस भारतीय फार्मास्यूटिकल दुनिया रे निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय सृष्टि करि पारिछि. पूर्वरु से आल्केम लैबोरेटरीज रो प्रेसिडेंट सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग एंड वंडर लिमिटेड रे डेप्यूटी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हिसाब रे काम करिसेंति. समाज रो निम्न वर्ग एवं अनाथंक पई तांको सेवार तुलना नाही. से जणे परोपकारी एवं बदान्य व्यक्ति. अनेक स्वेच्छासेवी संगठन सहित से जड़ित. राष्ट्रीय उद्योग रत्न पुरस्कार, राजीव गांधी शिरोमणि पुरस्कार रे से सम्मानित होइछंती. उत्कल विश्वविद्यालय रु से विज्ञान रे डिग्री हासिल करिछंती.
May I request you, sir, to please address the house.
Namaskar. I'm really thankful to OTV for inviting me to this platform. I really don't know in which language should I speak, because I can speak very well in Odia also, as well as in Hindi also. But I would like to stick to English for simple reason that this is a very technical subject, and a technical subject only can be explained in English, because most of the words are in English. So it would be better if anyone would like to, hear in Odia, that also I can do. Mu bhallo ki Odia kahi pare, au tanu mu Odia re bhi kahi pare, au Hindi re bhi kahi pare. तथापि मु इंग्लिश रे कहू चाहिए कहीं ना आमर पर्टिकुलरली फार्मास्यूटिकल एवं साइंस ए दीटा आपणकर इंग्लिश रे ही कहबाटा प्रयोज्य कहीं इंग्लिश न कहले टे कहया को असुविधा हम कहीं से गुड़ा ट्रांसलेट करवा टे असुविधा टॉपिक जोटा आज टॉपिक हाउ टू कर्टेल द ग्रोथ ऑफ फेक ड्रग्स in our country. Honestly speaking, this is a very concerning subject and issue for leading pharmaceutical companies. All leading pharmaceutical companies today are trying to find out a solution to that. We do have certain solutions, and more we are working on that, because we are trying to innovate more and more ways by which we can really stop it. But to a large extent, we have succeeded in that. I would just like to take you through that, what we have done till date. Actually, just for the understanding of the audience, I would like to say